Hello everyone, welcome to What If Naruto Became the Golden Knight of Leo movie. Before we start, please go support Nicuchio for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistake in character's gender, but of course Naruto is a male. Chapter 1. The Beginning. The Quest for the Golden Lion. Sanctuary of Athena. After the death of Hades at the hands of the Knights of Athena and saving Seiya from Pegasus, who had been pierced by the sword of the king of the underworld himself, leaving him badly wounded, we can see the surviving knights of the Holy War: Pegasus Seiya, Dragon Shiryu, Shun of Andromeda, Hyoga of Swan, Phoenix Ikki, Unicorn Jabu, Geki de Oso, Nachi de Lobo, Lionette Ban, Hydra, Marin de Aguila, Sheena de Ophiuchus, Kiki apprentice of the late Mu of Ares. They were all gathered in the temple of the goddess Athena, under her current name Saori Kido. Saori, my brave knights, I know you have fought courageously in this holy war, but I fear that our work in defending the earth has not yet come to an end, so I must ask you to help me rebuild the sanctuary. The knights and Amazons, yes, Miss Athena, Saori, Seiya, Shun and Shiryu, I would like to entrust you with a mission. The rest of you can leave. Those mentioned stay while the others go to rebuild the sanctuary. Seiya, Saori, what do you need? Shiryu, you know you can count on us. Shun, whatever. Saori, what I'm about to tell you may seem crazy or very complicated to understand, because to all the continents we know, we must add another, a hidden continent, which is even unknown to us gods. Seiya, is that possible? Shiryu, this is quite difficult to process. Shun, I believe it. Saori, the point is that for millennia it has been out of reach of the gods, because it belongs to the Shinto pantheon, but not to any of us Olympians. You see, for several centuries there has been no news of the gods who govern those lands to such an extent that they have been given up for dead, especially since the arrival of Seiya. You can trust, Saori, since the arrival of a tree from space, those lands have been inaccessible to us. The name of the tree is Shinju. It arrived with its guardian, a being from outside the planet, her name Kagaya Otsutsuki, where in the records, due to the absence of deities, she is catalogued as the rabbit goddess. That surprised everyone present. It was hard to believe, but if that's true, what did they have to do with it here? Seiya, that's incredible. But how come nothing is known about that place? Saori, so you understand, Shinju is the god tree for Kagaya's culture. It is a type of giant tree that grows by absorbing spilled blood. From what I have heard in countless reincarnations since the age of myth, Kagaya used humans to water that tree and bear fruit. For that fruit to grow, in addition to blood, it will absorb the energy of the place where it is planted. Humans, when placed there, created a being that we gods do not know what it is called, but that serve as soldiers for Kagaya's race. The tree that came to our planet only worked on one continent, in which I tell you, because the gods before the arrival of the others intervened so that the rest of the world would not be affected. Shiryu, incredible. Shun, where does this lead us? Saori, Kagaya Otsutsuki, as a means to maintain peace, performed the infinite Tsukuyami on the inhabitants of the continent, and bound them to the god tree for long enough to assimilate them with her life force, and transforming them into white setsus, draining them of everything that gave her individuality, even their physical appearance, ideal soldiers for her. Time passed, and it is assumed that Kagaya eliminated the infinite Tsukuyami, and humanity in those lands lived peacefully. During that time Kagaya had two children, who, when they saw what their mother did to avoid conflicts, sacrificing humans, they faced their mother, who when combined with the god tree created the 10-tailed Jubi. Because Kagaya's children had the energy that the tree provides, chakra, in order to recover it. Given the threat of the 10 tails, the brothers defeated it, one of them becoming the jailer of the beast, which upon its death was divided into 9 beings, the 9 bijus, each with the number of tails that showed its portion of the power that the Jubi possessed. Shiryu, that's amazing, it sounds amazing. Seiya, I believe it. Saori, the son turned into Jinchuriki, as the jailers of the bijus are known, became a monk who, with the desire for peace to reign in the place, gave the chakra to humans, calling the art of its manipulation Ninshu, creating the shinobi era in that place without knowing it, added to the fact that he possessed 2 abilities known as ocular power, Jujutsus, the Rinnegan and the Sharingan, while his brother the Tensegan, and its previous phase the Byakugan, abilities that his children inherited to their offspring, creating the clans. His name became known as the Sage of the 6 Paths, becoming over time a kind of deity for humans. Shun, that's amazing. Shiryu, it's amazing. Seiya, knowing this, what happens? Sorry, ever since what happened in Shinju, that continent has been out of our orbit for the Olympians. I also tell you that I had a vision while I was trapped in the urn in the Champelices. I saw the first of my knights emerge from those lands. I don't know what guardian constellation he will have, or if he will be a bronze, silver, or gold knight. What I do know is that by marking this milestone, that continent will be in sight again. Shiryu, where it is located? Sorry, it is located in the Pacific Ocean. I know I'm asking a lot of you, but I want you to train as golden knights, and the moment this knight is born, go for him. The three would kneel before the goddess. If that is her will, we will obey. Seiya, you can count on me, Saori. Shun, in my case I will remain as a bronze saint, Saori-san. Saori, I accept that, Shun. Thus, the knights would travel to various locations to train in the techniques of their predecessors and the golden armor they would wear. 3 years passed. Elemental nations. Minato Namikaze, known as the Yellow Lightning, current Yandame Hokage of the village hidden in the leaves, husband of Kushina Uzumaki, the bloody habanero, both a consummated marriage after the end of what in these lands is known as the Third Great Shinobi War, where after its end, they began to be closer, to the point of getting married and planning a family. For the blonde, nothing could be so happy, because less than a year ago he had received the news that they would be parents. But today, despite being the day his firstborn would be born, he was enduring the pain and agony of a woman giving birth. For safety, they had both decided to be outside the village in order to proceed with the delivery, which was directed by Tsunade Senju, Kushina's teacher at the time of Genin in the village. Nurse, come on, Kushina-sama, puge. Kushina, argjjjj. Minato, if you get me pregnant again I'll castro you. Minato, concentrate, Kushi-chan. He laughed nervously while his hand was destroyed. Kushina, shut up. Argjjjj. Nurse, a little more, push is coming out. Tsunade, Kushina is already close bid. Kushina, argjjjj. After the last scream, a baby's cry filled the room. Nurse, congratulations, it's a boy. Kushina, Naruto, his name will be Naruto. Minato, look, he's blonde like me. Unbeknownst to them, a constellation in the sky shone brightly that day, the constellation of Leo, sanctuary of Athena. We can see Libra Shiryu, Sagittarius Seiya and Andromeda Shun in front of the goddess Athena, who were looking at the night sky at the moment. Seiya, what's happening, seeing that the stars were beginning to shine? Shiryu, look, it is Shun, the constellation of Leo shining. Sorry, my knights, the time has come for you to leave. I'll tell you that I don't know where he was born, so don't worry about how long you'll be gone. I've already notified the others and your wife Shiryu, Seiya, so we will do it. The three would leave for the place following a map of the place and a path. Shun, where do you think we're going? Seiya, this map shows an access village located in the land of waves, and also marks several routes to another village. Shiryu, what's his name? Seiya, it says Konoha here, what a strange name. Shun, we'd better go. Elemental nations. After giving birth, Minato announced his son to the council. He expected various reactions, but never the one he expected. Civilian, kill the son of the devil. Civil 2, kill the little demon. Danzo, Minato, your son, is not a Jinchuriki, but I can see that in the future he will be a great shinobi. I ask that you hand him over to me to make him loyal to the village. The civilians started to cheer and say give it to them. Minato, I will not give you my son Danzo. It is my decision, and if I discover that my son, even without being a Jinchuriki, is despised, they will know why they fear me and IWA for the Third Shinobi War. Thus ended the council meeting, where Minato clan heads Fugaku Uchiha, Hayashi Hyuga, Shikaku Nara, Choza Akimichi, Shibi Aburame and Inoichi Yamanaka approached him to congratulate him. Something similar was happening at the Uzumaki mansion, where Tsum Inuzuka, as quickly as the meeting ended, went to see the women who were with her red-headed friend, Mikoto Uchiha, Hana Hyuga, along with Tsunade Senju, and Kushina's students, Yugao Yuzuki, Kurinai Yuhi, Anko Mitarashi, who were playing with little Naruto, who was in the cradle. Thus passed the days where, by causes of destiny, the path of three knights would cross with that of Naruto. The knights arrived at the elemental nations, where upon arriving they began to tour the villages of Lightning and Rock, as visitors, while they searched for information about the world they were in, Something they discovered was the amazing thing about shinobi life, due to the use of chakra, although they did not like the use they gave it, seeing how that work of the sage of the six paths who believed that humanity would use his gift to have peace. They used it for war. With the knights, they decided to stay in Momoshiki for 6 months, arriving via the Land of Waves, while they explored the world and searched for their future knight. After those 6 months, the three headed to Awaken, where they spent 4 months under surveillance by Inoki. They continued their journey to Suna, where they spent 8 months, living peacefully, helping the villagers. This is how they headed to their destination before going to the village of the fog, Konoha, where in that village they discovered who they were looking for. Naruto. The blonde's life was not easy, despite being the son of a Kage and a heroine of Konoha. The village saving the clan leaders and some shinobi, civilians and other shinobi saw him with contempt, hatred, and whenever they could they hit him, the latter since he turned 1 year and 6 months old. His parents never knew why, but well, he was still a child to understand the world around him. His parents always gave him the love they could, even the disciple who remained alive after the war, Kakashi Hatake, who as Anbu, always took care of him or played with him in the mansion. From his first year he learned how to walk without help while he began to speak. When he turned 2 years old, while in the office with his father, he met his future older brother figure and his teachers, without him knowing it, the 3 knights of Athena who introduced themselves as travelers to Minato, who, following the will of fire of his predecessors, welcomed them to the village. The knights, upon seeing Naruto, felt from the cosmos that he was the one who made the constellation of Leo shine, so they decided to stay with him, while Seiya approached whenever he could, being called an Isen by little Naruto. Chapter 2. The Departure of the Golden Lion. Elemental Nations. Naruto grew strong and healthy in the following years, despite the stares of the villagers and some shinobi who at the first sign or movement of the mummy's hands as his mother told the civilians would be able to attack his father. But that is not the issue. At 2.5 years old the boy began to show interest in reading and writing, where to the surprise of the knights they saw firsthand that the little that Kushina taught him was insufficient, achieving in 6 months and being 3 years old how to write and read like a 12-year-old child. Upon completing 1 year in Konoha, Seiya and the others decided to talk to Minato about what had happened, who somewhat disbelieved, but upon seeing the Sagittarius armor for himself, he knew that in a few years when Naruto was ready he would leave the village to train and become a knight. After that talk, Kushina revealed that she was pregnant again, surprising the blonde and making Naruto resolve to become strong to be the best older brother in the world. Of course, fate is capricious and does not fulfill what people wish. October 10th had arrived and everything was ready for the second son of the Yondaime Hokage and the bloody Havana native to come into the world on the outskirts of the village, since being the current Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi, as in the last birth, the 9 tails could be released. Naruto was left in charge of Seiya, who, at the Namikaze mansion, played with the others, and the boy who, for his almost 4 years, was intelligent, friendly, and above all, noble. The birth was arduous and somewhat difficult, where Kushina was screaming, while squeezing and breaking her husband's hand. The birth ended, leaving the mother exhausted after 6 hours, coming out a little redhead whom they called Menma. At all times they had to keep the Kyuubi inside the seal to prevent it from escaping, as they had done before. But at one point a masked man appeared holding his second son in his arms while pointing a kunai at his neck, thus forcing the Yondaime to move away from his wife. The Yondaime had to walk away while taking his son, who had been thrown into the air by the masked man with explosive tags on his blanket, leaving his son next to his mother, going out to the gates of the village protecting the villagers from the Kyuubi's attack, which was released by the masked man. He began to make hand positions performing the Shiki Fujin, invoking the Reaper, as he feared not only for the safety of his village, but for that of his 2 boys, with Naruto. At the moment when panic was heard, the knights looked out the window, seeing the immense 9-tailed being destroying the village. They were going to help, but their plans were frustrated when they heard Naruto. Naruto, Okasan Tusan. Seiya, Naruto waits. The blonde boy ran out the door towards where he felt his parents, because despite being a child he had sensor abilities. Arriving at the place where his father was tracing hand seals and placing a baby on an altar while his mother held the Kyuubi. The knights, seeing this, wanted to stop what was happening, but what they saw astonished them. with Minato, Shiki Fujin. At the end of the last hand seal a sinister presence was felt and Naruto, seeing Seiya, hugged him, being reciprocated by the knight who saw this with surprise. The form that emanated from the invocation took the form of a specter, the Shinigami. Shinigami, what do you want, mortal? Minato, Shinigami-sama, I humbly request that you seal the QB in my son, please. Shinigami, you know the price. Minato, yes. At that moment Naruto took courage and went towards them, showing himself and alarming Minato, while the knights approached wearing their armor. Naruto, excuse me Shinigami-sama, please take me and not my dad. My little brother needs him more than me, he said with tears. The Shinigami seeing this was moved by the words of a child, so she proceeded to see the future, revealing a great will and a blonde with mustache marks on his face, wearing golden armor that shone like the sun. The QB saw the child for the courage he showed. The knights saw this. It was undoubtedly the greatest demonstration of courage they had seen, and more from whom they did it. Shinigami, human and child, for the courage you have shown me I have decided not to take any souls. See this as a reward for your bravery. Making the seal, but not before having the QB give the fox summoning contract to Naruto, a reward for the courage he showed. Thus the spirit disappeared and left those present very surprised, while Minato with his son in his arms took Naruto and hugged him like he had never done before. Minato, never do that again, my son. I would never forgive myself if you died. Naruto, sorry dad. Seiya, Minato, I think we should talk. Minato, I know. Then Hiruzen would arrive with Shikaku, Fugaku and Choza. Naruto, grandfather. Hiruzen, Naruto-kun, you should have stayed. Minato, don't worry, he saved our lives. Hiruzen, what a relief. Minato, I'm going to faints. Seiya, I got it. Shun, I'll take you. Naruto carrying the child on his piggyback. Thus they gave the order to take Kushina and Minato to the hospital, while Naruto, by order of Hiruzen, was checked just in case, although the nurses, who were for the civil council, did not do it well, which bothered Seiya and Shun, so with their cosmos they healed their wounds without them seeing them while they left. Naruto, thank you Seiya and I and Shun and I. A nurse would come in there. Nurse, the yandame awaits you, and in whispers son of the demon. Naruto headed to his parents' room with his brothers. Upon entering, Kushina, come Naruchan. Naruto, Okasan, what's wrong? Kushina, meet your little brother. Menma giving him to her to carry. Author's note, I couldn't find another image to make it look good. Naruto, to San. Minato, my greatest pride, my boys hugging them. Hiruzen, but they look so good. Jijoho. Minato, Hiruzen, I need you to go to the mansion to talk, sighing. So the time passed with the family while Naruto for some reason did not want to separate from his little brother. So he hugged him, making his parents and the old Hokage laugh. That night at the Namikaze Uzumaki mansion, Minato, Seiya, you can tell your story in front of those I brought. Don't worry, thanks to Kushina, this is under silence seals and nothing from here will get out. Seiya, of course. Seiya spent at least 2 hours telling what they had come to do in the elemental nations, the cosmos, the goddess Athena and the holy wars, in addition to the fact that it was time for the elemental nations to come out of their isolation and show themselves to the world around them. Hiruzen, let me see if I understood. They serve a goddess who lives outside the elemental nations, and they want this continent to have its first night and for the elemental continent to return to the scene. Shiryu, in a few words, yes. Hiruzen, I'm getting too old for these things, rubbing his forehead. Minato, Seiya, when will you leave with Naruto? Hiruzen, stop, you're telling me that Naruto-kun is. Seiya, yes. Minato, and who? Seiya, I will start and finish his training. Shiryu, I will participate in the training. Shun, I think so too. At that they would hear a scream. Minato, Naruto. Everyone ran out into the courtyard to see Naruto being surrounded by Anbus with a strange kanji on his mask, while golden chains came out of his back. Naruto, leave me alone. Anbu, Uzumaki. Naruto, by order of Danzo-sama you will be brought before him. Minato, stay away from my son. Throwing himself alongside Seiya and Shiryu to defend Naruto. Anbu, Danzo-sama will get angry, retreating in a shunshin of smoke. Minato, son, are you okay? Naruto, yes dad, but what are these? Kushina, they are the chains of the Uzumaki clan, son. They are your Kekkai Genkai, your bloodline. Seiya, Minato, the longer we wait, the more they will want to take Naruto away from you. Minato, I know. You can leave us alone with him. Everyone nods and leaves. Naruto, Dad, what's up? Kushina, Sochi hugging him, your father and I know that we love you, right? Naruto, yes, but what is the question for? Minato, you won't be safe here in the village, son. Seiya is returning home in about 2 days and wants to take you with him. Naruto, but that would mean I wouldn't see them again. Crying. Minato, no, it's not like you think, son. You'll see, as you've seen, several in the village hate you and want you to be a weapon. With Seiya, what we want is for you to go train with him and become very strong so that they can't do bad things to you. Naruto, so if I leave I can train and become strong to protect my little brother? Kushina, yes, Sochi. Naruto, then I'll go, but how will I communicate with you? Minato, the Kyuubi gave you a scroll, right? Naruto, yes, he said it was a summoning contract. Minato, why don't you try it? Naruto began to trace the seals indicated on the scroll, to make a ball of smoke appear, from which a beautiful white fox with 9 tails, white and red, emerged with 3 blue flames around it. Fox, so you're the one we were told would be our summoner. Naruto, yes. Fox, well, I'll tell you that you are brave, and you have passed our test for being a noble person with a big heart. My name is Meliodas, so I can help you communicate with them, so you can rest easy. So, with your blood, sign the contract. Naruto did as requested, and the fox vanished in a puff of smoke. Minato, come, it's time to prepare for your trip. So everyone went to prepare themselves by preparing seals with various things, jutsus of various elements, as well as other non-elemental ones, shinobi history books, taijutsu and kenjutsu katas, a sword with the Uzumaki symbol on it, a copy of the Forbidden Scroll from the Hokage Tower, as well as several Ichiraku's ramens, since it was one of the places where the family used to frequent, shurikens and kunais, as well as pictures of their loved ones and clothes. While Minato and Kushina prepared their last changes of clothes, Naruto approached his little brother's crib. Naruto, hello Menma, little brother, you know I'm going to leave to become strong, and I'll do it to be able to take care of you, and you know something, when I'm very strong I'll be with you again. It's a promise, and we Uzumakis don't break our promises, really. That made his parents smile and hug him while taking the last photo with them. The next day we can see at the gates of Konoha his parents, his grandfather, and those of Ichiraku, the ice queens of Konoha, Kakashi and Iruka, who had saved the boy several times, and for being loyal to his father he became fond of him. Tuchi, take care Naruto. Naruto, I will do it this way Tuchi hihi. I am, take care if hugging. Naruto, I will do it I am ne. Hiruzen, Naruto, be very strong, and always send a letter, okay? The village will be very quiet without you. Naruto, I don't think so Gigi, since Men and Nikon will be there to replace me in the real jokes. The old monkey would hug Naruto goodbye. Kurenai, goodbye Naruchan. Yugao, take care, okay? Anko, become a sadist Gaki. Naruto, goodbye Nachans. Naruto hugged the women one by one. Iruka, take care Naruto. Naruto, goodbye Iruka-sensei, hugging him. Kakashi, grow and study. When you come back we'll see if you'll join me. Naruto, whatever you say Kakashi-nissen, bumping fists. Minato, son, hugging him, take care of yourself, okay? Naruto, of course dad. Kushina, Sochi, take care of yourself, eat well, listen to your teachers, and above all don't become perverted. Naruto, bye mom, and yes, I'll listen to you. So Naruto joined in and took Seiya's hand. Naruto, goodbye Konoha, goodbye little brother. I will become very strong and I will protect you. Thus the 4 figures left the elemental nations. The road was not very long because they would leave through the land of waves to head towards the sanctuary. Chapter 3. Training begins. Elemental Nations, Kanahegakur no Sato. About 2 days have passed since Naruto left the village. The Uzumaki Namikaze couple has not been able to sleep a wink due to concern for their son, but they understood that it was for his safety. Kushina cried in the bathroom in silence so as not to alarm anyone, while Minato tried to clear his little loneliness with some sake, since both of them had felt a slight state of depression. In those 2 days, Danzo wanted to bother with meetings, but the clan leaders did not pay attention, not even the Hokage or the Sandaime, which bothered the War Hawk and even more his henchmen as advisors to the Hokage. At the beginning of the 3rd day, Minato had entered his office with the annoyed face that the Nara can give, while drinking a coffee, and sat in his office to deal with his boring job as Kage. In the past, if they had told him that despite being the strongest ninja he was Kage, and that additionally he would not have to do this unbearable paperwork, he would have accepted without complaint. How much he repressed himself now from having accepted that job, while signing papers through the window using his retarded style attention-getting skills. His sensei Jiraiya of the 3 Sannin of Konoha entered. Minato, Jiraiya sensei. Jiraiya, oh Minato, how are you, my boy? Minato, well sensei, what brings you here? Jiraiya, I'll be very frank, Minato. The great toad sage Gamamaru has told me a prophecy. At that moment Hiruzen would enter the office. Jiraiya, oh sensei, I haven't seen you in a while. Hiruzen, nice to see you. Jiraiya, what have you come for? Jiraiya, as the great toad sage said, he told me a prophecy. Hiruzen and Minato were serious, because whenever a prophecy was told, there were many who tried to manipulate it in their favor, because they suspected that Danzo had some Anbu infiltrated, and if it was someone in the village, that man would not hesitate for a moment to communicate the discovery to Danzo and try to use the civilian side of the council as his group of followers to support his methods and decisions. Jiraiya, Gamamaru prophesied to him, adjusting his throat. Long ago a prophecy was dictated, a warrior whose past would be tragic, born in a village that has mistreated and despised him, only loved by his family and admired by his younger brother, become a guardian of that by which he rules the earth with his divine wisdom, will fight to defend the world from the tyranny of those who yearn for destruction, reaching a peace never seen before. Hiruzen, what do you propose? Jiraiya, Jiraiya, find the goddess they speak of and search for the child of the prophecy, in order to make it come true. Minato, sensei, I know that when the toads give a prophecy it is serious, but is it necessary to force it to be fulfilled? I mean, we are human and any action we do to it will cause it to mutate and into thoughts. Clearly talking about Naruto, he hasn't been there since he was born and now he's worried. What kind of godfather would do that, and want to be present for a bucking prophecy? Jiraiya, Minato, you must understand that it is for the good of the shinobi world that we fulfilled that prophecy. Hiruzen, in that case you must look for the boy, he said with the same thought that Minato had. Jiraiya, yes sensei, you are right, so I'm leaving to do my research for a moment, he said with a perverted face. Just as Jiraiya entered he left through the window towards the hot springs. Minato drew silent seals on him and Hiruzen, removing the Anbus who were there, and the Root One went to speak what Jiraiya told about the prophecy, making the bandaged old man have plans to enforce it in favor of Konoha. Minato, Hiruzen, speak clearly about Naruto. Hiruzen, I know, the good thing is that he left before Jiraiya finds him and forces him. Minato, in that case, I think it's best not to talk about it, right? We'll wait for Naruto to return, or right? Hiruzen, that's right. Minato with the ram's seal annulled the barrier of silence, and both Kages continued with their paperwork. With Naruto, it took the knights and the boy 3 days to leave the elemental nations. During that time, Seiya and Naruto played, as the Sagittarius Knight still had his childish attitude from when he was a Pegasus Knight, which helped a lot before Naruto started shouting the typical, "I'm bored," like every child. It took them another 3 days of travel to reach the sanctuary. Seiya, Naruto. Naruto, where is Seiya? Seiya, welcome to the sanctuary of Athena. Naruto, wow, it's very big. Shun, right? Naruto, and what are those houses? Shiryu, those are the 12 houses of the Zodiac. The houses belong to the elite of the knights of the goddess Athena, goddess of war and wisdom, defender of the land, and we knights are her loyal forces, who help them defend the land from those who yearn to conquer it. Naruto, WOW. Upon arriving at the entrance, they are greeted by several acquaintances of their companions. Seiya, Ikki, Hyoga, Jabu, Kiki, it's good to see you again. Ikki, I would say the same, Seiya, but I prefer being a lone wolf. Kiki, it's a pleasure to see you again. Hyoga. So they came back and completed the mission watching Naruto. Seiya, Naruto presentate. Naruto. Yes, I'm Naruto Namikaze Uzumaki, it's a pleasure really. I see that you have completed the Seiya mission. Seiya, Saori kneeling, that's right. I present to you Naruto. Saori, so you're from the elemental nations, her little one touching his cheeks. Naruto, yes, blushing from seeing the goddess touch his mustache marks. Seiya, I was by his side and believe me, he is a good boy and he will be my apprentice. Saori, I see, but I'm sorry to stop you Seiya, because I want Shiryu, Hyuga, Shun and Ikki to train him. The mentioned, as you order Miss Athena / Saori. Ikki, and how will we see the dwarfs training? Shiryu, Hyoga, and you will be the last with him. Hyoga, I saw it coming. Ikki, whatever. Shun, Seiya, you should start training. Seiya, yes, and that they see Naruto talking animatedly with Kiki getting along, and to think that in his hometown many despise him smiling. Shun, here you will have the option of a new life. Seiya and Naruto, it's time to go to rest. Naruto, I'm coming. Seiya, we will go to the house of Sagittarius. There you will live with me and we will train accordingly. Naruto, up there? Seiya, yes, but if you get tired just this once I'll carry you. Naruto, why? So Naruto, passing the house of Taurus, began to walk, being taken by Seiya from Cabalito to Sagittarius, where he would sleep and live until completing his training. The next morning, a new day began. The sunlight began to enter through the window of the new home of our blonde protagonist, who covered his face with the sheet of his bed because of the annoying rays, until he was called by a person. Seiya, Naruto, time to wake up. Naruto, Seiya and Isen is very early sleepy and throwing tantrums. Seiya, because he had to be like me at his age, he thought, remembering the headache that was from Marin. Come on Naruto, remember that today is your first day of training to become a knight. Naruto, with a sleepy face, got up, washed up, and had breakfast so he could start training. He knew Seiya wouldn't pressure him into thinking why he wanted to become strong, since he'd known him since he learned to walk. He was like the older brother his parents didn't have before him. So, already changed, he followed his first teacher to the training camp. Seiya, Naruto, do you know what energy we knights handle? Naruto, I think while you were talking to Shiryu and Shun and I, they said it was cosmos or something like that it was different from the chakra I handle. Seiya, well, at least you get an idea of how we will proceed. Before starting with the cosmos itself, we will work a little on your body, and then in my case making your training with chakra as easy as possible, since as you know I do not use it because I do not have that energy. So they began to train Naruto's physique and chakra. Through the scrolls, Seiya taught him the best he could together with Shiryu, who despite being at 5 peaks, went to the sanctuary to help him because he was much clearer than him to explain this. In the 3rd month they decided it was time, and he awakened his chakra according to his instructions with a scroll, dividing the training of the remaining 9 months into 2. Chakra control and physical work, where the blonde showed to be advancing rapidly. In the 2nd year, Seiya said it was time to start working with the cosmos. So in those 12 months they worked in 3 areas, cosmos, chakra and physics, where the first and second were a prodigy never seen before. On the part of chakra, Seiya read the scrolls and urged him to perform the shadow clone's jutsu, which helped a lot with the training in the cosmos, as he read Minato's message to him. Everything the clone learns passes to the original, except the physical. In 6 months of training, where 4 months using clones was enough for the awakening of his cosmos, which to the amazement of many bordered on the 7th sense despite being 7 years old. Added to this, his eyes became like those of a feline. Seiya, Naruto, your eyes, what do you feel? Naruto, I don't know. At that moment, Saori would arrive at the place, seeing both of them training, where both of them kneel. Saori, I'm glad to see you both training hard. Naruto, yes, unplace her, Saori-san. Seiya, what brings you here, Saori? Saori, I need you to come on a mission with the others. Seiya, I see. Before I forget, you think you know what's going on with Naruto's eyes. Saori, wow, I thought those eyes would never appear. Naruto, which one is your favorite jutsu? Saori, you can see them that way, little one, they are called Regulus eyes, since the age of myth, he was the only Leo knight who had them. Naruto, what can you do? Excited and with stars in his eyes. Saori, you can see the cosmos flow of living beings, allowing you to observe in detail every technique your opponent uses, understanding them, deciphering how they work, allowing you to learn from the techniques you observe. Whether you're manipulating your opponent's techniques against them or performing them yourself. Naruto, amazing. Saori, I'm glad you love it, but I must leave with Seiya. Seiya, Naruto, I'll leave you a routine and a friend comes to help you with what is cosmos. Naruto, who is it? Then a reddish brown with dots on his forehead would arrive. Seiya, this is Kiki, he will be your substitute teacher until I return. What do you think? Naruto, of course. Thus Seiya retires with Saori due to a confrontation against the god Mars, which in the future would be saved as the first confrontation against the god and his Martians. That was the beginning of the training in the first 2 years. What the future holds, we will soon know. Chapter 4. End of training, Leo's armor. Upon Seiya's return from the mission, Naruto began training in the use of cosmos once again. Because despite being awake, he still does not use it at will. Seiya, okay, We'll do this exercise again, Naruto. But he didn't succeed with the clones either, showing 500 Narutos doing the same thing. Seiya, I don't know why I'm still surprised by that ability of yours. Well, let's leave that aside. Do you remember when we did this exercise for the first time? Naruto, yes. Seiya, and do you remember what you felt? Naruto, I don't know why I'm telling you. Yes, the truth is I don't remember. At that, Seiya falls comically on his back and remembers one of the scrolls about the Uzumakis. Flashback. Seiya, this roll is from the Uzumaki. Saori was at his side and nods. Rallo, the Uzumakis are people of great nobility, heart and courage who will not hesitate to save those they care about. But if there is something that stands out, it is that they are extremely airheads, absent-minded and often complete idiots, who only think about eating ramen. In addition, except for those who do not have the color red in their hair, due to miscegenation. Just mentioning the word tomato is a death sentence for being extremely temperamental. Saori reminds me of a previous Leo knight. Seiya, who? Saori, Regulus de Leo. End of flashback. Seiya, okay, let's go again. The stone is made of atoms, flowers, trees, animals, the entire earth, you, me, and even the stars in the sky are made of atoms. Atoms form everything that exists in this universe. Once you understand how fundamental the atom is, you will be able to break the stone. Do you understand this? Naruto, yes. Seiya, now close your eyes. Naruto, obey the order. Concentrate your power, concentrate your strength, and the spirit that lives inside you find your center, and so you will be able to do anything. Naruto began to emanate a golden aura while concentrating on his master's sayings. Now break it, Naruto. At his master's command, Naruto opened his eyes and struck the stone, causing it and its base to shatter and creating a crater around his master. Seiya, it's amazing his cosmos is as big as the one Shaka had without opening his eyes, thinking, Naruto, this energy is amazing. I never thought there was something stronger than chakra. He thought, surprised, but that surprise turned into happiness. How did I do? Seiya, you've done very well, Naruto. But from what I see, it has cost you. Tell me, how do you feel? Naruto, for a moment I felt like a tremendous warmth and great strength were all over my body, and now I feel like my body was tensing, something similar to when I was training to walk on water. Seiya, okay Naruto, your tiredness is because your body is not yet accustomed to the use of the cosmos, despite not being the first time we do the exercise, but that will disappear with time. For now, take a break so you can regain strength. Once you do, we will begin some practice fights. Understood? Naruto, HAI. Time jump 6 months. Seiya, thanks to Naruto's clones and a writing of Leo's techniques, since with Saori's words they knew that Naruto would be Leo's knight, had concluded the training, the simplicity and speed that adapts to the training through the eyes of Regulus and the clones, added to the fact that they discovered a new type of clones, the blood clones, which helped too much even in physical work. Thanks to that, Naruto was ready to go with his next master, Shiryu, in the 5 Peaks. Upon reaching the 5 Peaks, Naruto met his new master Shiryu in front of the ancient Rosen waterfall. There, he met Shiryu's wife, a girl named Shunrei, along with their young son, Ryoho, who was 4 years old. He bonded with them so much that the boy considered Naruto his older brother. During his stay at the 5 Peaks, Shiryu taught Naruto about the honor every knight should have, as well as the value of sacrifice for his loved ones and for the good of humanity. He also taught him how to wear traditional clothing from the region where he was. Another of Shiryu's teachings to the blonde, which Naruto found a little difficult, was learning not to depend on his sight. Shiryu, Naruto, you must learn not to depend on your sight. There will be times when your eyes can deceive you. Also, blocking one of your senses will help sharpen your other senses. Naruto, yes master. After a while Naruto could not improve in his training by blocking his vision. He usually crashed or fell constantly, and during the fights with Shiryu he could not defend himself, which is why he ended up all beaten up. But like all Uzumaki, he was a stubborn one who never gave up on what he proposed. That is why Naruto, being curious, decided to ask why. Shiryu, I knew that one day you would ask me. You see Naruto, I have insisted that you carry out this training because a long time ago I had to learn the same lesson in a rougher way. Naruto, how was it? Shiryu, Some time ago, during the confrontation of Athena against the same sanctuary, we faced a silver knight named Argol of Persis. This knight carried with him a shield which had the face of Medusa sculpted on it, which, as you know, was the beast with snakes instead of hair, with the ability to turn into stone anyone who looked into its eyes. In the same way as the legend, the shield of this knight had the same faculty, but we discovered this too late. Argol had turned Shun and Hyoga into stone, and Seiya was unconscious due to a blow he received protecting Athena, which had put his life in danger. The situation was serious. I had to defeat him in order to save my friends, but I had to avoid looking at him with my eyes. Such was the power of this shield that even when I covered my eyes and even kept them closed, it turned my left arm into stone. It was at that moment that I made the decision to do the only thing that would allow me to defeat him, which was to blind myself. Thanks to this sacrifice, I was able to save my friends. Naruto, wow, that's amazing. Plus, Seiya and Isen never said it. Shiryu managed to laugh slightly. Seiya never told you, right? Naruto, tell me what? Shiryu, that you are just like him. So to avoid you making the same mistakes, he thought it was better to hide them. And it is something that I see he did well, since what his cosmos training is, according to what Marin de Aguila told me, was somewhat tortuous and empty-headed. Naruto, it was the same with me. After this talk, Naruto trained hard to master the restriction of vision, which he achieved after 3 months with the use of clones, 10 months after reaching 5 peaks. By this time Naruto had undergone some changes. First of all, he was taller, as was his hair, which was now longer than before, now beginning to reach almost shoulder height. Despite his traditional clothing, something that amazed many, especially Raiho, was the training he did with chakra. Just seeing him walk in the water and trees was incredible, and even more so when performing jutsus, something that to the confusion of many Raiho imitated but without success. Regarding his parents, at least once a month he always sent letters telling them about his achievements, training and so on. Elemental nations. 4 years had passed since his departure, and the Namikaze-Uzumaki relationship was growing. 2 years after Naruto's departure, they received the blessing of a blonde-haired girl like her father, whom they named Mito. They never hid anything from their older brother. He always read his letters to them, which made Menma admire him and want to be like him. Jiraiya never stopped searching for his object of prophecy on his spy missions, but one thing was certain, and he discovered it one afternoon in Konoha, while Minato and Kushina were reading a letter from Naruto to a 4-year-old Menma and a 2-year-old Mito. Minato, do you want to hear it? Menma, yes, read Oni-san's letter. Myth, yes. Jiraiya, Minato had a son before and I don't see him. Hiruzen, Jojo, what has he done now? Kushina, I'll read it. Naruto's letter. Hello mom, hello dad, hello grandpa, hello little brothers, how are you doing? I wish I could answer that question. I am fine. Currently Master Seiya has completed my training with him and sent me to the 5 peaks in China, to train with Master Shiryu. The training is incredible, it is very hard, but it is the life I chose, life as a knight of Athena, goddess of war and wisdom, protector of the earth. I wish I could be with you and see you, but soon when I finish my training I will return until they call me at the sanctuary, and if I can, Menma, prepare yourself, since your older brother will train you and you will become strong like me. Really, I hope you do well. How are you? Jiraiya, she who rules the earth with her divine wisdom. Minato, your son is the child of the prophecy. But why have you hidden him? Wait for training. So he's already gone. Menma, yes. When Anaisen returns, I will be a gentleman like him. Something that for many was horrifying was the Uchiha massacre. Very few survived. All those who died were at the hands of Itachi Uchiha, eldest son of Fugaku Uchiha, leader of the clan, since thanks to the Kyuubi attack, a distrust with the Uchiha clan and the village was formed and the clan elders decided to stage a coup, but fortunately for Fugaku, Mikoto and Sasuke, they were at the Namikaze mansion enjoying a joint dinner. Fugaku took advantage of that outing to protect his family, because he knew that Minato would not order anything against the clan. But the elders were something else. Itachi received the order from Danzo to annihilate his clan, but Itachi was not as heartless as the civil councilors made them believe. The Uchiha boys and girls, along with a couple of teenagers, were saved, and not because Itachi was their executor, but a masked man with a Sharingan in his visible eye who did it, making Itachi defend by scaring away the aggressor. This could have been avoided by Shursui's Sharingan, something that Fugaku and Minato wanted to use, but they never managed to take advantage of it, because he mysteriously disappeared and they found him dead days later without his eyes, which made the massacre happen in a matter of time and Itachi after it, being marked as a traitor to join Akatsuki. 5 Peaks. Naruto, thanks to Shiryu carrying Excalibur, decided to train with his katana in Kenjutsu, developing several skills with it, and his training with Shiryu, who, despite knowing that Athena did not allow weapons, the blonde made him understand that if he returned home, and had to go unnoticed as a knight of Athena, he had to use it, which the master understood. And Naruto also asked him to teach him kung fu so he could fight hand to hand, this being thanks to the clones a surprising plus. When Naruto was about to complete his 2 years training with Shiryu, at that time he was 9 years old, he even taught him not to depend on his armor and told him that before he left he had one more test to complete, which would be the same one that his late master Doko had set him, to reverse the flow of the Rosen waterfall. For Naruto, the first 5 minutes had to be assimilated since it was difficult for him to do, although when he remembered the cosmos and that he used chakra, he returned to Earth and began to train, where he spent 1 week doing the indicated exercise until he achieved it. He reversed the flow of the waterfall. Naruto, yes, I finally did it. Shiryu, Master Doko, seeing how Naruto has advanced this year and managed to learn the same teachings that you taught me has made me fill with pride and happiness. I suppose this feeling is normal. I asked if you felt the same. Now it will be Ryuho's turn if he wants to follow the path of the knights. Once the test was completed, as Shiryu had said, the blonde would now have to begin his return trip to start his training with Shun on Andromeda Island. Naruto had arrived after a 3-day trip. After saying goodbye to Ryuho and Shunrei, who gave Naruto a haircut, he arrived at Andromeda Island, where he was received by Shun of said constellation. Shun, your wish is to protect your loved ones, isn't it? Naruto, HAI. Shun, and tell me, how would you feel if one of your loved ones or companions died on a battlefield? Naruto, I guess I would feel bad, like in Konoha when they wanted to separate me from my parents, and I activated my Kongo Fusa, added to the fact that I might become an emo Avenger. That brought out a slight laugh in Shun, which made Naruto not understand. Shun, well, knowing that I will help you, we will both work on your chains, since as you can see they are like those of Andromeda. Only knowing how they come out, maybe we can fix their use. Naruto, HAI. So he trained tirelessly for 6 months, where thanks to Shun's advice, Naruto managed to make the adamantine chains move in a similar way to the Andromeda chains, which amazed Shun with the progress he was making, and he admitted that the use of the clones was very good. So after the end of 6 months he decided that it was time to send him with Ikki to the island of the Death Queen. After saying goodbye, Naruto left with his new teacher, who was Phoenix Ikki, a grump and lone wolf character, but brave and noble if you knew him very well. Naruto spent several months training in combat with him and adapting to the strong heat of the volcano where they used as sparring. Ikki was amazed that even without his clones, Naruto could put him in trouble, but in one case, Naruto was on the verge of chickening out, which made him teach him a great lesson with his words, because despite being tough, he was quite philosophical if he set his mind to it. Ikki, Naruto, what's going on? Naruto, I don't know. Ikki, you are afraid and you are cowardly. Naruto lowered his head. Ikki, don't feel sorry for yourself. Always remember this. Never lose your courage, no matter what happens. Naruto, thanks sensei. Ikki, besides, the best knight is not the one who always wins, but the one who maintains his pride even in defeat. Naruto, thanks sensei. In that case it's time for us to continue training. Thus, 1 year passed, training in high temperatures, whereas a final test, Ikki made Naruto, thanks to his cosmos, prevent the island from erupting, which he did. Ikki, it's time for you to go to Siberia. Hyuga is waiting for you. I hope that pathetic swan isn't so cold. Naruto, sure sensei, goodbye, take care. So after saying goodbye, Naruto went to Siberia where Hyuga was waiting for him. Hyuga, you've arrived. I assumed it would take longer, but it seems Seiya did a good job. Naruto, hello. Hyuga, in that case, we don't have time to waste. You must adapt to the low temperatures. Thus began a harsh exercise routine where Naruto spent a whole year getting used to the cold of Siberia buried up to his neck. After spending that year, Hyuga began his strictest training, teaching him to be cold in battle and not let himself be clouded by his emotions and feelings. Even in his fights he managed to replicate the diamond dust and the Aurora execution which surprised Hyuga. Both trained for another year, where at 13 years old Naruto retired from Siberia towards the sanctuary, where for one more year he would train, this time with Seiya again. Seiya, Naruto. Naruto, Seiya and I. Seiya, how you've grown. Naruto was 1.70 meters tall. His scared little boy fat had been erased by the most atrocious training that not even the strongest shinobi would dare to actually do. 4. Naruto, I've changed a lot. Seiya, do you want to polish everything you've done? Naruto, you already said. Seiya and I both were polishing what the blonde had learned, and after a year Naruto was ready to receive his armor. Next to his teachers were his new armor companions, Kiki of Ares, a friend of Naruto's since he arrived, who had completed his training for the Ares armor, and an old bearded man who had previously served as a knight under the same constellation. But there was something that gave Naruto a bad feeling about the old man. Sorry, my knights, today I gathered you here in front of me again so that a new generation of beginning knights. That is why I ask you to present yourselves. Kiki, I, Kiki of Ares, swear to serve Goddess Athena. Naruto, I, Naruto de Leo, swear to serve you, Miss Athena. Ionia, I, Ionia of Capricorn, as I served you loyally in the past, swear to do so again. Sorry, my knights, it is thanks to you that the earth will be safe again. Everyone present cheered, but Naruto saw Seiya with a fake smile. Something was bothering him, because in the years that Naruto was not there, a second confrontation against Mars and his Martians took place, and this time a child returned with Saori and Seiya, Koga, future Knight of Pegasus. The child was admitted to the palestra by order of Saori, and later taken under the tutelage of Shina, Silver Amazon of Ophiuchus. Chapter 5. The Lion Returns to Konoha. Elemental Nations. After reading Minato's letter to his family and the excitement of the little Uzumaki upon learning what their brother wrote, added to the Uchiha massacre, several things had happened. Jiraiya began to travel throughout the shinobi world to look for Naruto, who did not appear anywhere in the world, so he decided to confront Minato. Jiraiya, oh Minato, how have you been? Minato, Sensei wasn't expecting you in the village. Jiraiya, oh, I just stopped by to say hi, and I also want to talk to you about something, he said playfully at first and seriously at the end. Minato, Anbu's leave us alone. Knowing what he meant, he proceeded to remain completely silent with his privacy seals. What do you have, Sensei? Jiraiya, there is some son you forgot to mention to me, right? Minato, how did you find out? Jiraiya, the day you read the letter to your children, the same day I told you the prophecy. Minato, I see. Jiraiya, I deduced that he is her boy. Minato, I knew it too. Jiraiya, and why didn't you tell me? Minato, I didn't do it because you wanted to manipulate the prophecy like you always have. Jiraiya, I've never done it. Minato, Nagato Uzumaki, the son of Kushina's sister in Maguekio, does he ring a bell? Jiraiya, oh come on, it was just that one time, he excused himself. Minato, I know, but allow me to have taken my precautions. Jiraiya, and if you did, then why did you let him go? You were supposed to be looking out for his safety. Minato, and that's what I did. I'm his father, and I knew that here as a child he would always be in trouble, even without being a Jinchuriki. Danzo wanted to kidnap him and make him a weapon, forcing him to awaken the Kongo Fusa, sign his departure for love of him. What's more, he always writes to me. He reveals to me how his training is, how hard it is, his life outside the village, where even a child sees him as an older brother, being happy, something that here, because of the hatred that the village has for him just for being Kushina's son, he couldn't have been. Jiraiya, and that's why you made him come out and be. Minato, and I don't regret it. Now I must see what he answers me about the last letter I sent. Jiraiya, what's going on? Minato, damn villagers, every time I regret saving the village from the Kyuubi. Jiraiya, Minato, what happened? Minato, the villagers say he is the reincarnation of the Kyuubi and attack him. No one knew of his current condition, except you, my family, and Naruto. Then a little fox would appear. Milikaz, hello? Minato, oh Milikaz, do you have a letter? Milikaz, yes. See Jiraiya, oh who is the old man? Minato, I present to you my sensei Jiraiya. Milikaz, okay. Paper, Dad, I received the letter and wrote as soon as I could. I want you to say that I am the Jinchuriki. I want you to protect Menma and talk to Mom about it. Try to make the villagers not see him as a demon, although we both know that won't happen. Minato, what are you asking me for? Jiraiya, Let me see, reading the letter as far as he could because Minato has a seal on the cards hiding the cosmos sacrificing himself for his brother. If your father-in-law Ashina Uzumaki saw it, he would feel great pride for him. Minato, I know the Uzumakis are very devoted to family. Jiraiya, in that case I'll leave. I'll go see my research Jojo. After Jiraiya left, Minato continued reading. Paper. Family. Mom, Dad, I'm close to changing teachers. I almost think I'll finish my training and earn my armor. I don't know which one it will be, but I'm sure I'll be strong. I'll try to be there when I can after earning my armor and visit you all even for a little while. I hope you can leave that office and come with me to Rodorio. You would live far from the war, the hatred, the paperwork. In addition to keeping the Uzumaki away from the corrupt advisors you have. I hope to see you again soon. With affection, your son Naruto Namikaze Uzumaki. Minato. And so I will, my son. After that letter, Minato activated the false Jinchuriki protocol. Although Kushina was not very sure, that made Menma admire him even more. She thought of sacrificing herself for him. This made the hatred for the Uzumaki decrease but not disappear because they repudiated him for being brother of the demon. The children of the civilians stayed away from him even in the academy, only being friends with the clan heirs and Sasuke Uchiha, who used the group as a refuge from the fangirls. Regarding the clan leaders, Minato had to tell them about Naruto, ignoring the cosmos, gaining the respect of several, including Fugaku. He would carry the hatred of the village for defending his brother. The elders and civilian counselors didn't buy that statement very well, but they were still on alert, because if the oldest of the Namikaze brats returned, their plans would soon fall apart. Regarding Mito and Menma, the latter started the Shinobi Academy wanting to train a lot and become strong to catch up with his brother. Mito entered 2 years later, always being teased for her hair color, being the same as her mother's, but blonde. On the other side of the world. After the oath of the new Knights of Athena, everyone had celebrated until they were exhausted, while Naruto played with Ryuho. While giving him some lessons on his shinobi skills, Naruto wanted to teach him how to do everything they do, but it was a matter of trying to teach him. He didn't know if he had chakra coils, so he assumed he could learn. During the celebration, Naruto and Kiki, who had become his best friend, saw some of Ionia's attitudes that were somewhat suspicious, so they never let their guard down about thinking about him. They had also met an aspiring knight, Harbinger, a boy who during his childhood had been abused while living on the streets until he was found by Ionia and taken to the sanctuary, beginning his life as an aspirant. Although he was older than Naruto and Kiki, Naruto considered him an example of improvement on how the Knights of Athena should be, because he did not know what fate would hold for them. Even the aforementioned knew Naruto's story. He always told him that those idiots wasted someone they did not deserve. Thus he met a couple of other aspirants and knights, having an arm wrestling duel with Geki of Bear, the blonde being the winner, in addition to meeting Shina's aspirant Koga, with whom he spoke quite well. After the celebration, several days passed, days in which he decided to meditate to calm his mind from everything that had been happening. Only Seiya realized that he did what he never gave importance to. He did not doubt his student. While Naruto was meditating, he connected with the memories of the armor. There he met one of his ancestors, Regulus of Leo. His ancestor praised him for being just like him in every sense of the word, brave, interested, and courageous in battles, although in everyday life, absent-minded, happy, and quite an idiot. That made them both get along quite well, so despite meditating, in his subconscious, Regulus delivered the techniques that he had managed to copy from the other knights and specters, that he had acquired in life and in the War of the Lost Canvas. The Great Horn of Ren of Taurus, Haskard or Aldebaran, use whichever you want, which he had managed to copy and understand, the explosion of galaxies with the Imperial Satan from his confrontation against Aspros of Gemini, Kajanui from his confrontation with Violet of Behemoth, as well as the Wyvern's Roar, which he copied from Rhadamanthys in his last fight, as well as other techniques that he copied throughout his life. He trained everything fiercely in his mind, even managing to have the foundations to perform the zodiacal clamation, a technique feared for its destructive power, without taking the life of its user, like the golden light, designed to reproduce the light of the sun that the armor accumulates since the age of myth. Thus he said goodbye to his predecessor, going out to the entrance of his house, where he remained quietly admiring his home. Seiya, did you finally get out of that meditation? Naruto. And I said, turning around, how long have I been? Seiya, 2 weeks. Naruto, sorry, I think I exaggerated something. Seiya, careless. It usually happens. Naruto, you say as if someone else has exaggerated. Seiya, ha ha ha, did you forget the saints of the Virgin? Naruto, me and my big mouth. Seiya, leaving that aside, what will you do? Naruto, I will return to the elemental nations. I will stay until they summon me and fight if necessary. Seiya, I knew you would say that. Naruto, and what will you do? And mockingly, don't tell me you're going to tell Miss Saori that. Seiya, Naruto somewhat uncomfortable because it was true he liked Saori and always accompanied her. I shouldn't have told you that. Naruto, ah, I knew it. Seiya, anyway, go and tell him. Naruto, okay, at least they won't add me to the palestra with the new applicants. Seiya, you are incredibly hyperactive. Naruto just said goodbye to his teacher and older brother figure and headed to Athena's chamber to request permission to leave. If his calculations were correct, he would arrive for the Genin exams and the team selection. Naruto passed the house of Libra where he saw Ryuho training with Shiryu in his yard because despite being older he would enter Palestra for the Galactic Tournament, while Shiryu returned to the Five Peaks. So he greeted both of them and continued his course until he reached Capricorn. I see you want to stop by this house, young gentleman. Naruto, Ionia, I'm heading to see Athena. I'd like to stop by your house if it's not a bother. Ionia, and why do you want to see it if it is possible to know? Naruto, I want to go on a training trip and I will request permission from Athena-sama. Ionia, I see. Naruto, in addition to reaffirming my loyalty to her, seeing it out of the corner of my eye, bothering the Capricorn saint and if possible, bringing my brother to the palestra so he can learn to be a knight. Ionia, I see. Go on your way and I won't take up any more of your time, she said kindly. Naruto left Capricorn's house, leaving the knight thinking, Ionia, he already suspects Mars-sama's move. I will talk to him and Messina's to have that armor in our possession, she thought. Athena's chamber. Naruto, Miss Saori, can you come in? Saori, that's right Naruto, come in. What can I do for you, sir? Naruto, you see Saori-san, I wanted to ask for permission. I want to return to the elemental nations, until it is time to return and fight alongside you, since you do not like to be fought for. Saori, I see. So you want to return home and show how much you've grown, and also start training your brother, right? Naruto, that's right. Saori, okay, I just want to ask you something, young gentleman. Naruto, whatever Miss Athena orders. Saori, tell Kiki to give you my request. In elemental nations a change is near and 2 young people will be of great help in the battles to come. You will realize the determination that both will show, and as help both belong to your home village. That surprised Naruto. Naruto, in that case I'll go see Kiki before leaving. I say goodbye to the one called Saori-san. Saori, go my young knight, and remember, do not use your armor unless it is necessary in those lands. Naruto waved goodbye to Athena and headed home to pack, sealing everything in storage scrolls and preparing to go see Kiki at Ares' house. House of Ares. Naruto, Kiki, are you there? Kiki, Naruto, how nice to see you. What can I do for you? Naruto, Athena gave me a mission to my place of origin. She said you had to give me something. Kiki, that's right, I've been preparing both armors. I even managed to prepare these scrolls for you with the techniques for each one. Naruto, okay. Kiki, the first one is the one you'll probably want to use on your little brother, the little lion armor. Author's note, use the form and ignore Soma. Naruto, ironic to symbolize that he is my little brother, he. Kiki, and the other one is the lynx armor. Naruto, I understand, I'll make sure to train both of you. Kiki, in that case, I wish you luck and I'll pray for your success. Naruto, I believe it, friend, sealing the armor. So Naruto set out on a journey, leaving the sanctuary after saying goodbye to his teachers and Ryuho, who shed a few tears. So Naruto promised him that upon his return he would take him on a trip to those lands and they would explore them. It took a couple of days to get to a Kido Foundation ship, so when he boarded it, he headed towards the hidden lands, the elemental nations. Around 10 days was how long the trip by ship lasted, since he decided not to use the plane to Japan and from there head towards his home. 10 days of journey to arrive at one of the ports of Nami no Kuni, where with his 5-peak suit, plus a straw hat, traditional Chinese shoes and his Pandora box on his back, he arrived and began his 3-day journey on foot to the village where he was born, to that village that had once made his mild childhood a small hell, not with the beatings, but with their contempt, their hateful looks, but with the love of his parents, his grandfather, and the gift of having met his little brother. There he stood in front of the entrance. Naruto, here again. I hope you've grown up, brothers. Chapter 6. The family reunited. Naruto had arrived at the entrance of the Konoha village after several days of traveling. Naruto, here again. I hope you have grown, brothers. Naruto began to approach the entrance as he had to register, so he approached the village's entrance table, finding 2 sleeping ninjas, and from what he saw they were Izumo and Kotetsu, 2 ninjas whom he had played pranks on in the past before leaving. Naruto, it's the QB, run for your lives. Izumo, no, please don't kill me, I have family. Kill him. Kotetsu, ya wait, what? Naruto, jajajajajaja. Izumo, what are you laughing at? It's not true. Kotetsu, Naruto, is that really you? Naruto, of course it's me. Were you expecting a pale Sannin with a taste for emo kids and a duck butt hairstyle? Izumo, ha 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 ha, that's the Naruto who played pranks on us. Look at you, so grown up. Kotetsu, when Hokage-sama said you were a Jinchuriki, we didn't believe it since you weren't there, and the villagers were looking for you to hunt you down. Naruto, I know, I sent him a letter and suggested that to my father. Izumo, so the rumor about ninjas loyal to the Hokage was true. Naruto, yes, I assumed they would make that rumor. Kotetsu, makes you a great brother. Naruto, well, I should sign since I'm going to see my father at his office. Izumo, of course, sign your entry. Kotetsu, welcome back to the Leaf, Naruto. Naruto signed and entered, so he started walking towards the Hokage Tower while being watched by the villagers. Civil 1, the demon returned. Civilian 2, I knew the Hokage didn't kill him, he just sent him away. Civil 3, father's love for him is so great that it blinds him. Civilian 4, the civilians are right, the Yondaime is unfit for office. Civilian 5, give the cloak to Danzo-sama. Naruto heard everything the villagers said. These were the people his father had almost died saving the day from the Kyuubi's attack. A bunch of hypocrites in his eyes who despised the work not only of a hero like his father, but also of a Kage. Naruto, Dad, I know you want to be like the first one and like Grandpa Hiruzen, but you don't have to be so benevolent. You should be more like Tobirama if you asked me. Loved and feared equally, he thought on his way to the tower, ignoring all the words directed towards him. Hokage's office. A meeting between the Kage and the Jounins was taking place as they were deciding who would make up the teams. Everyone was choosing their genin. At the graduation, Menma had ended up as the last dead in the class, even though he was trained by both parents, and even by an Anbu like Kakashi. Minato thought it was because of the handling of the civilian council, something he could never fix in the academy. Even his son stole the forbidden scroll by order of Mizuki, which he managed to discover. While after a council meeting, the civilians asked for his death or banishment. After defining the teams, the Jounin minus Kakashi left the office. Minato, how annoying it is to do this job. Every time I think about seeing Naruto come back and asking me to go with him. Kakashi, I know, sensei, a life away from this I could read all those Ika that I would want without completing missions. Minato, you're hopeless, Kakashi. At the entrance, Naruto had arrived at the reception. Naruto, excuse me, could I speak to the Hokage? Secretary, let me call you without paying attention to who it was. At the office, Secretary, Hokage-sama, someone is looking for him. Minato, let him in. Who could it be? Kakashi, I stay? Minato, yes please. The door opened and a blonde mane of hair with a cone-shaped straw hat was revealed. He was wearing traditional Chinese shoes along with a light-colored outfit, while on his face the sky-blue eyes and the mustache appeared, showing the face of that child that Minato had to let go for his safety. There was his son. He could see that he was no longer a child, he was a young man. Minato, Naruto, my boy, dropping his tears. Naruto, Dad crying happily. Inu and Isan. Kakashi, Naruto with his only visible eye open. Minato, my boy, my son, you're back, hugging him. Naruto only reciprocated the hug. Naruto, yes, I returned home, Dad, as I said and promised. I came to see you after several years. Kakashi, and tell me you are strong. Naruto made a gesture making Minato understand. Minato, Anbu's leave. Naruto, look and cry father with a proud smile. Minato, that's my son. Kakashi, I think you'd better write him down on Team 7. Naruto, I know you would sign me up as a genin without taking any tests, so do it. Yes, Kakashi, I will be in charge of my brother's training. Minato would do as requested while Kakashi and Naruto talked about what they would do as a team, since despite Naruto being a genin, he had the Kage level without using his cosmos. Per fools, he can dance with a biju and beat it. Minato, well, it's time, your mother will have a heart attack seeing you. Naruto, hee hee. The two left, leaving Kakashi reading his orange-covered book, ignoring the secretary's murderous aura. Father and son walked through the streets of Konoha toward the Namikaze district. Words had disappeared from the villagers' mouths. There were only looks of hatred, fury, and a desire for revenge. Minato, it's uncomfortable, right? Naruto, I just ignore them, because even if I could stay I wouldn't, and that includes taking them from here. Minato, Rodorio. Naruto, of course. Minato, let me talk to your mother first. Naruto, of course. Uzumaki Mansion. Naruto, I haven't been home in a while, smiling sadly. Minato, wait here, we'll give him a surprise. Minato would cross the door upon receiving a nod. Minato, I'm home now. Kushina would come out of the kitchen with a frying pan since she was cooking. Kushina, Minaku-and what's wrong? You never arrive so early. And Hiruzen-sama is also present. Minato, wait and see Kushi-chan, and it's good to see you, Hiruzen. Hiruzen, the pleasure is mine, Minato. Minato's joy was unusual for the redhead, so she listened to her husband. Minato, children please get down. From the top floor came down a 10-year-old blonde girl with Kushina's hairstyle, and a 12-year-old red-haired teenager with red mustache marks. Menma, Dad, what's going on? Myth, Daddy, what happens? Kushina, Minato, you are more mysterious than usual. Minato, you can come in. Kushina's eyes opened wide upon hearing those words, and when she turned around she saw him, the blonde boy that she had given birth to, had given her love for almost 5 years, and for his safety she had to let him go. No, he was no longer a boy. He was a young blonde-haired boy with mustache marks who was approaching them smiling after being reunited with his family. Kushina, and my baby, oh my baby, starting to cry. Naruto, I miss you, Mom, hugging her. Kushina couldn't hold it in any longer and cried with great happiness. Her brothers unconsciously began to cry, but not out of sadness. There he stood, her greatest idol, her older brother. Kushina, oh my baby, you're back, not wanting to let go. Minato, Kushi, I know you don't want to let go, but I think someone wants to hug him. Kushi, yes, crying. Hiruzen wanted to wait. He knew it was more important for his grandchildren to greet him. Naruto approached Menma, who did the same, so that both ended up in a strong brotherly hug, where Menma held him so tightly that he couldn't let him go. Menma, and you're back. Naruto, yes, I'm back. Little brother, I'm back. Menma, you don't know how much I missed you, hugging him again. Naruto, I know, besides I'm here. Kushina, Mito-chan, come closer. Naruto, so you're my little sister, huh? Crouching down to her height. Myth, Oni-chan hugging him finally met his brother. Hiruzen, Naruto-kun. Naruto, Grandpa hugging Hiruzen, I'm glad to see you again. Hiruzen, boy, we've missed you. Naruto, I know, Grandpa. Menma, brother. Naruto, Menma, what will you do? Will you be a shinobi? I want to see how strong you are, so I can surpass what Sasuke team says about his brother Itachi. I want to show him that mine is better. Naruto, ha ha ha. Kushina, Naruto, what is that thing you carry on your back? Naruto, oh, I'll show it to you, showing Leo's golden box. This is Leo's Pandora box. It contains the golden armor of the Leo constellation, my guardian symbol. Minato, you are a golden knight. I didn't think Seiya could make you so strong. Naruto, it's what I gained through training. I was destined to be a golden knight. Menma, and what can you do? Naruto, as a gold saint, I serve the goddess Athena, goddess of wisdom and war, defender of the earth. The goddess Athena defends the earth from those gods who wish to destroy humanity or enslave it, but to do so she has 88 saints divided into rank, bronze, silver and gold, of which I am one of the last, since there are only 12 people with this rank. Menma, incredible with stars in his eyes. Hiruzen, and what are you like? Naruto, I am known as Naruto Namikaze Uzumaki, Gold Saint of Leo, or simply Naruto of Leo, smiling proudly. Kushina, it's my Sochi. Minato, that's my son. Naruto, also Menma, do you remember that Dad read my letters? Menma, see? Naruto, would you like to be my apprentice? Become Athena's knight? The training isn't easy or simple. I'll tell you how it is, torture. Menma, If I want to be one with determination, I want to fight by your side, and Ai-san. Naruto smiled with pride. Myth, and Ai-chan, will you show us your armor on? Naruto, unless the situation requires its use, I will not use it. Athena's orders. By the way, Mom, I need you to do something with Fuinjutsu in the house. I can't always go with the armor, so I need a seal to cover it for safety. Kushina, of course, now that you're back, I think it's time to celebrate. Uzumaki's SII ramen. Naruto, I haven't eaten ramen in a long time, mouth-watering. So they all proceeded to eat ramen and listen to stories of Naruto's training. Chapter 7. Team 7. Lesser Lion and Lynx. The Namikaze along with the Sandaime were celebrating the return of the prodigal son to their lives. Menma was getting closer to Naruto, which made his parents smile. They wanted both of them to act like brothers, as if they had both grown up together. Menma, well, and Ai-san, how strong are you? Naruto, I could fight the Sage of the Six Paths himself and win with effort. Minato, the Rakudo Sennin? Incredible. Naruto, also without using jutsu I'm faster than the Reikage and your dad. Myth, hey Ai-chan, what are you going to do with Menma and I? Naruto, train. By the way, what do you know? Menma, not much, he. Naruto, do you know the Shadow Clone Jutsu? Menma, yes, obviously with him I stopped Mizuki. Naruto, how many clones can you make? Menma, I think about 50. Naruto, I'm glad to know that. Menma unconsciously sweated cold. Minato, Naruto, your room isn't open so you can use it. Naruto would nod and everyone would sleep, although Menma went with his brother because something he wanted to do since he was a child was sleep with him, lying near his brother in a sleeping bag on the floor. The next morning, after breakfast and saying goodbye to Mito, both brothers headed to the Shinobi Academy, as Naruto received some papers from Minato approving him as a genin. Upon arrival they were greeted by a chunin with a pineapple hairstyle. Iruka, Menma, you're almost there. He was speechless. There was the boy who at the age of 5 he had taken care of and trained a little in his past. It's not true. Naruto is you. Naruto, I'm back home, Iruka-sensei. They both hugged each other, laughing out of nerves. Iruka, so you're the one joining the team selection. Naruto, of course. Iruka, Menma, come in, and when I give you the signal you come in, okay? Naruto, yes. Menma would pass with a big smile while Sakura liked the bored forehead, shrill and useless that she is for supposedly not passing, but she was silenced when she saw the idiot of the leaf on Menma's forehead. So they continued talking while Iruka passed. Iruka, good morning. Everyone continued with their own thing. Iruka, good morning. No one had paid attention except Menma, which caught his attention, so Iruka decided to use his #1 patented jutsu, the Demon Head Jutsu. Iruka, demon brats, shut up for once in your life. Everyone fell silent. Iruka, well, today is the day they assign their genin teams, but before I proceed to give them their teams, a new teammate joins the team selection, being a member of the only team with 4 members. Sakura, but Iruka-sensei, we already took the exam, added to the fact that he hasn't been in the academy for 6 years like us, and that Baka surely wants to overshadow my Sasuke-kun. She squealed on the last word. Iruka, first Sakura, do not yell. Second, it is an order from the Yondaime himself, so if you have any complaints talk to him, or use your mother to abuse her power like she does in the council. Sakura fell silent and the clan heirs thanked whatever deity came to mind for silencing the walking megaphone. Iruka, fine, you can come in. A blonde boy, about 1.70 meters tall, toned without exaggeration, dressed in a white t-shirt, blue jeans, a jacket and blue fingerless gloves with gold details with a white ribbon on his head, the idiot on his right shoulder and traditional Chinese shoes. The boy's appearance made several look at Menma, who smiled as if there was no tomorrow, while a pearly-eyed girl blushed furiously when she saw the boy. Shikamaru, Menma, he's your older brother, right? Sasuke, he looks weak, he wouldn't beat Itachi. Menma, haha, whatever you say, team, my brother is very strong. Naruto, Menma. The redhead fell silent as the others looked at him. They had no doubt that he was older, but they didn't say anything. Iruka, well, it's time I gave you your equipment. Team 10, Ino Yamanaka, Chuji Akimichi and Shikamaru Nara. When he finished he heard a, what a nuisance! Sensei Asuma Sarutobi. Team 9 in operation. Team 8, Hinata Hyuga, Kiba Inuzuka and Shino Aburame, Sensei Kurinai Yuhi. Team 7, Sasuke Uchiha, Sakura Haruno, Menma Namikaze Uzumaki and Naruto Namikaze Uzumaki Sensei Kakashi Hataki. As he finished speaking, A shriek left everyone deaf. Sakura Kaya! Look, you piggy. Love can do anything. I get Sasuke Kien. The raven-haired boy had a face begging to be killed out of mercy, while Naruto shook his head at his teammate's attitude, even realizing that she was the girl his brother liked. Naruto, Sasuke, right? Sasuke, yes, what do you need? Naruto, I pity you and understand you. Where I studied I had fanatics, so I understand you, remembering a couple of Amazons crazy about him like Yuna of Aegel, and the twins Integra and Paradox. Those words surprised Menma, and knowing that the bullies would understand each other, he let them talk. After several minutes, the sensei began to arrive at the classroom while the genin were talking. Asuma, Team Inoshikacho, see you at the Akimichi restaurant. Kurinai, Team 8, see you at training camp number 8. The aforementioned retired with their sensei, while the rest stayed waiting for their sensei to arrive at the classroom. Menma wanted to play a joke on Kakashi, something that Naruto, no matter how much his Uzumaki side cried out for that joke, had to stop him, while Sasuke watched their interaction and remembered his own with Itachi, considering getting answers since they hadn't even told him who carried out the Uchiha massacre. Always ignoring the pink-haired girl who never stopped asking for a date. 40 minutes later, Kakashi was walking through the classroom door seeing his genin in front of him, while Naruto was reading The Art of War. Kakashi, sorry for the delay. I got lost on the path of life. My first impression for everyone to see is that they are boring. At that moment Menma threw an eraser at Kakashi, which the silver-haired man dodged. Kakashi, okay, I'll see you on the rooftop in 5 minutes, disappearing in a swirl of leaves. Menma, I'll see you there, leaving. Sakura, wait, what about the other baka? Looking where Naruto was and seeing that there was no one there, they left me alone. Sasuke had already left. On the roof of the building, Kakashi had already arrived to see Naruto on the roof reading the book he had a few moments ago. Kakashi, do you want to exchange data? Naruto, I don't see why not. He sees Kakashi's book in that, so you still read that crap like you did when you were a kid. Kakashi, yes, it is an interesting read. Naruto, yes, sarcastically and outrage. They talked like this for 5 minutes until the others arrived, Sakura being the last. Kakashi, well, since we're all here, why don't we introduce ourselves? Share your likes, dislikes, and dreams. Sakura, sensei could give an example of how. Naruto, according to Dad's reports, she was the kunoichi of the year? It's a joke, right? He thought with his eyes rolled back. Everyone had the same thought as the Saint of Leo. Kakashi, well, my name is Kakashi Hataki. My likes don't interest you, my dislikes even less, and my dreams were lost along the path of life. Everyone. Naruto, he only told us his name. Naruto, because I'm surprised. If I knew he would do it, he thought. Kakashi, your bubble gum is going well. Sakura, my name is Sakura Haruna with a vein on her forehead. My likes are go to Sasuke and Chilla. My dislikes are Menmabaka and Ino Pig, and my dreams are go to Sasuke and Chilla. Kakashi and Naruto, what a good fangirl, they both thought at the same time. Kakashi, you're still your emo kid. Sasuke, my name is Sasuke Uchiha. I dislike many things, I like very few things, and my goal is to know the truth about what happened to my clan. Kakashi, he's one step away from being an emo avenger. But how come they haven't told him about that yet? He thought. Naruto, I can notice that sadness. You miss Itachi, and since you don't see him you want to know if he did something to make him leave, he thought. But he realized something. Despite sounding somewhat emo avenger, he has a strong determination. Maybe it will be. Kakashi, you go, younger redhead. Menma, I am Menma Namikaze Uzumaki indeed. I like ramen. I dislike the 5 minutes you have to wait while the water boils to prepare it, and my dream is to be as strong as my brother, in addition to being Hokage. Naruto, I'm sorry to disappoint you about the last thing, Menma, because you won't be able to be Hokage, he thought. Kakashi, Naruto knows something about the last thing and Menma won't like it, he thought. Sakura, this is serious baka, don't do your stupid things here. Kakashi, you follow your older blonde. Naruto, my name is Naruto Namikaze Uzumaki. I like ramen like my little brother, peace and quiet. My dislikes are hypocrites and those who blame them for something that is out of their control. My dreams are to see my family happy and safe away from a toxic environment full of wars. Kakashi, according to what they told us, as a golden knight he is very close to death. That worries him, and Menma ignores it, he thought somewhat sadistically. Menma, what are you hiding from me, and I-san, he thought. Kakashi, well, Tomorrow morning we will meet at training camp number 7 since they are not all genins yet. Naruto realized what was coming, something that Kakashi noticed, so with Naruto's nod Kakashi continued. Sakura, how come we aren't one yet? Kakashi, well, you see, each sensei takes a test to determine if they're ready to become genin, and if they fail, they're returned to the academy. Anyway, I'll expect you tomorrow at 8 a.m. at training ground number 7, and I advise you not to eat breakfast. Disappearing. Naruto, Menma, we're going to that field. Sasuke, I'll go with you. Sakura, and what will they do? Naruto, train. Sakura, I'll see you tomorrow. I must take care of my figure leaving. Sasuke, he left relieved. Naruto, if you don't want to be killed on the first mission, you'll have to take this seriously, he said in a very serious manner. Okay, let's go to the training camp. Training camp number 7. The 3 young men had arrived at a well-equipped training camp. Naruto, okay, I'll teach you a technique called blood clones. Sasuke and Menma were a little disgusted. Sasuke, and what's that for? Naruto, the right clones can help in training. Shadow clones help improve chakra management, but without altering the physique. But blood clones help with physical work. So what do they say? Menma, so we can duplicate the training with clones. Naruto, of course. So he began to teach them the jutsu so that both could take out at least one clone. Both were failing for half an hour, managing at the end of that time to take out 2 clones each. Naruto, today we will work on our physique. Both of them broke into a cold sweat, and I will not be merciful about it. So enjoy yourselves because today we start, and I will ask Mom to put gravity seals on us. That will increase the training, added to the fact that you will have to make clones as much as you can. The 2 of them sweated profusely at those words, as there were no lies in them. Thus began a grueling routine of exercises that included striking nearby rocks with their bare hands without using chakra to increase the force of the blows. Naruto also made them carry rocks weighing at least 50 kilos on their backs so they could run with them. This kept them going for at least several hours, exhausting them, forcing Naruto to allow them to return to their homes. Chapter 8. Mission to Nami, the fight for Leo's armor. Naruto vs. Mycenae. It was 7 in the morning of the day after the presentations and the first training meeting for 2 young future saints of Athena. The night passed normally for the genin, well, not for all, because Naruto felt the disappearance of his teacher Shiryu, and for some strange reason he felt Shun's presence very weak. The concern on his face was noticeable for his parents. Minato, Naruto, what's going on? Naruto, I felt the presence of one of my teachers disappear, and I feel another of my teachers weak, as if something was absorbing him. Kushina, by any chance? Naruto, Karura's eye? Could it be? Besides that, I surely improved that Kekkei Genkai with my Cosmos? Minato, Iris uncensored de la reputissima madre. Kushina, Minato with his hair and 9 waving tails. Minato, remember me as a hero to run away. As a soul-carrying Thanatos, Minato tried to flee, but Kushina's chains caught him and he received a holy beating from his wife for saying bad words. All this was seen by Naruto and Menma, who had just arrived. Naruto, remind me never to anger Mom. Menma, noted. Breakfast time passed quickly, so at 8 a.m. Sasuke and Menma started practicing their exercises with the new training suit that Naruto had given them. The aforementioned had begun to train physically with a short routine of 15 laps around the grounds, sit-ups, push-ups, squats, with gravity seals on their bodies and using the blood clones, in addition to training combat between them, in a style that Naruto taught them. They were training since 8 in the morning, and as Kakashi did not show any signs of appearing because he was lost on the path of life, at 9 they continued training. Sakura had arrived and saw them, feeling somewhat strange because she saw them training very severely. In fact, she was going to reproach them for doing that type of routines, which would make a certain green spandex eyebrows excited. But she ignored that and was surprised to see Naruto, who was wearing an outfit like Menma without the protectors and was carrying a large rock, large in size, comparing it to Sanin Tsunade's slugs. Kakashi had arrived accompanied by Kushina and Minato, as they wanted to see their children's performance, and when they saw what Naruto was doing they were greatly surprised. Their eyes were bulging out of their sockets. Lecture. While Naruto remained in Konoha, things in Palestra were not going very well. The galactic tournament did not make the real Athena, Saurikido, appear, but a false Athena, who did not even know why they called her that, being Ryuho of Dragon, Koga of Pegasus, Yuna of Eagle and Haruto of Wolf did not believe it, so they chose to look for one of those who would undoubtedly remain faithful to Athena, Shun of Andromeda, who revealed to them about the Saint of Leo, Naruto, who would undoubtedly help them in this situation, making the Eagle Amazon sigh like a schoolgirl for her platonic love. At her side appeared Kiki of Ares, who would join to help them with their armor when they need it, in addition to warning them that the true cause of Athena's disappearance, the god Mars, has sent someone capable of confronting Naruto and stealing Leo's armor, so to prepare a little more they decided go and train in the Hidden Lands. The elemental nations, Konoha. A bad feeling filled Naruto's body. Something was approaching and his instincts told him to be alert, but he ignored them when he saw his parents and Kakashi, so due to his distraction the rock broke on him, and he fell. Kushina-san, Naruto, I'm fine, just the stone broke. Kakashi, well, since you're all here, I'll tell you that to pass the test you have to take these bells off me, showing 3 bells. Sakura, but there are only 3. Kakashi, it's because one will return to the academy. Naruto immediately realized the intention, so with Cosmos he managed to enter the minds of his companions, realizing that the reality was teamwork, being answered by Menma and Sasuke, but Sakura ignored him. Kakashi, you have until noon to take them off me. Team 7 retreated while Naruto organized them, saving Sakura, who only wanted to show off to surprise her Sasuke-kun, but it was useless because a low-ranking genjutsu stopped her. Kakashi, if he continues like this he will have no future as a kunoichi. Now where is the rest? Menma and Sasuke appeared and began to hit Kakashi, who had to put away the Ika book and get serious, managing to be tight against the genin, but someone was missing. Kakashi, where is it? Naruto, Great Horn. A crimson bull passed near him, leaving Kakashi stunned by such a technique to turn and see Naruto with his arms crossed and his eyes closed, with a smile on his face. When the Cyclops turned around, he saw with horror that the bull almost collapsed the hill behind him, leaving him stunned. Kakashi, if I got hit, I wouldn't count it. Minato and Kushina saw that Naruto never made a hand movement to do that technique and were fascinated, while Menma and Sasuke were envious of the Raven, and Little Tomato admired his brother. Menma, do you have them? Sasuke, yes, showing 3 bells. Kakashi, well, who do they give them to? Naruto, give mine to the table, offending Sakura, who after being released from the genjutsu joined in. Menma, hey, don't call a table a table. Besides, if you become the same, I will. Sasuke, if they come back, I will too. Sakura, Sasuke-kun. Kakashi, I'm just saying, pass. Well done, from today we are Team 7. Minato and Kushina, saved by the pink-haired girl, looked at the scene with smiles, but they undoubtedly wanted to return to Sakura. But due to pressure from her mother as a counselor, they would put her back on the team, and Minato did not want to put up with the civilians who increasingly disrespected him. Even without the blonde knowing it, he was losing power. Minato, have your first mission. Naruto, atrapar al gato tora? Arquiendo una Seiya suena justo. Menma pero. Naruto, you two will do it with gravity seals, that will serve as training. You should see these low-ranking missions as training. Everyone stared at Naruto for such a deduction, and it was true. They were like that for 2 weeks, 2 long weeks, attending 15 calls from Tora, several to help out, although Sasuke and Menma did it as training and with their clones. In between, Naruto taught them chakra control, since in the first mission outside the village he would teach them with the cosmos and would need them to have shadow clones. Also with the blood clones, each one already had 3, which increased the training speed. After those 2 weeks, we can see Team 7 pick up Tora for the 16th time. Menma, I got it, the cat was going to scratch it, but Naruto, try petting it. Menma complied and the cat began to purr until it fell asleep, so they decided to take it to the Hokage's office, so they could see how the cat was crushed by its owner, where Menma and Naruto told them how to prevent it from escaping, earning some extra money for the information. When the owner, who was the wife of the nation's feudal lord, left, Minato was going to give them a D-rank mission. Menma, Dad, don't give us any more missions of that rank. Sasuke, yes, Hokage-sama, give us something that will make us try harder. Naruto, Father, I agree with them. No matter how many seals you place on those low-level missions, they won't see it as training. Minato, oh, I see. In that case, let the client come in. Hiruzen, are you sure? Irika, Minato, yes. An elderly man came through the door, looking like a drunk. Note, ignore the child. Minato, This is Mr. Tazuna. Your mission is to escort him to the land of the wave. Tazuna, are these the brats who are going to escort me? At least the redhead and the blonde-haired one look serious. Although the redhead seems to be childish, the black-haired one seems strong, but his duck-butt hairstyle makes that strength invisible. And the pink-haired one just looks like a glass doll. Before Sasuke attacked, Naruto used his cosmos to stop him. He only had to threaten to leave him without training for a month. Kakashi, well, I think we'll see him at the exit in 1 hour. Already at the entrance, Naruto, Menma and Sasuke were prepared with Tazuna, who asked the blonde his name, because a few days ago a group of young people had appeared and helped. But due to the number, he had to look for support in Konoha. Naruto, upon hearing the detailed descriptions of Tazuna, who under the alcohol said more, and as drunks do not lie. They decided to continue with the mission, hiding the things of Kakashi and Sakura who were arriving. On the way everything was calm until they saw 2 puddles of water. Naruto made a hand gesture to Menma and Sasuke to act. When they were passing through the puddles they disappeared, and 2 ninjas with the Kiri gang were seen, who fell knocked out very easily to the astonishment of Sakura, who began to praise Sasuke, annoying the Namikaze Uzumaki. Kakashi did not have time to react to do a Kagurimi, but the speed of his 3 genin was greater than that of the renegade's attack. Kakashi, Tazuna-san, could you tell me why those ninjas wanted to kill him? Tazuna nervously replied that he didn't know what he was talking about, to which after that he sighed and said that his village was being whipped by a tyrant called Cat, and that because of that he didn't have the resources to pay for a higher-ranking mission, so he knelt down and asked them to continue with the mission, and that when they arrived he would give them the money they needed. Kakashi was about to refuse, but then Naruto spoke. Naruto, we must continue with the mission. Sasuke, I'm going. Besides, we can train here comfortably. Menma, I'm with the topic. Tazuna thanked him tearfully, and Kakashi sighed and accepted resignedly. After a couple of hours they were walking along a wooded path when suddenly, Kakashi down. A sword passed centimeters from Naruto's face, slamming into a tree. Kakashi, there is only one person who owns that sword, Zabuza Momochi, a rank Kirigakyu ninja in the bingo book, known as the demon hidden in the mist. Zabuza, Sharingan. Kakashi, you flatter me by meeting me, it's an honor. Kakashi, Naruto, I know you can easily defeat him, but remember to try to stay hidden, take the builder and go uncovering his Sharingan. Naruto, Menma, Sasuke with me. Sakura, you will go with Kakashi-sensei to help. Sakura, who appointed you leader? Kakashi, I did it, now obey, he ordered with a dead voice. Sakura, SSI-sensei. Kakashi was going to throw himself against Zabuza, who took his sword and was going to make his hand positions of his mist jutsu. But, rising dragon, a large green dragon came out towards Zabuza, which made him fly away. Naruto, that voice smiling. Ryuho, Menma, is that the boy who calls you brother? Naruto, yes. The dragon faded away and showed a boy Menma's age wearing an outfit that Naruto and Tazuna recognized. Is Tazuna-san okay? Tazuna, yes, I feel fine. Naruto, I'm glad to see Ryuho. Ryuho, and then Naruto Nikin with eyes open. Naruto, is there any other blonde guy with mustache marks that you call him that and knows you? Smiling, Ryuho hugged Naruto, while Kakashi was still on guard. Naruto, relax, Kakashi is the boy I was telling you about in a letter. Ryuho, he is? Pointing at Menma. Naruto, yes. Ryuho, hello, it's an honor to meet you. Bowing, your brother told us about you through the letters he received. Menma, yes, of course, answering. Naruto, Ryuho, take them away. Unsheathing his katana, I'll take care of Zabuza. Zabuza, so you know Kenjutsu? Naruto nods, let's see what you know. They both threw themselves at each other with swords in hand while Ryuho took everyone to Tazuna's house. Zabuza, not bad boy. Naruto, for a renowned swordsman, I feel flattered. Zabuza, your skill is amazing, your Uzumaki fencing style is obvious. Are you something of a bloody habanero? Naruto, she is my mother, but unfortunately she has not been able to train me due to various circumstances in the village, but I learned only through combat katos. Zabuza, that's very admirable, not everyone learns that on their own. Both would clash swords again as Naruto began to use a faster form of fencing. Naruto, Uzumaki sword style, waltz, giving a 360-degree cut and splitting the Kubikura Bocho. Zabuza, not bad. Naruto, do you want to continue? Zabuza, of course. 3 Zenman needles were stuck into his neck, giving him apparent death, while an Anbu appeared. Anbu, I'll take it. Naruto, I know you're with him. The Anbu would tense, so I want you to take care of him until our next confrontation. Anbu? Why do you ask? Naruto, honor of swordsman. The Anbu understood the message and left, so Naruto continued on his way until he reached Tazuna's house using his sensing ability. Ryuho, where will it be? 1. What are you talking about? Are you sure it was him? 2. I'm not sure. 3. Ryuho. The shinobi except Menma and Sasuke did not know what they were referring to. Naruto, I'm glad to see you again. Yuna and Koga, this is Haruto, right? The aforementioned nods. Naruto. Namikaze Uzumaki, Golden Knight of Leo. Koga, Naruto? Yuna, Naruto-kun with little hearts in his eyes. Haruto, is he Naruto? Nervous, his cosmos is very high. Sakura, why did you show up like that, sensei? Koga, he is a prodigy among all the knights of Athena. Something like this has only been seen since his predecessor Regulus of Leo. Naruto, please Koga, I've known you since you were a child and aspiring to be a knight with the Amazon of Ophiuchus. Don't treat me with honorifics. So here you were, no Leo, Mars-sama wants and demands your submission. Naruto, you finally appear. Mycenae, no armor. Mycenae, I thought that someone, given how your teacher defined you when he disappeared, would be someone to be feared, not a simple child. Naruto, and this is said by someone who wants to protect the house that I protect only in the name of someone outside the sanctuary? Mycenae, will you serve Mars-sama? Naruto, once dead traitor. Mycenae, I tried the easy way, I want Leo's armor now. Naruto, I won't give it to you even if I'm dead. Getting into a combat stance with the spectators, a child had joined them. Ryuho, Inari the blonde is the one I told you about. Inari, I see, I hope you are as you described. Kakashi, for the first time he will have to use his power. Seriously nervous. Menma, and Isen, you can beat him. I support my brother. Sasuke, sensei, you can do it. Koga, you are. Both would nod. Haruto, what are his workouts like? Ryuho, does he make them use clones? Menma, of blood and shadow, but more the former. Ryuho, I remember the time he taught it to me. Although I couldn't use chakra with his summoning, he helped me and I can use it. Sasuke, it seems we learned a little from the same guy. In the fight. Mycenae, emblem of the king. Naruto, pathetic dodging. Mycenae, I knew you would. Both began to emanate golden cosmos, surprising those present. With the spectators. Kakashi, those eyes, they are like felines. They don't see it but they look like a new Jujutsu, he thought. Ryuho, it looks like you realized. Kakashi, about his eyes. Menma, now that I see what's happening. Sakura, he's a. Ryuho, Naruto's eyes are able to read the cosmos signature, the energy of the Knights of Athena, which is difficult for a normal knight. Naruto can see the flow of energy, and replicate the techniques he sees. Sasuke, it's like a Sharingan, he thought. Menma, and Isen is amazing. In the fight, Mycenae and Naruto began a fairly quick exchange of blows in front of the shinobi, which ended with a mutual blow between them. Mycenae, not bad, you're not a golden knight for nothing despite your age. Naruto, thank you. Mycenae, but there can only be one king, there can only be one knight of Leo. Naruto, I agree, lightning plasma throwing several punches. Mycenae, what? The rays that Naruto launched with his attack began to hit him multiple times, leaving your opponent on the ground. Mycenae, you're not weak at all. Boy, he said weakly, but I don't plan on giving up on this roar of the king. Naruto, thanks for the technique withstanding the technique. Mycenae, I had heard of your ability, surprised I didn't expect it to be real. In Konoha, Kushina was cooking while Minato played with Mito when a golden glow from her house made them head to Naruto's room while the Pandora box shone. So Minato knew that the armor felt something. They knew from what they talked to Naruto that the armor was alive. So the Hokage opened a window, and the armor shot out, causing a golden glow that amazed Konoha. In the land of waves, Naruto, it's time to end this fight. When two golden knights clash their forces, their power is such that it will cause a 1,000-day war, since the cosmos will be equal. Mycenae, I will prevail, emblem of the king. Naruto, voltage flash. Naruto went through Mycenae's technique by landing his blow on the aforementioned's body at chest level. So the cosmos-charged blow caused the imposter Leo's heart to burst from the force of the impact, causing Mycenae to fall dead. Naruto, the saint of Leo is me. I swore before Athena that I would defend the earth, and I will never swear before Mars. What a pity, I thought you would be smart. Naruto said, a new figure that made the bronze saints tense. Naruto, Ionia. Chapter 9, Leo vs. Capricorn. Nami's mission training. Previously. That's a shame. I thought you'd be smart, Naruto. Naruto, Ionia. At the moment, Naruto. So you finally show your face, you damn traitor. Ionia, I would never betray Athena if it wasn't necessary. Naruto, if it weren't necessary? By Kami, Ionia, you are the Knight of Capricorn, the most loyal knight to Athena. You are nothing but a disgrace to that armor. Ionia, don't compare me to a traitorous brat. Naruto, I'm not afraid of you and you know it. Besides, I warned you at your house a long time ago, with others. Koga, I didn't think those two knew each other. Haruto, Leo versus Capricorn, I don't know who is stronger. Ryuho, even though Ionia is strong, Naruto is much more powerful than he appears. Yuna, what do you mean? The shinobi had that curiosity. Ryuho, if it weren't for his inexperience and age, Naruto has the potential to be the most powerful knight of his generation. So he would currently be rank 3 or 4 of the most powerful. In the fight, Ionia, be reasonable, Naruto. I don't want to kill you. Naruto, knowing that you have served Athena, you more than anyone, why do you betray her? Centuries of serving her lead you to this. Answer, he inquired, annoyed. Ionia, to free her from the pain she suffers while protecting humanity. Naruto, does she suffer? I won't deny that she does. But it's out of love for humanity that she defends us. Even with every night that dies, she suffers. Ionia, please boy, you more than anyone should understand. Naruto, understand what? That your obsession and broken will reach the point where the wife of the container of Mars came and sweetened your ears to free Athena from her burden and let the cosmos that maintains this planet go to Mars through the 12 houses? You don't have to be a genius. Ionia, you wouldn't understand. Naruto, understand what? You faithfully followed Athena for years, you even put too much pressure on your students before Palestra to ensure their loyalty, even to the point of killing them. Not even El Cid of Capricorn reached such a point through the intervention of Sisyphus of Sagittarius. Ionia, in that case, forgive me, little friend, preparing her arm with a book, but not in the direction of Naruto, but of Menma, language of domination. Naruto wasted no time. While the bronze saints and shinobi remained static, the blonde exchanged places with Kawarimi with Menma, receiving the impact of the technique himself. Naruto, bastard, standing up with difficulty, coward, and low on honor, attacking someone without armor. Ionia, anything for Mars-sama, preparing a coup. Naruto, without thinking for a second, threw himself at him, while Ionia gave hers, colliding both blows with her cosmos. Ionia, despite not having armor, you know how to fight with someone who does. Naruto, and this is said by someone who doesn't even deserve to be worthy of carrying it. Ionia, language of domination. Naruto, King's emblem. A powerful explosion and collision of cosmos occurred, causing both to barely stand due to the expenditure they made in both attacks. With the spectators, Menma, was that it? Sasuke, the dead subject technique surprised. Kakashi, there is no doubt it is a much more improved Sharingan without the weakness of the Mangekyo Sharingan of blindness, he thought, surprised. Koga, something's wrong. Ryuho, Naruto's armor should be in this fight. In the fight. Ionia, I knew you were strong. Boy, standing with difficulty. Naruto, not bad for an elder. Ionia, if you had been my apprentice, I would have taught you respect. Naruto, not even Seiya did it. Do you think you would have achieved it? Ionia, you would have made a great Excalibur knight. Naruto, plasma lightning. Both attacks collided again, causing a great impact, but Naruto counterattacked without leaving time to respond. Naruto, power capsule, using a finger against Ionia. The Capricorn Knight was sent flying by the impact of the technique, leaving him quite injured, while Naruto, due to the exhaustion of cosmos, could barely stay on his feet. Ionia, damn dwarf, looking at Menma, if I don't kill you, your little brother Excalibur will die. Kakashi, Menma. Sasuke, Dobe. Sakura, Menma Baka. Ryuho, Menma-san. The others, boy. A golden blur passed in front of everyone, getting in the way of the attack and taking the full impact, revealing Naruto, wounded, in serious condition, and standing, while a trickle of blood runs down his forehead. Ionia, knowing that you will die, I will withdraw. Those wounds will not make you leave this, boy. See you later. Ionia retreated, while Naruto fell unconscious from overexertion, while Kakashi performed basic medical ninjutsu and Sakura did nothing, as he was not her Sasuke-kun. Inari, it can't be him. Ryuho, no, he won't die. Koga, Ryuho, I think, where did that light come from? In the heavens, a golden light began to manifest as it descended to the place. Kakashi, what is that? Ryuho, there is no doubt it is Leo's armor. Menma, is that your armor? Koga, it seems so. Ryuho, yes, that's it. Menma, great. Haruto, but why did he appear just now? The armor began to disassemble and assemble itself, forming a person. Ryuho, it can't be. Koga, who is he? Kakashi, what's going on? The lack of knowledge among the saints of Athena is quite surprising and annoying. 1. Ryuho, is Iolia of Leo. Koga Ioria? Haruto, he is a knight of the past generation. Menma, what's going on? Sasuke, what's wrong? Ryuho, is it possible? How come you're here? Ioria, so you are Shirya's successor, right? Ryuho, yes, he is my father and teacher, but how come you are here? You died at the Wailing Wall. Ioria, and that's how it is, I'm dead. Kakashi, and how did he come back? And thinking, it's not Edo Tensei. How did he come back? Ioria, the cosmos of the armor keeps a bit of our souls to manifest to us if our successors need help or guidance, and it seems that the one who succeeded me in the armor needs it, emanating a golden aura with his hand over Naruto, which began to heal him. Sakura, but how does he do that? Menma and Isan. Sasuke sensei. Ioria, it's done. Noticing that Naruto was waking up. Naruto, what's going on? He notices Ioria, are you my ancestor? Ioria, that's right Naruto, it's one of the few times I can intervene with you. It's time for you to get up and keep fighting. Naruto, of course. Ioria, remember this Naruto, even if we don't have wings like the Sagittarius Knight, but our legs that step firmly on the ground, and as we can't fly, we will fight as many times as necessary. No matter how much you have fallen, get up and fight. After that sentence, Ioria vanished, leaving Leo's armor in its previous form, surprising the shinobi. Naruto, let's go Leo. The armor disassembled from the lion totem, and began to dress Naruto, first the legs then the body, the shoulder pads and the helmet, while emanating a golden aura, leaving all the shinobi surprised, while Sasuke and Menma undoubtedly wanted to earn a cool armor with Naruto's tutelage. Kakashi, he put on his armor, that means, Koga, that Naruto is the legitimate user of it. Naruto, Bronze Saints, prepare yourselves, a new battle for the 12 houses will soon begin. The Bronze Saints, HAI. Naruto, Sasuke, Menma as apprentices will double their training. They will make as many clones as they can. The same for you Ryuho. I will double the training. After that, without complaint, they retired to Tazuna's house, where they were received by the old man's daughter, Tsunami, where Inari introduced them and thanked them for helping, even though he didn't believe in heroes, which made Naruto not get upset, because Ryuho told him on the way about the conversation she had with him, making that hopeless child facet go away. After dinner, Naruto proceeded to train in the use of Cosmos, falling asleep in the lotus pose, being awakened by Kakashi the next morning, while the aspiring Bronze Saints and Knights awaited instructions. Naruto, Menma, Sasuke and Ryuho make shadow and blood clones. The others will do the training they did with their teachers, with greater difficulty. In the physical case, we will add more weight with gravity seals, beginning their physical routine. Everyone proceeded to go to their places while Naruto summoned a fox to help with its natural chakra, the awakening of Koga, Haruto and Yuna's coils. While they trained physically, Naruto, Menma and Sasuke, a shadow clone and a blood clone, seeing 5 blood clones of each, and at least 7 shadow clones of the 2 with Kakashi, the rest with me along with the original. The aforementioned did as requested. Naruto, Ryuho, send a blood clone with Kakashi. Ryuho HAI. So Naruto proceeded to explain the cosmos to Sasuke and Menma, leaving them both amazed, while the others trained on their own, in addition to Kakashi teaching them how to climb trees and walk on water. For 3 days with clones, Naruto trained both aspirants in the use of the cosmos, making them destroy a rock with their bare hands, while Inari did the same thing. He saw and trained physically with Ryuho, and the latter helped the younger to train in the traditional way. Menma, here I go hitting the rock and feeling pain. OW. I hurt myself. Sasuke, get out of the way Dobe, you'll see how I do it hitting the rock. OW. What a hit, that really hurt. The clones repeated each action, under the gaze of Kakashi, who stopped reading his Ika to pay attention to Naruto's training, and delight in those small failures of Menma and Sasuke. The Bronze Saints saw this and laughed quietly, because they remembered those teachings, while Naruto was away because he was assigned to protect the builder, while he saw what had happened upon his return. Naruto, You guys are so pathetic. Menma, how are you and I-san? You're back from taking care of Tazuna. Naruto, I switched positions with Sakura for this, but tell me, counting each clone they've made, can it be said that they've gone months without breaking those rocks? Sasuke, hey, of course I can break that rock. Naruto, of course if you do it with chakra, and I told them to do it with their bare hands. Menma, and then how do you want us to do it? Naruto, that happens because they don't understand the basic principle of destruction. Sasuke, Menma, Kakashi, basic principle? Naruto, exactly. First they need to learn that in this world everything is made up of atoms. To be specific, the entire universe is created by atoms produced by the Big Bang explosion. Our power comes from the universe, which resides in ourselves, forming a galaxy in his hand with his cosmos. Thus we gather our cosmos and make it burn. In other words, we explode those atoms. All they have to do is focus their spirit on the power of destruction using a finger on a rock and destroy it. Menma and Sasuke, that was amazing. Inari, that was great. Naruto, well, it's time for you to move on. The aforementioned except Inari, who continued practicing hand-to-hand with Ryuho, while Koga, Yuna and Haruto approached. Koga, do you think they'll make it? Haruto, I think so. Naruto, trust your will. Menma, focus my spirit, concentrating while emanating an orange aura from his body and hitting the rock. HHH. Menma's rock was destroyed while Naruto felt his little brother's burning cosmos. Luck, focus on the destruction, concentrated while a violet aura manifested. HHHH, hitting the rock and destroying it. Koga, they did it well. At that, they both fall panting. Both, we did it panting. Chapter 10. The end of a mission. Menma and Sasuke were panting from using their Cosmo for the first time. Koga, to use it for the first time it was quite high. Yuna, I think they touched the level of a Silver Knight Cosmos to emanate a Bronze Knight Cosmos. Naruto, you're right, smiling. Kakashi, what was that pressure? With his one eye he was right on target. Ryuho, hey, am I doing it right? Naruto and Kakashi turned around with the others and saw Ryuho standing upside down without using his hands and standing normally. Kakashi, sure. Naruto just gave a thumbs up. Haruto, and I was a ninja before, I had never done that. Inari, hey, arriving with the presents, my grandfather has arrived and my mother already has the food. Naruto, sure, and then I'll talk about your training. Inari, great. Everyone left the area, while Naruto carried Menma on his back and Kakashi carried Sasuke like a sack of potatoes, while he had a poker face. At Tazuna's house, everyone was eating quietly while Ryuho and Naruto talked about what they experienced and what they did not see, while Inari approached them. Ryuho, what can we do for you, Inari? Inari, hey, do you remember when they arrived? Ryuho, if you said that heroes didn't exist and you were plunged into despair and darkness because of your father's death at the hands of Gojo. Naruto, so that bastard does a lot of harm. Inari, yes. Naruto, well, it's time to talk about training. So Ryuho and Naruto told him about their training for little Inari, who wanted to be a knight, so they both decided to start him as an apprentice. He would start under Ryuho's tutelage, and Naruto would complete the training. With that point clarified, everyone went to their rooms, the Bronze Saints to Inari's room, and Team 7 to the guest room. The next morning, it was 7 in the morning and Naruto had already set Sasuke and Menma to train, who along with shadow clones, blood clones to train in the use of the cosmos, so that the apprentices could use it in the battles to come. Kakashi had gotten up along with Sakura and the other knights as they watched Naruto and the others in full training. Sakura's jaw dropped at the routine they were doing. It reminded Kakashi of Guy's routines, but in his eyes, this was a real exaggeration. For the knights, this was almost nothing, so they got ready to train. Naruto, summoning jutsu. A cloud of dust appeared and revealed 2 foxes, one with 8 silver tails and the other with 6 red and white tails. Naruto, Masao and Kunu, I'm glad to see you. Kunu, Naruchan, hello, climbing on her shoulder to everyone's amazement. Haruto, how come the fox talks? Ryuho, oh, they are summoned. She traces hand seals summoning jutsu. A 5-tailed fox would appear. Ryuho, what's going on? Ryuho, glad to see you. Kira, I summoned you to see what happens. Masao, Naruto-sama, what can we do? Naruto, I thought Milika's was available. Koga, it's amazing. Yuna, how cute, trying to grab one. Masao, Milika's was busy so we came for him. Naruto, okay, handing a scroll, take this to Konoha and Kunu, I want you to use your power on them, pointing to Yuna. Haruto and Koga. Masao disappeared in a ball of smoke with the scroll. Kunu, okay. I'll use the necessary senjutsu to activate their chakra coils, starting to channel natural energy, changing her silver fur to a golden one as she approached each knight, while an aura surrounded them. Koga, what's going on? Haruto, what's going on? Ryuho, they are activating their chakra coils. That way their body can begin to develop it on its own. Although chakra is inferior to the cosmos, it is an aid in battle. Although if it runs out we will die without remedy. Yuna, wow. Koga, this is very tiring. Haruto, same. Ryuho, how strange I didn't react like that. Kunu, that happens because you were a child, which makes it easier to activate the chakra network as well as its coils. Naruchan, I'm done. Naruto, thank you, you can leave and you can rest. Kunu disappeared in smoke and Ryuho got into a training pose with Kira, who began to throw fire-type jutsus at him, the natural element of foxes, which the young dragon began to dodge and counterattack. Kira launched a large fire dragon and Ryuho a water dragon, causing both to collide. Kira, well done Ryuho-chan. Ryuho, thank you. Naruto, I didn't think you were related to Suetun. Ryuho, Suetun and Futon. Kakashi, if you work it well you can develop an affinity like that of the Hayatan, ice, element, since it is a sub-element. Ryuho, sure, thank you very much. Koga, I wonder what elements I will have. Haruto, me too. Yuna, me too. Naruto, like I told Ryuho the first time I did this, rest so your body can adjust to the changes. The ability to use chakra can help you, as can killing them if you don't control it well. You'll need that as a backup for the next battle for the 12 houses. Menma, will you fight? Naruto, only the bronze will fight. It is necessary that you awaken the 7th sense because it is necessary for future fights. Koga, the 7th sense? But why won't you fight? Ryuho, if he fights it would be useless since it would be one golden knight against several. Yuna, bringing out Master Kiki from Ares. Naruto, be that as it may, it is necessary to wake him up, especially your Pegasus. And about whether I will fight or not, Ionia has a pending matter with me. Koga, so, Naruto, Kuga, I know you'll say that a knight of Athena is not guided by revenge, but Ionia will be my opponent. His experience makes him dangerous, and if he sees me smiling with some arrogance he will surely be upset and scared since he believes that I was killed by him. Ryuho, I forgot that you tend to be somewhat proud. Sasuke, and the Uchiha was me. Menma, it sounds like my brother is more Uchiha than them with that level of pride. Naruto, do you see me with my hair styled like an emo? Sasuke, how? Raising an eyebrow. Naruto, forget it. After that conversation, they decided to put the subject aside and continue training. 2 days later, Kakashi at Naruto's request began to teach chakra control to Haruto, Koga and Yuna, through methods such as sticking leaves on their foreheads and body parts, walking on water and on trees, whereupon seeing such things, the Bronze Saints decided to perform the exercises. Koga tried with Haruto and Yuna but they always fell or performed the exercises incorrectly. Kakashi, I see that getting used to the cosmos made you more stubborn to use chakra. Haruto, could you tell me what it would be used for? Kakashi, chakra shaping involves extracting both types of energy from every cell in the body and the consciousness of the mind, then blending them within the individual. The amount of each energy differs depending on the type of technique the ninja wishes to execute. In other words, a ninja could create too much or too little chakra depending on the particular technique, resulting in the chakra being used inefficiently or not at all. Furthermore, even if a ninja is able to shape the correct amount of chakra, if they cannot manipulate the chakra properly, the desired technique will not be as effective or will not be executed at all. The waste of energy also creates weaknesses, such as premature exhaustion, which could hinder the ninja's ability to fight in long-term battles. Ryuho, it's the same explanation they gave me. With Naruto, the blonde was having a fight with Sasuke and Menma, who were using what they had learned from their cosmos, since thanks to the clones the training, despite being a few days, turned out to be several years due to the amount that Naruto demanded of them. Author's note, only the Tenma, Naruto, versus Tenio, Sasuke, and Saro, Menma, confrontation. Sasuke threw punches at Naruto, who dodged the blows masterfully until hitting him with his elbow in the ribs, making him retreat, while Menma proceeded to hit him until he was taken by Naruto. Menma, Naruto, you still have a long way to go. Naruto threw Menma, who hit a nearby tree, knocking it down because he hit it with his head. Sasuke, huh? Menma, rubbing his head as a tear came out of his eye. Kakashi, I don't remember seeing your brother teach you how to fight like that appearing between the trees. Naruto, what do I owe the interference to? Kakashi, have a fight against me. Both would engage in hand-to-hand combat while the rest arrived and witnessed the fight, where by a stroke of luck from Kakashi, he managed to hit Naruto, sending him flying. Naruto, there wasn't even a scratch, wiping some saliva from his mouth. Ryuho, I knew it, something's distracting you. Koga, your desire to make Ionia pay makes you predictable. Haruto, well, I guess he'll realize. Naruto's eyes widened as it was true, he had been distracted and thinking about revenge. Everyone was going to continue talking until they heard a noise, where when heading to the area, they saw how Tazuna's workers left while the aforementioned worked under Sakura's gaze and a fog appeared. Naruto, Bronze Saints, prepare yourselves. Koga, Ryuho, Haruto, Yuna, Hai. Naruto, leave the armor aside and fight. If you must use weapons, use them. Ryuho, but, Naruto, this part of the world is unaware of the cosmos. If they see us using it, they will surely spread the rumor, and in Yuna's case, they will use her as an incubator, and in ours as walking sperm machines. That is why I even suggest you use weapons if you can. I will answer to Athena for disobeying her order not to use weapons, and if I have to hand over my armor I will do so without hesitation. Ryuho, I've seen how you use the sword and trained with you. I know how to use the sword a little. Naruto, here, handing over a sword. I was going to give it to you before leaving, but I left before. Ryuho, she's pretty. Naruto, use it well, young dragon. Koga and Haruto received kunais and shurikens, both wanting to learn jutsus at the moment, and Yuna received some senbon needles to bury in vital and non-vital areas. The mist thickened as Naruto traced hand seals under everyone's gaze. Naruto, Futon, Daitapa no Jutsu. The fog cleared, leaving the knights with their mouths open at the display of power. Koga, didn't you say not to use Cosmos? Ryuho, that wasn't Cosmos, Koga, that was a jutsu performed with chakra. Zabuza, if there's something I hate entering the scene, it's wind users. But you're one of the swordsmen that makes my spirit want to face you taking out the Kubikura Bocho. Naruto, it's good to know we can fight, just have your helper leave and not intervene. Zabuza, Haku out. Behind Zabuza a masked man appeared. Kakashi, what do you want? Naruto, the fight between swordsmen cannot be interrupted. It strikes at our pride and above all our honor, and last time he intervened, that's why I can't allow them to intervene. Zabuza, well said. Ryuho, I never saw Naruto so serious. Both of them got into an attacking position, so that in the blink of an eye they were both exchanging thrusts and cutting and blocking each other with their rapid fencing. Koga, I didn't know Naruto was a good swordsman. Yuna had little hearts in her eyes. Haruto, what's wrong with her? Ryuho, I only know that when I went to Palestra, Yuna, and the twins of which one is the current Gemini Amazon, were fangirls of him. Koga, Yuna a fangirl, ha 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 ha. Menma, and Isen, you are the best. Sasuke, Itachi and Isen is better jealous. Sakura, but how can they fight like that? Kakashi, they do it for the honor of Sakura swordsmen. In the fight, the sword versus sword dance maintained its rapid rhythmic exchange, causing more astonishment in the spectators. Even Gato arrived on scene with 300 thugs who, before the fight, the mercenaries themselves covered his mouth because of the fight for honor of swordsmen that was taking place. Naruto would take distance, where Zabuza sent the Kubikura Bocho towards him, causing him to receive a slash on his cheek, while Naruto grabs his arm and nails it to the ground, to give a cut that Zabuza barely dodges. Naruto in a quick movement gave a slash that made a wound in Zabuza's torso, causing him to fall, while Naruto aims at him, but applause sounded in the place. Cat, wonderful, exciting, dazzling. Who would have thought that the famous Zabuza Momochi would let himself be carried away by his emotions when fighting, and out of pride and honor? To be defeated by a child is disappointing. Too bad. Anyway, I wasn't going to pay you. At that moment the thugs surrounded the group, while Ryuho drew her katana and Haruto his kunais. But in a quick movement Zabuza saw how a thug stuck a sword into his companion, a boy no more than 13 years old, of feminine appearance, something that the women found cute, and Koga slightly doubted his sexuality, while he fell dead. The renegade Kirinin, blinded by his fury, seeing who he considered a son, threw himself at the thugs, starting a massacre where he finished off at least 100 thugs, to finally fall next to Haku with 4 swords in his body, dying at his side. Cat, what are you waiting for? Kill them all. He ordered the remaining 200 thugs of the 300 he brought. Naruto, stay behind. Tracing hand seals Katan, Karyu Enden no Jutsu. 5 fire dragons shot out at the thugs, finishing off several in a single movement from the blonde, leaving everyone surprised, because although he didn't kill them, he left several close to being killed. Menma, seeing this, took the opportunity to throw shurikens and kunais towards the rest while tracing hand seals. Menma, Shadow Clone Jutsu. The number of thrown weapons multiplied as several were stuck into thugs and disappeared. Others did not, leaving a total of 10 thugs alive in just 2 attacks, who fled in fear. Koga, old man, I hope to do that. Haruto, I knew he had good aim, but to do that. Ryuho, it came out better than mine. After that, the inhabitants of the wave approached to see what was happening while the shinobis approached Gato, who begged for his life, something that Naruto cut off his head with a single movement of his sword, astonishing the Bronze Saints with the coldness with which he killed. Ryuho, Naruto, we'll talk later. After that they went to Tsuna's house, where they were able to talk and understand why he did it, as well as making the Bronze Saints understand that they would go to Konoha, where they would have to remain suppressed and hidden as far as Cosmos is concerned, except for Ryuho, who wanted to be part of Team 7 with Koga. 1 week after what happened, Team 7 left Nami, crossing the bridge that was called the Great Bridge of Hope, while Inari cried a little as he said goodbye to Menma and Naruto, where only the little tomato teared up a little. Chapter 11. Return to Konoha. The armor. Kiri requests help. Nami no Kuni. Inari, do they really have to go? Tearing. Naruto, yes, but don't worry, in a few days you will go to Konoha and start training with me. Ruffling his hair. Menma, goodbye Inari. Ryuho, take care of yourself. If Inari, goodbye Anai-sans. Team 7 departed from Nami to the cheers of all the inhabitants, especially the children. On the way, the shinobi along with Ryuho were jumping from tree to tree while the other knights followed them from the ground running. Koga, they're going too fast. Haruto, I'm surprised Ryuho knows how to move like that. Yuna, Naruto-kun looks great jumping like that with little hearts in his eyes. Naruto, we better wait for them. Kakashi, Menma, yes, let's wait for them. Kakashi, okay. Sasuke, by the way Ryuho, how do you move like that? Ryuho, well, Naruto and I taught me a little, and I also practiced it secretly to improve it. The group reunited and continued their journey to Konoha for 2 days on foot, while talking and telling anecdotes about palestra or training. During that time, Naruto arranged with Kakashi for the training of Menma and Sasuke, as long as they could both earn their armor, something the silver-haired man agreed to in exchange for Naruto giving him editions of Ika Ika that he hadn't yet read. Konoha. 2 days later, the group was arriving at the gates of one of the most important villages of the elemental continent, Konoha. Naruto, well, those doors symbolize the entrance to the Leaf Village, so welcome to Konoha. Koga, this is it. Naruto, yes, Koga is my home village. Haruto, you come from these lands, surprise you are the first knight to emerge here. Naruto, yes, it's true. Yuna, Ryuho, why aren't you surprised? Ryuho, well, I already knew, he responded sadly. I grew up with him for quite a while, so that's one of the reasons why I know. Kakashi, well, I think it's time we go inside. Everyone would begin to enter the village, but something caught their attention. 2 shinobi who were in charge of taking care of the village, or so it was supposed to be, were there in their approximately 5th dream. Ryuho, hey, Naruto whispered. Naruto, what? Ryuho, I know you told me, but with them, how come they don't invade them? She whispered. Naruto, believe me when I tell you that even I don't know. Koga, I think you would agree with Ionia about them. Naruto, I'll grant you that, with a slight twitch in his eye. Kakashi, sign and come in. Let's leave the sleepyheads to their beauty sleep. Everyone would sign, but not before Naruto and Menma let their Uzumaki instincts flow and play a joke by painting the faces of the sleeping Izumo and Kotetsu, while the others watched them with a drop of sweat, and Ryuho was held back by Koga since he wanted to participate in the joke. After the joke, without waking up the guards, they went to the Hokage Tower, while the villagers whispered very ugly things that made the knights get a little angry. The demons returned. Hokage-sama is not trustworthy if he lets them live in our village, were those the whispers that were heard. Hokage Tower. Minato and Hiruzen can be seen signing papers while their daughter Mito plays on the office floor with her dolls since Kushina decided to go with Mikoto to see about women's affairs. Minato, damn paperwork, why did I accept the position? Hiruzen, come on, It's nothing, answered the old monkey with his kind tone of voice. They could go on about paperwork, but Team 7 and their companions seemed to have arrived. Kakashi, Hokage-sama, we have returned and successfully completed the mission. Minato, I see that, Kakashi. Naruto, it's not like we want you to continue with the paperwork, Dad. Koga, Yuna, Haruto, he's your father? Naruto, I don't look like him. Ryuho, Minato-san, it's a pleasure to meet you in person and not by letter. I'm Ryuho, bowing. Minato, so you're Ryuho, huh? You're just like Naruto described you in his letters. Hiruzen, I see that it is the boy who spoke to us. I am the Sandaime Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi. Welcome to the Leaf Village. Ryuho, well, I guess we'll have to see where to stay. Minato, if you want, there is room at my house. Menma, when he heard about you, he will surely want to share a room with you. Koga, we appreciate your hospitality, Minato-san. So everyone would retreat to the Namikaze house, where they were greeted upon arrival by Kushina, who, when Ryuho introduced herself, hugged him for looking adorable, while Naruto and Menma pushed him away for making the boy blue. After that situation, they were taken to the guest room, with the exception of Yuna, who little Mito offered to share with her because they were girls and shared with someone other than her mother. Ryuho for his part used Menma's option, since they both got along well and settled in the room. Kushina prepared some food as a welcome, and after having a snack, they decided to go train at field number 7, where Koga helped Naruto with Menma and Sasuke, because Naruto asked him to measure them in combat, where Pegasus faced both, where when Menma and Sasuke emanated their cosmos, the armor that Naruto wore at the Namikaze mansion began to vibrate in resonance with the cosmos of the two genins. Naruto, well, Koga will give you a brief description of the cosmos before we start. Koga, as my teacher Shana of Afiyukas showed me, the cosmos, our universe, was created thanks to the great explosion of the Big Bang, several billion years ago, as well as one's body, which is a microcosm originated from that explosion. When we burn our cosmos, we burn the microcosm hidden within us. If each one does not do their part and leave behind vain emotions, such as confusion, anger, and hatred, they must concentrate their essence. Menma, it's a better explanation than the one N.I.Sen gave us. Sasuke, what are you saying, Dobe? Menma, let's do it. Both would begin to emanate their cosmos following Koga's words, surprising everyone and bringing a smile to Naruto's face. Naruto, they needed the words of someone close to them. That motivates them more to become stronger than me telling them. Ryuho, that's true. While they watched the training, Kushina arrived at the training field with Mito, catching Yuna's attention. Yuna, Naruto, your mother is here. That made Menma and Sasuke look. Naruto, mother. Kushina, these are the boxes you brought from the shrine. Naruto, what's up with the armor you entrusted to me? Seriously. Kushina, something makes them vibrate and shine, as if something were calling them. Ryuho, Sasuke and Menma's cosmos, no one emanates cosmos apart from them and Koga. They train with you and Koga already has armor that would mean that. Naruto, the armors are accepting a wearer. I'm leaving for them. Everyone heard that as Naruto retreated to the mansion to look for a pair of Pandora boxes in the vicinity of Konoha. Come on, we must ask for support from Konoha. 2. Do you think the Hokage will help with the civil war? 3. Ao, stop being so negative. Ao, I'm just telling the truth, Miss May, right? Chojuro. Chojuro, don't involve me. May, you're lucky we're arriving, otherwise I'd beat you up. Ao, yes, and in whispers that's why she's still single. May, did you say something? With an aura of death terrifying both of them. Nothing. Namikaze mansion. Naruto had returned with his mother to look for the armor boxes because they vibrated in response to Menma and Sasuke's cosmos. Naruto, I'll seal them and see if the armor accepts them. Kushina, of course. Naruto would proceed to seal the Pandora boxes in a scroll to take them without attracting attention, to go to training camp number 7. On the way, Naruto was heading towards his destination, but something started to bother him because he felt like he was being followed. Faced with this situation, the blonde turned into a dead-end street without nosy people. Naruto, puppets without feelings can come out now. From the shadows a group of 6 hooded men with masks came out. Naruto, so the mummy still wants me to go with him. Rude Anbu, Uzumaki-san, by Danzo-sama's orders, you must come with us. Naruto, what if I say no? Anbu, root, we will force him to leave. Naruto, I would like to see that. The Anbu threw themselves at him as Naruto showed off a bit of his burning cosmos, which caught the attention of training ground number 7. Anbu, root, Katan Hozenka no Jutsu throwing several shurikens wrapped in fire. Root Anbu. Futon Repusho launching a pulse of air with his palm. Naruto just dodged them and charged some of his cosmos. Naruto. Plasma lightning. The Anbu never thought that the boy knew how to defend himself, so they threw themselves at him while he was launching his technique. Their biggest mistake, so they were hit by thousands of rays and were left dead in the area, all being seen by a pale man with brushes. Naruto had noticed him, but he didn't feel any real bad intentions towards him, so he decided to retreat to training camp number 7. Training camp. Koga helped Menma and Sasuke get up with bruises on their bodies and exhausted after fighting for the first time with their cosmos on for quite a long time, approximately 30 minutes. Ryuho, they are doing well. Sasuke, Sakura, can you heal us? Sakura, yes Sasuke-kun. Sasuke, heal the dobe first and then me. Even though she didn't want to, Sakura had to use what little she knew about it, leaving both boys as new. Koga, do you want to continue? Menma, let's do it, emanating his cosmos again. Sasuke, they won't leave me behind, emanating his cosmos. Naruto, seeing this as he arrived, proceeded to take out the scrolls with the Pandora boxes and remove them from the seal under the gaze of Kakashi, Haruto, and Ryuho. Haruto, so he plans to have them use it. Naruto, Koga authorizes you to use the armor. Ryuho, but that is against the honor of the knights. Naruto, I know, but it's to give them a reason to elevate their cosmos. Koga, come to my Pegasus. The armor came out of its Pandora box and began to shine, disarming and dressing Koga. Naruto, it's time for them to face someone stronger and push their limits, to use their sixth sense to its fullest. Menma, I will not let myself be defeated, making his cosmos aura turn orange and emanate some heat. Kakashi, what's going on? Minato, along with Kushina, Hiruzen, Sasuke's parents and several genin teams, 8, 9, 19, had arrived at the place because they felt a great power. Minato, what's going on? Hiruzen, Minato pointing at the orange feline-looking armor. Kushina, do you think so? Guy, what's going on? Niji, what's going on? He's a loser and he's going against destiny, he said, surprised. Shikamaru, troublesome. Kiba, what's happening? Kurenai, Kakashi, do you know something? Asuma, what's going on? Konohamaru, what's wrong with Menma and I? Naruto, take your cosmos to the limit, Menma. Let it burn with the strength you have. Menma, my mighty cosmos burns. The armor began to shine under the watchful eyes of everyone, where Minato and Kushina smiled with pride and tears, while it disassembled and began to dress Menma. Minato, Menma surprised. Kushina, Naruchan, you did it. Koga, not bad. Menma from Lion Minor. Guy and Lee, those flames of youth burn brightly. Fugaku, what is Sasuke doing? Mikoto, I don't know. Kiba, TSK that dope. Sasuke, shine my mighty cosmos. A violet aura formed around Sasuke, surprising everyone present, while the remaining Pandora box showed a feline armor in dark tones and was disassembled to begin dressing Sasuke. Fugaku, Sasuke surprised as he slowly broke into a smile. Mikoto, Sasuke-chan. Sakura and Ino started to have little hearts in their eyes while they shouted things about Sasuke-kun. Naruto, thanks Koga and congratulations guys. Ryuho, welcome to us. Yuna, not bad. Ogling Menma. Myth and I-chan looks cool. Konohamaru, come on boss, you look great. Naruto would just turn to look at everyone who was surprised by what they saw. Kakashi, congratulations with a smile. Naruto, I think I should show myself, right? A golden lion manifested in front of Naruto, while inexplicable rays appeared and made him feel great power. Naruto, let's go Leo. The armor would begin to come off and would begin to dress Naruto, first his legs, then his arms, torso, until finally putting on his shoulder pads and helmet, leaving behind him a fluttering cape. Hinata, seeing this, had a pink tint on her cheeks. Guy, those are the flames of youth crying, while his frowning pupil did the same. Minato, this is the first time I've seen the armor. Kakashi, not me. An Anbu would then appear. Anbu, Hokage-sama, they're looking for him in the office. Minato, I'll go right away. So Minato retreated while the knights stored their armor, and Naruto sealed them in scrolls. Hokage's office. Minato appeared using the Hiraishin, meeting the members of the Kiri resistance. Minato, what can I do for you? He asked kindly. May, I wanted to request help from Konoha for the Kiri resistance. Minato, and what would Kiri offer in return? May, a lasting alliance for future wars, plus we would assist in matters involving movements at sea. Minato, I see. Anbu calls Team 7 with its new members. Anbu, Hai Hokage-sama. Minato, in that case, let's not waste time. Chapter 12. The Kiri War Preparations for the Battle of the 12 Houses. Hokage's Office. Minato, Anbu go find Team 7 and their new members. Anbu, Hai Hokage-sama. The Anbu would disappear in a puff of smoke, leaving the two Kages along with the Kiri envoys chatting about what they would do. Training Camp 7. After receiving their armor, the two current shinobi, Knights of the Lynx and the Lesser Lion, were training the techniques of their respective armor, under the watchful eye of Naruto and the other teams and Jounin senseis. Naruto, come on Menma, you can do better. Menma, I'll show you, emanating his hot cosmos Lesser Leon bombardment. Menma was enveloped in an aura of fire, launching himself at Naruto, who stopped him with his hands and exerting force with an aura of golden cosmos. Kakashi, guys, that's enough. Sasuke, not yet, I'll go, emanating his Cosmos Lynx arrow. Naruto, don't rush, your impatience makes you predictable, stopping the blow with his arm. Naruto would throw back as Menma and Sasuke prepared to throw themselves. Naruto, never underestimate your opponent, crossing his arms. Guy, what will he do? Asuma, a stance of underestimation. Ryuho, will he do it? Koga, what will he do? Yuna, I don't know. Haruto, what will he do? Niji, it's amazing and in thoughts. He's clearly not a loser. Kiba, what will they do? Akamaru was hiding. Naruto, Great Horn. A crimson and golden bow passed between the two new bronze saints, astonishing everyone as the mountain behind them had been reduced to rubble. Kakashi, it's a deadly technique. Hinata, that was a lot of power. Asuma, what a gentle amount of chakra. Dai and Lee, those were the true flames of youth. At that moment, an Anbu appeared to request the presence of Team 7 and its new members. Everyone retreated to the Hokage's office, wanting to do missions. Upon arriving at the Hokage Tower, they were surprised to see a busted brown-haired woman, accompanied by a sword of one-eyed man and a boy with some swords. Minato, welcome, but what is everyone doing here? Guy, Yash Hokage-sama, the youthful Team 10 is here to request a mission. May, it will be interesting for your teams to come if you want. Minato, well, sighing, your mission will be to escort and help the resistance in Kiri, guys. And you, pointing to the knights, I know that officially you are not ninjas of this village, but it will help you to train more comfortably. Those present, Hai Hokage-sama. May, whenever you want, we'll leave. Kakashi, we'll leave first thing tomorrow morning. May, okay. Time skipped to the next morning. All the teams were at the entrance of the village. All teams 8, 9 and 10 looked at the Pandora boxes with strangeness, but decided to let it pass. The trip would take them 5 days. After breakfast they left the mansion, and when they reached the gates of the village they left without paying attention to the sleeping guards. The ninjas advanced until they lost sight of the village. For 5 days they walked until they reached Kirigakure no Sato, where in every break they could take, the Bronze Saints and Genins trained. May looked dismayed at the training of the Bronze Saints, since even for a Jounin it seemed completely crazy, the severity and the effort they made. In the case of a certain Jounin with green spandex and a bull hairdo, he said that their training had the flames of youth, and more so when he saw that Sasuke and Menma carried rocks weighing several hundred kilos on them as a physical part, as if they were carrying nothing. Upon arriving at Kiri, May guided them to the rebellion base, where the rebellion's advisors were surprised and a little annoyed by the help they received. They thought they would receive the weakest, simple Chunin and not Genins with their Jounin senseis. There was only one who dared to speak in a derogatory manner. Counselor, do you think this war can be solved with 21 ninjas, of which only 4 are experienced and the rest are just brats? Naruto moved much faster than Minato's Hiraishin, to the surprise of the shinobi present, minus his younger brother, Sasuke, and the Bronze Saints. Naruto, well, this simple brat would have killed you in an instant with his katana at the man's neck. After that situation and May's call for calm, Naruto and the teams decided to go out and tour the base, or at best train. Regarding the use of the cosmos, he asked Koga, Yuna and Haruto to help Sasuke and Menma, that he would train Ryuho a little, without forgetting to tell them to send a shadow clone that he taught them to make with Kakashi, to work on their chakra control. Naruto and Ryuho focused on teaching him ninjutsu and kenjutsu, as his taijutsu and chakra control were more advanced, while Ryuho focused on wind and water affinities. Both had started in a sword fight where Naruto corrected each of the young dragon's postures. Naruto, You're doing well clashing his sword with Ryuho's. You learned well the katas I left you. Ryuho, thanks, but I think I still need to learn more about this style. Naruto, I know. Both of them sheath their weapons to proceed with ninjutsu while both of them draw hand seals. Ryuho Suetun Mizurappa. A powerful jet of water shot out at Naruto, who only used a few hand poses. Naruto, Futon Repusho. The wind cleared Ryuho's attack. Naruto, don't hold back cupping hand seals Katan Ryuka no Jutsu. Ryuho, Suetun Suinhiki drawing hand seals and performing a wall of water. Naruto, well defended and attacked, although you need a more varied arsenal of jutsus. Ryuho Si. Naruto, in that case, here giving him a scroll or a couple of wind and water jutsus. This is how the training continued. 2 days have passed since the arrival of those from Konoha to Kiri. In these 2 days Naruto was training with Ryuho, Koga and Haruto in the use of jutsus, this while the rest of Team 7 used clones to help reinforce their own training. And Menma along with Sasuke continued in their practice to master the techniques that Naruto had given them in a scroll and practicing getting used to the sensation of using their cosmos to avoid being left without energy. We are currently in the tent where the teams are staying chatting animatedly until the sound of an explosion was heard, so they quickly left and headed to the place. Upon arrival they saw some wounded renegades, and in the distance they saw an army of 2,000 ninjas being led by the Mizukage, who was a boy of about apparent 18 years old. He had brown hair, pink eyes, a mark like a suture that ran from his left eye to his chin. He wore brown combat boots, dark green Anbu pants. Around his waist he wore a grass-green combat skirt. He wore chain mail, and over it he wore a shirt of the same color as the pants, and around his neck he wore a very wide grass-green scarf. Also in his right hand he carried a black staff which was shaped like a hook at both ends. Also at the top tip he wore a bluish-green flower. Yugura, today we will end this war, and at the same time the bloodlines in Kiri shouted, making all the ninjas of Kiri shout in support. May, today we will free Kiri from your reign. Yugura, if you're so sure about that, then let's not prolong this any longer. Attack! All of Kiri's ninjas gave a battle cry and began to run against the renegades. May, we will not let ourselves be defeated. Attack! A war cry sounded from the renegades who ran towards the Kiri ninjas. May and those from Konoha also set out to attack. The renegades and the ninjas engaged in a battle of taijutsu, and some with weapons. The Kiri ninjas had the advantage, but the renegades managed to give them quite a fight. For their part, the Konoha nin began to fight by throwing the arsenal learned in the academy and in training with the Jounin senseis, while the knights without their armor supported using their strength, hand-to-hand combat, and in the case of Ryuho, Kenjutsu, who was quite good at it. For his part, Naruto was fighting against several ninjas at the same time. He only left them unconscious since he saw that most of them were good-hearted and that they were only following orders, but those who had a lot of hatred in their hearts he killed mercilessly. Naruto, after finishing off a Jounin, fixed his sights on Yugura, who was about to kill a renegade ninja, so using his speed he ran towards Yugura and hit him in the cheek, managing to send him flying several meters away from the place of the battle. Everyone noticed how Yugura was sent flying with a punch by Naruto, and were surprised by his strength. But he noticed something at the moment of impact. His eyes, something was there, a Sharingan. Naruto, I'll take care of Yugura, but first May, Kakashi, Sasuke, tell me if you see the same thing as me, pointing at Yugura's eyes. Everyone would heed what was asked. Sasuke, is that it? Kakashi, yes, a Sharingan. May, but how? Naruto, it's my guess, but maybe the same one who released the Kyuubi could be behind this. Kakashi, as far as I know, the Kyuubi was released, but only a few of us knew about it. Naruto, I know from my father, who told me in a letter. May, someone controls it then. Everyone heard that and stopped the fight. Ninja 1. But Yugura-sama is a Jinchuriki who controls his Biju completely. It is impossible. Koga, Ryuho whispered that he's a Jinchuriki. Ryuho, according to what is known, he is a human container of a Biju, a chakra being from this part of the world. From what I know, they are like gods here, but they sealed them in them. Haruto, I didn't think I'd meet one. Naruto, it's the second you meet Haruto. Haruto, who? Naruto, look at my brother. Haruto would do it, and realized that he was very nervous about the matter. Naruto arrived at where he had sent Yugura flying. Upon arriving, he saw how Yugura slowly emerged from the rubble of a couple of trees. Anger and annoyance were evident on his face. Naruto, it's time for you to wake up, Yugura. Yugura, I'm awake. Bloodlines are an abomination. Naruto, it's not you who speaks, but the one who subdues you. It's time for you to see the light again. Both would start a fight with pure taijutsu, while in between they both threw water, lightning and wind jutsus to stop each other. Yagura, no, I won't allow it. He won't defeat me so easily, he thought. Yagura found himself surrounded by a dark reddish turtle-shaped cloak with 3 tails on his lower back, causing Naruto to fly a few meters away from the sudden increase in power that unleashed strong gusts of wind. Koga, what is that? Kakashi, it is the chakra cloak of a tailed beast. Menma, so I could do it too? Kakashi, no, you're not ready. You may have been trained as a knight, but the Kyuubi's chakra is another matter. Naruto, this is getting complicated. Inside the Menma seal. Kurama, it will be interesting to see. From what I know, they are at father level, and my container is a bronze knight. I hope to see how much a gold knight is, said the immense Biju, leaving his nap. Outside the seal, the increase in power unleashed strong gusts of wind. But that was not all. As Yagura began to grow and the cloak began to disappear, giving way to a grayish skin, completely transforming into the Sambi, Isabu, the 3-tailed turtle, astonishing everyone, especially the knights who had never seen anything like it. Isabu would begin to launch attacks to weaken and kill Naruto, who was having trouble dodging the attacks from the 3-tailed Biju's tails. He was jumping from one side to the other, but suddenly the Biju stopped attacking with its tails. Naruto was surprised by this, but then he tensed up when he saw how the Biju began to spin on itself and became a wheel that headed towards him. The Jinchuriki was getting fed up with the situation, while Naruto was given no choice but to use his armor to even things out by surprising everyone. Naruto, I'll make you wake up. Yagura voltage flash. Naruto landed the blow on the Sambi no Jinchuriki, causing the being to fall to the ground, while a voice began to resonate. Seiya, Naruto, Naruto, can you hear me? Naruto, Seiya, Seiya, it's me, little one. I need you to listen to me. You must go to the 12 houses. There is no time left. The Earth's cosmos is being absorbed, and the houses are the form of extraction. You must go now. As the first time that I can communicate like this, since I don't know where I am. I leave everything in your hands and the bronze saints at your side. Isabu would rise strongly carrying a Baijidama, while Naruto, seeing this, decided to use one of his most powerful cards. Naruto, Galaxy Burst. Both techniques collided, where the Biju hit him full on due to Naruto's superiority, leaving the Jinchuriki barely conscious as his eyes returned to normal, before falling into Morpheus' arms. With the spectators watching the fight and the clash of techniques, plus Yagura's defeat, the shinobi decided to surrender. Naruto approached them with an unconscious Yagura, where they and Mei recounted what they noticed in his eyes. Ayo, but how? It's impossible to control a Jinchuriki. Naruto, everything is possible, nothing is impossible. Mei, now they'll come back, right? Naruto, I'm afraid I won't be returning to Konoha now, getting Kakashi's attention. Guy, but will you desert? That's not youthful. Naruto, no, before being a shinobi I am a knight, and as such I have a duty to fulfill. Bronze Knights, calling the attention of the others including Sasuke and Menma, prepared to leave. Kakashi, it's time, right? Naruto, yes. Kakashi, I'll go with you. I know I won't be of any help, but I'll still go to support you. Naruto, I think it could work. Koga, do you know if Bear Geki can take care of the reactors that the Martian warriors installed? Koga, I don't know. Naruto, we'll find out. Tracing hand seals summoning jutsu. 2 foxes would appear, one with 8 tails and the other with 6 tails. Nod time. Milikas, it's good to see you again. Naruto, Milikas, you must take this message to Geki of Bear, delivering a scroll. Milikas, hi. Naruto, Kunu, take this to my father. Nod, hey. Both foxes would vanish in a puff of smoke. Naruto, senseis, I know I shouldn't ask you this, but would you accompany me outside the shinobi elemental continent? Guy, what do they say, looking at his team? Kurenai, I couldn't tell you. Kiba, wait, are there really more lands besides the elemental continent? Sasuke, amazing. Menma, incredible. Niji, I still don't believe that, but if fate wants it. Asuma, well, I guess it won't be bad. Naruto, thank you. So they set out, finding a ship bearing the Kido family insignia anchored in a port in Kirigakure. So they boarded and set off for the lands beyond the elemental continent. Chapter 13. Kirigakure no Sato. We can see Mei and Naruto in the village hospital while they have Yagura asleep after a long time of performing a blood purge in Kiri, being under a genjutsu. While Yagura is examined, Mei and Naruto talk about the issue that was happening. Mei, wait, are you telling me you don't want me to break the news that the civil war is over? Naruto, basically. Mei sighs heavily. I will do it, but you will have a period of 10 days to do what you want to do. Now your Hokage knows? Naruto, yes, my father knows, and for the time it is more than enough. After those words, they both said goodbye while the daimyo of the Land of Water's entourage arrived and declared Mei as the Mizukage, with those of Konoha. Kakashi, so it's time. Guy, Asuma and Kurenai, time for what? Koga, we'd better tell them. Naruto, I'm the one for that arriving in the area. Kiba, tell us what? Naruto, something that is of SSS rank and only the Hokage knows it. Disclosing it they know it leads to death. And those who should not know it for anything in the world are the civilians and advisors of the Hokage. Asuma, oh sure. Naruto, since the mythological era, every so often the goddess Athena, goddess of war and wisdom, reincarnates in the human world, ready to defend the earth. When evil arises on earth, her most loyal forces reappear, the Knights of Hope, the Knights of Athena. They, or well in this case we, wear armor that symbolizes the 88 constellations that are in the firmament, and are in charge of maintaining peace at the cost of our lives. With their fists capable of tearing the sky, and kicks that shake the earth. A force of 88 warriors divided into 3 factions depending on their strength and power: gold, silver and bronze. Ryoho, the Bronze Saints are the most numerous, with 52 of us in that rank. We have mastered the basic fighting skills of saints. Although we are the lowest in the hierarchy of saints, our fists reach the speed of sound, and their individual combat power far exceeds that of an ordinary human. Yuna, there are 24 of us Silver Knights, the next in number. Their fists exceed the speed of sound but do not reach the speed of light, in addition to being experts in combat. Guy, that would mean, Naruto, then there are the 12 Golden Saints, those who possess the greatest abilities among the knights. We wear cloths, armor, with a golden glow, and our fists move at the speed of light. Those who protect the 12 temples and represent the signs of the Zodiac. Guy and Lee, their flames of youth burn like 1,000 suns crying with emotion. Kiba, I see surprised. Shikamaru, troublesome. Kakashi, wow, it's so exciting, he said without taking out his orange-covered book. Naruto, since you know what you're into, I ask you to follow me. Asuma, where will we go? Naruto, we will leave the elemental nations. Thus, they departed, leaving the elemental nations behind on a ship bearing the Kido Foundation logo. For about 3 days, they traveled across the sea toward Greece, where in each area the shinobi passed. They were surprised by the technological level, but they were also struck by the physical level of the humans living outside the elemental nations. Menma, this is exciting. Sasuke, I believe it. Koga, we'll have to fight soon. Haruto, in that case, it's good to have a gold knight with us. Yuna, you're right. Koga, the good thing is that Naruto will fight. The shinobi were watching the situation with caution but were caught by Naruto's words. Naruto, you're wrong, Pegasus. I will help you along the way, but I won't fight for you forever. You will need to gain experience, and most likely you will face the rest of the Golden Saints, and the only way to face them is by awakening the 7th sense. All 7 sense? Naruto. Humans have 5 basic primary senses: smell, touch, sight, hearing and taste. But the knights, when using cosmos, it is considered to be the 6th sense. The 7th sense is a superior power almost like that of the gods. Once they have awakened it, they will be able to fight at the speed of light, and thus be able to face the enemies that arise from now on. After those words they continued advancing until they reached a desert, but they had to stop when both Naruto and Menma felt someone approaching through the cosmos. Naruto, so you noticed Menma, huh? Karura's eye empowered by cosmos, he thought, smiling quietly. In front of them appeared a silver knight sliding on a board of earth, who hit Koga, Sasuke and Yuna, while chasing a girl they had been using as a false Athena. Knight. They thought you could escape from the great Michael of the Greyhound constellation. Bronze brats, in case you didn't know, I am able to track any knight just with the scent of their cosmos, and that is very easy to distinguish since their cosmos give off such a sweet scent. But leaving that aside, it is time for me to return Miss Athena to the sanctuary. Naruto, for a silver knight you are very arrogant. You should be humble if it is about our goddess. Miguel, at feeling his cosmos you should be dead realizing who he is. Naruto de Leo. Naruto, I will not waste words and saliva on a useless person preparing an attack. Menma, no, Naruto sees it, I'll take care of it, brother. Naruto would nod. Miguel, oh, but he's a bronze knight. Menma, don't you dare make fun of me. Miguel, or what? Ryuho Menma. Koga boy. Menma, HHHHHHHH. Emanating his cosmos. Miguel, hunting dog chase launching a kick reinforced with a powerful cosmos. Miguel, let's go. Burn to the fullest my powerful cosmos, his orange cosmos, or a burn brightly bombing of Leon Minor. Naruto, Ryuho, use your cosmos to protect us from the impact. Ryuho, okay, emanating his cosmos aquatic mirage creating a water shield with the dragon shield. Both attacks would collide causing a strong blow. Then two gentlemen would arrive. Naruto, Master Shun, seeing that he was injured and with darkness in parts of his body. Shun boy, you haven't fought using your cosmos yet, stop. Geki, believe in the boy Shun. Naruto, Geki, Menma, HHHHHHH. Menma's attack pierced the Silver Knight's attack, completely destroying the cloth while the Silver Knight fell unconscious. Naruto, well done little brother. Shun, that's it. Naruto would nod, you are little Menma. Look how much you have grown. Menma, do you know me? Naruto, he met you when you were a baby Menma, before I left the village. While they were talking, Ryuho approached them. Ryuho, Naruto, I'll go to the 5 peaks. I know you felt it. Naruto, Shiryu-sensei. Shun, what's your name? Koga, Arya, sister hugging the aforementioned. Arya, Koga corresponding. Naruto, we'd better go to a village. Shun, follow me this way. Geki, I'll go with you. Naruto, I will entrust you with the reactors with the help of my shinobi Geki companions. Naruto and the others arrived at a town where Arya managed to see in the distance a green light heading towards the sky in some kind of temple. So she ran in that direction but was stopped by Koga. Koga, Arya, wait, then I look at the temple in the distance, it's absorbing the cosmos. Naruto, I see you noticed Pegasus. Koga just laughed nervously. Naruto, it's clear he's your sensei's son, seeing the similarities between Koga and his teacher Seiya. Before taking any further steps, Arya fell exhausted to the ground from her effort. Geki, she's exhausted. Sakura, can I see her? Everyone nodded as the pink-haired girl proceeded to perform medical ninjutsu. Kakashi, what happens if the cosmos ends on Earth? Naruto, the planet will die, sensei. The shinobis saw this alarmed. Naruto, Geki, Kakashi, you must go for those reactors. We must go to the sanctuary and face whoever caused this. Geki, well, we have. Shun, the Bronze Saints must go too. Geki, Okiyuna, Team Inoshikacho, right? Seeing the aforementioned. Naruto, wow. It seems your memory doesn't fail you. Geki, yes, I spoke with your sensei Asuma, so I remember. Asuma, well, we will destroy that reactor. The next day, the team had gone to the place where they saw the reactor. Shikamaru, so this is the reactor. Yuna, this is one of the 5 reactors that exist on Earth. They are using it to absorb the cosmos. And here is the wind reactor. It is one of the most terrifying devices that Mars has created. Chuji and Asuma would try to enter, but the reactor itself would prevent them. Shikamaru, from what I can see, someone with that affinity is needed to enter. Yuna, in that case it's my turn. Stay back, Divine Tornado. Yuna managed to open a gap where the 4 shinobi would pass by her. Inside, Yuna used her Divine Tornado to attempt to bring down the reactor core, but it only pushed her away. Yuna, shit, my cosmos isn't enough. Knight, ha 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 ha, of course not, silly brat. It's useless even for the Golden Knights to destroy her. Asuma, who are you? Koga would arrive next to everyone to help them, but he would not see Yuna. Asuma, Koga, what's going on? Koga, Master Geki told me to come, but what about Yuna? Knight, look at the beauty we have here licking the Amazon's face. Pig. Koga, don't you dare touch her Pegasus meteors. The meteors would be dodged by the Silver Knight. How disgusting. Knight, oh, but what do we have here? Shinobis from those lost lands. It will be interesting to have them in my collection. Shikamaru, who are you? Knight, my name is Fly, Silver Knight of the Fly constellation, and Miss Sonia asked me to protect the reactor. Koga, I won't forgive you for what you did to Yuna. Fly, the Pegasus armor looks so beautiful. Sand Virus. Koga would fall to the ground weak, while the shinobis tried to understand what happened. That you're tired already. You have just been infected by the dreaded Sand Virus. Right, you can't move, I'm very sorry, but you won't be able to elevate your cosmos either. The Pegasus armor is beautiful. Now it's time to keep it, and I will offer it to the god Mars. maybe I will become a golden knight. The knight would try to get closer but, fly, what's happening? I can't move. Shikamaru, Kageme no Jutsu using his shadow manipulation. Chuji, expansion jutsu making a giant fist and hitting the silver saint. Koga, the armor only serves to protect Athena and the earth. Fly, I don't know why everyone insists on protecting Athena, if she hasn't done anything for us trying to get away. Asuma, keep it there fire-style jutsu burning ashes launching his jutsu. While this was happening in this part of the world, in Konoha, Hokage's office, Minato and Hiruzen were signing paperwork until a little fox appears. Minato, Kunu, what are you doing here? Kunu, Naruto told me to give this to you, giving a letter. Minato, thank you. Kunu, Chaito disappearing into a beanbag. Minato sighed heavily upon reading it. He knew what it was about. Naruto was called by the sanctuary, and the teams had no choice but to go with him. Back with Team 10. Everyone was expectant as Arya arrived with Menma and Sasuke to the battlefield. Yuna, Arya, you are here too. Arya, Yuna, I need you to give me your cosmos to stop him. Yuna, okay. Together they concentrated their cosmos and managed to destroy the wind reactor. While on the ground, Yuna found a green crystal. Yuna, and this? Arya, is the Cosmo Crystal of the wind element. Arya, the Cosmo Wind Crystal belongs to the knight who is ruled by the wind element. Sooner or later it will become part of your powers. After that, everyone retreated to the rest area after Sasuke used his lynx arrows killing the Silver Knight, and Yuna collected the crystal. Chapter 14. The Reactors Part 2. With the first battle against the reactors, they decided to stay for a few hours while Haruto dedicated himself to using the clones of his affinity to Earth to search for more reactors and information, so they decided to obtain the slightest information to proceed. What they did not expect was that Sasuke, Arya and Koga left due to a hunch from the young Arya. Sasuke and the others arrived at a snowy field. The meadows and trees were covered in snow. Arya saw this with joy, while Team Guy, under Naruto's orders, joined their side. Niji, something's wrong. According to Haruto's information, it doesn't usually snow this much at this time of year in these lands. Koga, really? Sasuke, something's not right. Did you see the places we passed? Guy, yes. Read. Look at the plants and trees. 10-10. They are dead or withered. Niji, do you think it's a reactor? Koga, yes. The Tower of Babel absorbs the Earth's cosmos through these reactors, causing the Earth to undergo alterations. Elemental nations, Konoha. The weather quickly began to change abruptly. Hurricane-force winds blew hard in the Leaf Village, while Minato gave instructions that civilians and shinobi go to the shelters due to the storm. Minato, children looking at the window, stop this at all costs. Kushina, we trust you. Both of the blonde's parents knew some things and more about the plan that Naruto told them about Mars. The elemental continent would be relatively safe from perishing like the rest of the planet, but that did not mean that it would end up intact. Behavior. A strong earthquake was hitting the village of La Roca. Anoki, flee to the shelters. Kuratsuchi, leave the paperwork and let's go. Anoki, this is the karma of wars. Konoha is to blame for that. Fist, the lightning village was being hit by tornadoes that uprooted even the oldest trees in the village. Reikage, to the shelters, now. Killer Bee, you already said, brother. Sunigakure, for a desert location, a violent storm had broken out. Several avalanches were unleashed on soil that could hardly absorb water. Kazekage, evacuate to the shelters. Amigakure, the rain village. By the work of Kami the rain had stopped. The sun had risen in that village. Everyone was amazed. They thought some deity was smiling upon them. Too bad it wasn't so. An immense heat wave began to hit them while the Akatsuki who were there couldn't stand it much longer. Kisame, the shark of the team, had to submerge himself in water for his skin. Pain. If a god does it, it's because he's a false god sweating. Back with the knights. Guy, you say that tower absorbs cosmos? When yes. Lee, so what do we do? Sasuke, that's obvious. We must destroy it. We did it with one, however Haruto said there were 4 others. Team 9, along with Sasuke, Arya and Koga, would take refuge in a cave due to a storm, while Koga kept Arya warm with his cosmos. Sasuke, Koga, didn't Yuna have a home in these parts? Koga, yes, but unfortunately she doesn't remember much about these lands. I only know that she lost everything because of the war. Niji, the blizzard is subsiding, we can continue. As they went deeper, they saw a destroyed city, which Yuna explained was the result of the war. Arya felt ill, but they all managed to sense a strong cosmos approaching. Sasuke, come on, I feel cosmos approaching. Yuna, guys. All, you know what's going on? Yuna, if I'm already here, I just want to tell you that I'll face whatever is close. Koga, what thing? Sasuke, you can't fight alone. Yuna, guy, that's my young Amazon. Let's show the flames of youth of this team. After walking a while longer, they would begin to feel a rather high cosmos. Yuna, go ahead, I'll take care of what's coming and I know these lands very well. Koga, you can't fight alone. Yuna, Sasuke, Kuga is right, so I'll be by your side. Yuna, you guys go, the priority is to protect Arya. The others would withdraw. Sasuke, don't lie, I feel like you recognize that cosmos. Yuna, she's my teacher. Sasuke, he allied with Mars, right? Yuna, yes, so I ask you to leave it to me, it will be my fight. Sasuke, okay, but remember that I will intervene if things get complicated. Yuna, why would you do that? Sasuke, my teacher likes to say, those who break the law are scum, but those who abandon a friend are worse than scum. Yuna smiled at those words. After that conversation, footsteps were heard nearby. Yuna, it was just as I thought, my teacher Pauline from Peacock. Pauline, where is your mask? Yuna, have you forgotten the rules that every Amazon must follow? Sasuke, with what right do you say that? You are a traitor, you serve Mars. That armor does not belong to you. Once I finish this fight, I will recover it. The armor is to protect Athena and the Earth, not for bastards like Mars. Pauline, you have a very sharp-tongued bronze knight. From what I see, you were trained by the deceased knight Naruto of Leo. Sasuke, at least my master did have honor. Traitor preparing to attack. Yuna, Sasuke, I'll take care of it. Both Amazons launched themselves at each other, exchanging punches and kicks. Yuna tried to reason with Pauline. Yuna, Pauline, you and the other Silver Saints are being manipulated. Pauline, I'm not going to argue. Peacock feathers. The technique impacted Yuna, producing cuts on her body, causing her to charge on the snow. Pauline tried to hit Yuna in the face, but Yuna stopped her blow with her hand. Pauline, return Athena to her rightful place, and may Mars spare your lives. Sasuke, Link's arrow. The attack separated both Amazons. Yuna, Sasuke, this is my fight, don't interfere. Sasuke, TSK. Yuna, Pauline, I can't do that. Mars plans to build the sanctuary for his own end. Right now he's absorbing the cosmos from Earth without caring about the chaos it may cause. How can you call that generosity? Pauline, Mars' orders are final. Yuna, how is it possible that an Amazon, noble and intelligent like you, is not able to see Mars' deception? Pauline, no, you're the one who doesn't understand. We only fight to protect Athena. Yuna, Arya is not the real Athena. Sasuke, the real one is Saurikido. Yuna, and we fight for the real Athena. Pauline, and you think you'll do it with such a weak cosmos? Pauline kicked Yuna, who intercepted it with her arm. Pauline took the opportunity to push herself and kick her again, causing Yuna to fall on her back. Don't forget that if you don't have enough willpower, your defeat will be inevitable. Peacock's blessing. A tornado enveloped Yuna, who was thrown towards the center of the city. Get up, Yuna. If you are not capable of defeating your teacher, then you are not capable of protecting another person. Yuna, burn your cosmos. Sasuke, it seems that the words were adequate to make her see reason, he thought. Pauline, and if you're going to fight in the 12 houses, you better show what you're made of. Blessing of the Peacock. Sasuke, what? Receiving the tornado as he was sent flying. That hurt. Getting up. Pauline, your determination is surprising. I can tell, even though it's the first time I've seen it. Naruto trained you well. Sasuke, I admit that for a long time I was aimless. I thought about looking for my brother and trying to see why he killed my clan, but thanks to Naruto, I will show that I am capable of protecting whoever needs it. That is my purpose as a knight, my new goal emanating cosmos. Yuna, I will prove that I am capable of defending Athena and this world. I don't care if I have to die. Spinning eagle predation emanating cosmos with an attack. Sasuke, dark claws of the lynx. Pauline, so that's how we'll define this. At peacock wings. The three attacks collided where Sasuke and Yuna pushed back the silver Amazons. Pauline, I'm proud of you, Yuna. You are an admirable Amazon and your boy. If Naruto trained you, it's to see your potential. Don't waste it. Ambos HI. Pauline, it was nice to see you again. Before the other knights arrive, be careful. Elsewhere, Team Guy with Koga and Arya had arrived and were being surrounded by several unarmored knights. A sign of being aspirants, under the orders of Arrow Shap. Guy, resist the flames of youth. Lee Yash, Shap, arrows of darkness launching a multitude of arrows towards them. Niji, Kaiten, Shap, intelligent and fascinating. I was once told about the Hyuga of the elemental nations, but I never thought I would see one. Children, Gur. 10-10, don't fall, it only provokes you. Shap, does it hurt? Well, the Hyuga have that stick up their asses because of fate. Sasuke, mess with someone your own size. Link's shadow attacking. Shap, I still didn't expect to see you, Bronze Saint. Koga, Sasuke weak and injured. Sasuke, stay there, we'll take care of it. Shap dies. Pauline, blessing of the peacock. Shap, so my assumptions were true, you have betrayed us, peacock. We will annihilate you along with the rebels who dared to kidnap Athena and those fourth-rate shinobi. Yuna, divine tornado. Shap, cannot be being affected by the technique. Sasuke, Link's arrow. At that, Shap fell dead. Koga, we must continue stopping with difficulty. Sasuke, I'll carry you, Koga, putting him on his back. Koga, thank you. The group continued through a forest until they reached a small village, where they decided to rest and eat something, while a child brought their order. Child, I'm sorry, but we have no choice. There is not enough food in the village and the crop fields are completely dry. Also, a few days ago some men in armor appeared near the ruins, since then the crops withered. Arya, there's the reactor. 10-10, kid, could you take us to those ruins? Child, it's this way. Koga, the earth element reactor is there. Haruto, I missed something. All KYAA. Don't show up like that. Haruto, sorry. Child, it's over there. Sasuke, they are probably protected by a silver knight. We must be careful. The group followed the boy, and upon arriving the ruins began to collapse as the statues came to life. Niji, where do these things come from? Sasuke, they are golem monsters. They are puppets that move thanks to the power of the cosmos. They must be manipulating them from a distance. Haruto, while fighting the golems, used his senses to locate the reactor in the ruins. Haruto, Koga, I need Arya to destroy the reactor. Koga, okay, please take care of her. Haruto SI. Haruto broke through the ceiling and fell into the ruins where a silver knight was already waiting for them. Haruto, we finally found it, the earth reactor. Arya, it was below us. Arya, knight, so you are the bronze knight. Let my colossi come to life. Haruto, ninja art of the Fuji clan flower bomb. The golem was destroyed. Knight, we'd better withdraw talking to the Martians. Martian, but what he says is just a bronze knight. Knight, I don't care about fighting. I only care about seeing my master creatures come to life. Then he left. Martians, wait, Mr. Michelangelo. Haruto, so that silver armor is nothing more than an ornament. Arya, please burn your cosmos. Haruto did as requested, managing to destroy the earth reactor, the earth cosmos crystal appearing there. While outside all the golems dissolved, they soon resumed their journey, while in the city the drought ended. The group crossed the forest and reached the coast. Arya said that she felt the ruins on the other side of the sea. Upon reaching the capital they met up with Naruto, to board the boat that would take them to another position. With another group, Naruto, Menma, and teammate were heading to another location, the Fire Temple, as they watched Guy's group approach. Chapter 15, Reactors 3. The group was on their way to the fire ruins, but Koga managed to see a girl walking by and decided to go help. Koga, hey, I'm curious, what's a girl like you doing in such a desolate place? Girl, stay away from me, stranger, or maybe I should call you a thug. You're following my master, right? The girl used telekinesis and started throwing rocks at Koga. I'm Riki, disciple. Naruto, so you're Kiki's disciple. Koga, we're so sorry, little one. Don't worry, you can trust us. Seeing the jewel armor hanging from the sky of Koga. Riki, that's a jewel armor, that means you are knights. Riki, it wasn't my intention, Pegasus Knight. My name is Raki and I was about to do something of utmost importance, so when you approached in a suspicious manner, I mistook you for an evil man, so excuse me. Menma, you look like the daughter of a knight. Yuna, also, what mission did they entrust you with in this place? Riki, the truth is a secret. Arya, well, what do you think if we keep you company? Riki, I'm on a mission that I have to do without anyone's help. See you later. Menma, do you think they'll be okay? He asked, looking at Niji, turning to see his companions, but saw his brother meditating. Hey, this is not the time for that. Naruto, knowing who her teacher is, we must follow her, she will need our help. They started following the girl and had to help her because a bird was stealing the purse she was carrying. Koga, hello, see you again. Riki, I can't believe you guys followed me. Why you were worried about me is not true. For your information, I'm not a baby and I can do the mission you entrusted to me on my own. Hinata, it's not what you think, Riki. We're going in the same direction as you. That's why we offered you company. Riki, really? Then I can't do anything to stop them. Kakashi, by the way, Riki, what does your teacher do? Could you tell us a little about it? Naruto, he is able to repair any armor. He is the best armor restorer in the world. Riki, how is it possible that you know him? Naruto, I've known him much longer than your little Jameer guy, so the restaurateur is. Kakashi, the time I spoke with Sensei, he told me that he is the golden knight of the first house, under the constellation of Aries. Kurenai, amazing. Naruto, although knowing him, he spends his time repairing armor. Riki, he is unique in what he does. My master sent me on a mission. He asked me to collect stardust to work with. Koga, but why did he send you alone for such an important mineral like that? Riki, my master stays hidden so as not to be discovered by evil men. That means I am in charge of getting him the stardust he needs. Lee decided to carry Riki on his shoulders, while she guided them behind a waterfall, until they reached a cave that Riki unlocked using telekinesis. Menma, all that is stardust surprised how the other shinobi, especially the Hyugas. Sasuke, amazing. Niji, that powder transmits a lot of energy. Riki, I'm ready to go back. She had filled her bag with stardust. Koga, really perfect. It's time to get out of here. In that they are intercepted. Unknown, Miss Athena Dora of Cerberus, the guardian of the underworld, has come to take you away. Menma, another silver knight. Dora, I didn't think there was this much stardust hidden in a cave. I want you to tell me where the armor restorer is hiding. Lee, Konoha-senpai using his kick against the silver knight. Dora, what a taijutsu user shinobi. I've heard of them, but you're weak. Guy, dynamic entrance sending Dora flying. Dora, damn eyebrowed hell flame throwing an attack. Menma, burning fire of lesser lion. Dora, I do not fear you, bronze knight. Menma, me either emanating cosmos. Dora, impossible, his cosmos borders on that of a silver knight. Menma, am I waiting for you or are you afraid of me? Dora, you'll pay for this, dwarf. Cerberus claw launching an attack. Menma, bombing of Leon Minor. Both attacks would collide, with Menma gaining ground until he reached the silver knight, killing him with the blow. Menma, I killed him, he said surprised. Naruto, you did it, little brother. Koga, hey Riki, you'll be fine if we let you return alone with your master. Riki, they already defeated the evil man who was following me, didn't they? Yuna, take care of yourself, Riki. Menma, I hope we meet again. Riki, I'm sure it will be like that. I can feel it. The group left. Riki then retreated with the teleportation that Jameer's people know how to use, surprising everyone present. Jameer, Kiki, Riki, where have you been? I was worried about you for a moment. Don't tell me you decided to go alone to look for stardust. Riki, you know, Master Kiki, today I met a group of gentlemen. Kiki, I'm Vio. Riki, among them a friend of yours. Kiki was very surprised at that moment. He had thought along with Harbinger that he was killed by Ionia, causing both of them to hate the old man. Back with the others. The next morning they set out for the fire ruins, which were located in a volcanic sauna. Koga, it's very hot. Menma entered the ruins and had felt someone's cosmos. Menma threw multiple fireballs at a masked, pink-haired woman, but she dodged them all. Menma glared angrily at the woman, anger clouding his judgment, something the Amazon took advantage of. Naruto managed to enter the ruins despite the lava, but Kakashi, Niji, Kiba, Koga and Yuna couldn't, so they decided to make a path to cross. Menma and Sonia continued fighting. The fight was even. Menma created multiple fireballs that he threw at Sonia. The Amazon knew that her plan had worked. Menma was about to attack again, but a voice stopped him. Naruto, Menma, don't let emotions control your mind. Menma, it's true. Lesser Leon's burning fire, the flames injured Sonia and she escaped. Arya helped Menma destroy the fire reactor. Time skip 5 peaks. Haruto, they finally arrived. Shikamaru, troublesome. Bad hours. Chuji, glad to see you. Koga, long time no see guys. Haruto, they really took their time. Yuna, who would have thought that the water ruins would be in the place where Ryuho was born? Koga, where is Ryuho? Haruto, he is waiting for us at his house. Haruto, the four felt a relaxing and peaceful cosmos, but they did not know who it came from. Expert Naruto, he recognized it was his teacher's cosmos. Menma, that peaceful cosmos. Kakashi, this feeling of peace and harmony. Naruto, I'm glad to be back in these lands. Haruto, he is the former Dragon Knight. His name is Shiryu. Yuna, so he is Dragon Shiryu, a bronze legendary. Koga, Ryuho's dad. After a moment behind Shiryu appeared Shunrei. Yuna, that woman is Ryuho's mother Yuna. Shunrei, don't worry, Ryuho told me about you and what you've been through. It's good to see you, Naruto. Naruto, I'm glad to be back. And Koga, excuse me, where is Ryuho? Shunrei, went to Ryuga Waterfall. Haruto, the water ruins are located there. Koga, you mean he went to the ruins alone? Koga, Naruto stood in front of Shiryu in the lotus position conversing with his cosmos and his master. Shiryu, I see you've done it. Naruto, that's right, master, I have recovered Leo's armor and also 6 silver armors. Shiryu, I understand, your time to leave is near, the Golden Knights are gathering, I can feel it. The Libra armor has been calling for a successor. Naruto, do you think Genbu is ready? Shiryu, the Libra armor never leans toward evil, so we have another ally in this war against Mars. Meanwhile, Genbu was heading towards the 5 peaks. Ryuho had arrived at the water ruins, accompanied by Shikamaru and Ino. Knight, according to Miss Sonia's orders, I will not allow anyone to approach the water ruins. Shikamaru, Silver Saint in fighting pose. Knight, Shinobi, this is none of your business, leave these lands. Knight, but if he is the Dragon Knight, the son of the legendary Shiryu, it must be destiny. My name is Murfak. I am Murfak of Perseus. Some time ago the Knight of Perseus had a fight with your father and was defeated. I think this is the opportunity to clear his name and especially the shield of Medusa. Are you ready? With a punch he sent Ryuho far away. I warn you that I can read all your movements. You plan to take charge of the water reactor on your own to help your friends who have been in charge of destroying the other reactors. I'm wrong. Ryuho, you thought right. After all, my friends have walked long distances and defeated other Silver Saints. Murfak, you knew very well that you would find a Silver Knight guarding the water ruins and yet you dared to come. How touching! You think you would risk your life so that your friends can continue. That is nothing but nonsense. You think that cheap knights like you can fight at our level. Ryuho, aquatic mirage / stone rain. The element he manipulated is earth, something that water can't fight. A bronze saint against a silver one not only has a disadvantage in powers but also with your element. What do you expect to accept your defeat? The silver saint was going to kill Ryuho but was stopped by Koga, Ino and Shikamaru who had arrived. All Pegasus Flash Fist, Shadow Possession Jutsu / Stone Rain. Murfak, okay, you lost it. Let's stop playing childish games and fight. Ryuho and Naruto, stop, don't even think about looking at the shield. Murfak, Medusa. The shield opened its eyes and the 3 turned into statues, while Naruto lost his sense of sight along with Ryuho. Ryuho, it can't be, it happened exactly as they told me. The armor of Perseus and the shield of Medusa turn you into stone when you look directly into their eyes. Murfak, you have failed to protect your comrades. Ryuho, I will not forgive what you just did. He began to increase his cosmos. Murfak, tell me what you can do against Medusa's shield. Ryuho, I'm going to destroy your shield. Murfak, that's impossible. The only way to break it is with a water attack and you don't have enough power left to do anything. Ryuho, I'll risk everything in one attack. Water release. Murfak, don't be silly, that won't work with Medusa's shield. Both Gorgon's head / rising dragon. Both techniques collided and destroyed Medusa's shield, breaking the curse on the others, while a Naruto clone looked on and then retrieved the armor. Ryuho, I'm glad you're okay. As Naruto and Ryuho looked at each other. Koga, you exist too much. Ryuho, it's not over yet. Arya, the water ruins are out of control. Elemental nations. Konoha, the Leaf Village was suffering a severe frost. Ice was taking over the village while everyone was wrapping themselves up as much as possible, as the cold was getting lower and lower. Hiruzen, guys, you have to stop this. Konohamaru, and I-chans, you can. Behavior. Huge hurricane-like storms filled with hail gave the shinobi no respite from caring for the civilians. Kuratsuchi, Grandpa, get well soon. Seeing Inoki in bed with a hard blow to the head. Fist, a heat wave hit the lightning village. While many complained, others were grateful because with the storms, the misfortune of Kumo, Killer Bee's rap recitals had stopped. Name. The village of Sand was suffering from an impressive storm of rain and sand that caused tornadoes to form, causing serious damage. Maguekio. The heat wave had ended, giving way to earthquakes, tornadoes, and severe frost. They'd never had storms like this before, just rain. Toby. Oh, Toby flies being dragged by a tornado. No, seriously, help me. Deidara. Oh shit, using his clay. Return. Ryuho. Nothing we did could be useful. Shiryu, seeing his son's frustration, sent him the Libra armor. Ryuho. This is the golden Libra armor. It is the armor that was entrusted to my father so that it would not fall into the wrong hands. The armor has 6 pairs of weapons. Kakashi, 6 pairs of weapons? Naruto. Athena forbade the use of weapons. However, Athena and the Libra Knight allow them to be wielded when the situation warrants it. Using the sword, he cut the waterfall. Ryuho entered the water ruins, destroying them with Aria's help, obtaining the water crystal cosmos. However, a strong cosmos put them on alert. Naruto, Genbu. Haruto, despite not wearing armor, his cosmos is immense. Naruto, listen to me, Genbu. I'll see you in the 12 houses. Speaking for his cosmos. Genbu, I know. Make sure they have the 7th sense. Naruto would nod to Genbu. Genbu, I sensed a formidable cosmos. Just as I thought. The Libra armor is here. Hand it over to me. Ryuho, that armor will never be yours. Genbu, that's what you think. But the armor has chosen me. The armor went to Genbu's hand. This is the will of the armor. Ryuho, you won't take her. Genbu, my mission was to get the Libra armor. There's no reason to fight. If you want the armor back, find me and fight for it. Naruto. Ryuho, he shook his head. Naruto, I guess we'll part ways here. Being seen by everyone. All what? Naruto, with Menma and Sasuke we will wait for them at Leo's house, taking the aforementioned and teleporting. Sanctuary. Naruto had arrived with the 2 he took, while passing by Ari's house, and they were using an entrance to Leo's house, which he and Kiki had built years ago. It passed through Taurus and headed directly to Leo's house. Night. So you were alive, Naruto. Naruto, glad to see you. Harbinger. Harbinger, glad to see you. Grabbing Naruto and hugging him to the point his bones creaked. Naruto, glad to see you, friend, but I need a favor. Harbinger, which one? Looking at the 2 you are. Menma, I am Menma Namikaze Uzumaki, Naruto's brother. Really? Sasuke, soy Sasuke Uchiha. Naruto, you will help them train. They need a teacher who ignores their abilities. Harbinger, interesting. In that case I should start the training that will leave them with broken bones. Naruto, I leave them in your hands. They will join you in my house. Retiring to Leo. 5 Peaks. Ryuho, I guess now is the time to go. Kakashi, I'll go with you. Sakura, I'm here for my Sasuke-kun. Haruto, it would be advisable for them to stay in Aries. Guy, I don't promise anything. Lee, me neither. Retreating towards the sanctuary. Chapter 16. The Battle of the 12 Houses is approaching. 1. Koga, Yuna and Arya were near the lightning reactor. Koga had asked Shayna for help to destroy the reactor. Arya, we are near the last ruins. Koga, that's right, we'll tear down the Tower of Babel and defeat Mars to save Miss Saori and the world. Yuna, Arya, I notice you're happier since we started our trip. Arya, it's been a lot of fun spending time with friends. Since before I was always locked away in a castle without having contact with anyone. Yuna, in a castle? Arya, since I was little I remember living between rock walls, but when I started this journey I visited many places and met so many people, and all thanks to you who had the courage to rescue me. My life changed completely. I thank you. Yuna, I was also glad we met. Arya. Midnight. Arya had woken up and was using her cosmos to revive a field of flowers, so Koga went to keep her company. Koga, you know Naruto told me a story about 2 children who appeared on the battlefield between Mars and Athena. The girl was taken by Mars and the boy was raised by Athena. Feeling the girl's gaze. That's right, Arya. We are brothers. I promise that I will protect you with my life. What he said made Arya want to cry, so he hugged her. At that moment a purple lightning bolt could be seen falling near them. Arya recognized it was Eden. Arya, Eden is the son of Mars. Eden, I have come for Athena. Yuna, Arya is not Athena. Eden, she will be the Athena of the new world. Koga, I won't let you take Arya away. The battle between the 3 knights began, with Eden having the advantage. Eden enclosed Yuna in a dome of lightning, but Yuna broke it using her element. The Silver Knight, seeing this, hit Yuna with lightning, who fell injured to the ground. At that moment Koga returned to the fight with Pegasus meteors, managing to equal Eden momentarily, until he increased his cosmos, causing him to fall injured. Arya, seeing the state of Koga and Yuna, decided to go with Eden. Koga, Arya, don't do it, he said weakly. However, the 2 had already left, Managing to stand up, Koga began to hit the ground, creating multiple craters with his fists. Yuna also felt pain from losing Arya, so she decided to take Koga to where she trained. Koga, what is this place? Yuna, this is where I learned to overcome suffering and overcame my weaknesses so I could obtain my bronze armor. We are in the Valley of Lamentations. Koga, why did you bring me to this place? Yuna, you still have many weaknesses. They took Arya away because you were too weak. Wasn't that right, Koga? Koga, it's not true. That was because it was inevitable. Eden is too strong. After all, he is the son of Mars. The truth is that I have no chance against an opponent like him. Yuna just hit him in the face. Koga, may I know why you hit me? Yuna hit Koga again. Yuna, stop feeling sorry for yourself. That's why you didn't have enough courage to protect Athena. She hits him again. You didn't lose because your opponent was stronger than you. You lost because you're too weak. How did it not occur to you to train with Naruto to strengthen yourself and thus rescue Arya? Koga, you would never understand. Yuna, you have no idea what I'm feeling right now. They took Miss Saori and also Arya. They took two of the most important people in my life and I couldn't do anything about it. You can't understand how I feel. Yuna, you're not the only one suffering. Arya is a special person. Her friendship means a lot to me. Koga, leave me alone, will you? I can't continue with this mission. I don't have enough power to rescue Miss Saori and Arya entering the valley. Yuna, I don't know what will happen from now on in this place. You will have to face your fears and yourself, she thought, watching Koga disappear. Sanctuary. We can see Harbinger performing a physical routine on Menma and Sasuke. The exercises were extremely excessive, more exaggerated than Naruto's, and they also trained in combat against Harbinger himself, who was considered one of the 5 most powerful saints, behind Naruto, Ionia, Seiya, and Paradox. Harbinger, what's going on? Are you tired? Seeing the two of them on the floor panting. Menma, and no, I can still continue. Harbinger, interesting, you have the same motivation as your brother and in thoughts. Both of them strive to the point that their 7th sense manifests itself at times. There is no doubt that they will be strong. Sasuke, it's time. Menma, yes. Harbinger, let's see. Sasuke, Link's arrow. Menma, burning fire of Lesser Lion. Harbinger, Shadow Horn. Both Menma and Sasuke narrowly avoided the attack. Harbinger, well done. Both of you have used your 7th sense. Menma, how? Harbinger, the training I gave them, in addition to the constant confrontations they had against me, gave them the impetus to awaken it and be able to start using it naturally. They may be at the level of the Golden Saints, but that doesn't mean they underestimate their opponent. Menma, yes, Master. Sasuke, I accept Harbinger Sensei's teachings. Harbinger, also, if you see a bully, the least you can do is break every single one of his bones. Well, you should go to Leo, use the stairs and the direct route. The aforementioned retreated towards Naruto's house, who had been preparing some tests for a few moments to let them into his house. Harbinger, it's interesting that they're from that continent. They were good apprentices, the one-eyed man thought, smiling. Back with Koga. As Koga sank deeper into the ice, it broke and he sank deeper into the valley, where he was rescued. Unknown, tell me what you are so afraid of. What is happening? While you were sleeping you mentioned a woman's name several times. I think it was Arya. Koga, it's about my sister. She was recently kidnapped. We were able to rescue her, but because of my weakness, I couldn't protect her. So, who the heck are you and what are you doing in a place like this? Unknown, I used to treasure someone very special. You have the chance to see her again, even if you have decided not to do so again. Koga, it's not as easy as you think. You don't know what you're talking about. Unknown, unfortunately I know. You have also given up and convinced yourself that all is lost. You have reached the point of believing that giving up is easier than fighting. Koga, no, it's not like that. Stranger, you're the kind of conformist. So since you've been humiliated, your only solution is to feel sorry for yourself. Koga, what's wrong with you? Raising his annoyed Cosmos. Unknown, wow, so this is your Cosmos. I can't believe how insignificant it is. You'll never be able to protect someone with such a weak Cosmos. Koga, you're wrong. My Cosmos has unlimited power. Pegasus meteors. The stranger stopped the attack with his hand, revealing the left side of his chest. Abdomen and thigh was infected by darkness. You were wounded by darkness. Who are you? Unknown, you are disappointing. How do you plan to protect Athena with such a low-level Cosmos? You can't even protect yourself. Look carefully, this is my cosmos elevating yours. Koga, your cosmos is immense. Mine cannot compare. Unknown, if what you want is to protect someone, show that you can grow your cosmos to this level. Koga, tell me who you are. You mentioned that you also knew someone important to you. Where is he right now? Unknown. It happens that that special person is out of my reach. Koga, so that person is there? Unknown. That's right, she sleeps peacefully where I won't be able to see her again. A different situation than yours. Why, if you want to see her again, you know where to find her, yet you refuse to look for her. Koga, but I need to muster up the courage to save her. Arya. Unknown, what are you waiting for? Show me your true power. Show me how the cosmos burns inside you. Koga, so you are also a knight. Unknown, first of all you must trust in your abilities and don't forget to increase your cosmos. Taking off his trench coat, I want to see how you will face the power of my cosmos. With this ray of hope that is born from within you, I warn you that if you fail to resist this attack, the only thing that awaits you is death. Tracing his constellation with his hands, diamond dust. Koga of Pegasus began to be frozen. Unknown, believe in the strength you possess and also in your cosmos. Koga, I'm ready, shine to the fullest. My powerful cosmos. The Pegasus began to fly with his armor, leaving the valley like this. Unknown, Pegasus spreads your wings. Koga takes flight. Your friends are waiting for you. Watching him retreat, there's no doubt he has something of Seiya's airhead, he said mockingly. Who was this figure, you may wonder? Well, it was Hyuga of Swan himself, the legendary Bronze Knight. While Arya asked Eden to take her to the lightning ruins and Koga managed to get out of the valley meeting Yuna. Yuna, Koga, you came back alive. Koga, that's right, I won't give up, I'll find a way to save Arya. It's time to go. 2 days later, Koga and Yuna met up with Ryuho, the shinobi, and Haruto. Haruto, just as I warned. Kakashi, fine, I think we're all fine. Guy, it's time we helped in the most youthful way possible. Asuma, if this continues, the elemental nations will be threatened. Ryuho, yes. Koga, what happened? This is how they tell him what Minato had warned them about through his summoning toads about what had happened in the elemental nations. Even Jiraiya had to resist investigating the storms. Koga and Yuna also informed the others about Arya's situation. Ryuho, I see, so Eden has Arya. Haruto, it's my duty. Niji, I will save her. It is destiny that I am the one who saves her. Ryuho, if he keeps thinking like that, Naruto won't let Leo pass. Although the other knights might not give it any importance, he thought. Haruto, did they investigate where he is? Koga, don't tell me you know. Haruto, yes, I know. Yuna, what you're saying is true. Haruto, Kakashi, Haruto found out where she's being held prisoner while he was looking for you. Yuna, and how did they do it? Haruto, we interrogate a Martian with a powerful illusion. Koga, what an illusion? Kakashi, don't tell them, he said, traumatized, remembering how the Martians received the most lethal genjutsu of the elemental nations. Guy, they received the power of the flames of youth. Lee Yash said it. Guy-sensei. Koga, and where is it? Somewhat awkward. Haruto, it's near the Tower of Babel and Mars Castle. However, Mars isn't there. I could only confirm the presence of Sonia and Arya, as well as some Silver Knights. Shikamaru, troublesome, we must plan how to enter enemy territory. Ryuho, once we are inside we must separate into 2 groups as quickly as possible. Arya must be in the West Tower on the 70th floor of the castle. Kiba, it'll be a race against time, so we must memorize the shortest route to get there or use my tracking instincts. Kurenai, good idea. Kiba, proud of her genin. Koga, hey Haruto, what do you know about Naruto, Menma and Sasuke? Did you happen to find out after what happened? Kakashi, regarding them, they went to the Tower of Babel. They would see us in. Leo said. Day after, the group, using their armor and shinobi skills, invaded Mars Castle. Ryuho, Lee, Niji, Kiba, Chuji, and Haruto defeated all the Martians in their path. But, Haruto, you feel that energy. Hinata, is he a Martian? She said with her Byakugan active. Haruto, it must be Sonia. Sonia, how dare you enter our castle, damn traitor knights. At least you saved me the trouble of having to go looking for you. Still don't expect mercy from me. At that moment the leader of Team 8, an expert in genjutsu, used an illusion that worked to put Itachi Uchiha, although it was useless, making the Amazon fall to the ground unconscious. Haruto, I think it worked out. Kurenai, don't you think we're exaggerating? I mean, Naruto told us to leave her alive, but I don't know how long the effect will last. Elsewhere, Koga, Team 10 and Yuna had defeated some Martians, but they began to hear heavy footsteps, leading them to see a silver knight. Knight, so you are the ones who interrupted my nap. Asuma, a silver knight. Gentlemen, how dare you rebel against the great patriarch? There will be no way for you to advance. The great shield-bearing Aeneas is here to block your path. Koga, we have no choice but to fight. Yuna was the first to launch an attack trying to hit him, but all her attacks were blocked by the shield that moved by itself. The shield moves by itself? Koga, then I just have to destroy that shield. Koga hit the shield with his fist but couldn't even scratch it. Aeneas, with this armor, the blows of a bronze knight tickle me. Yuna, let's attack together. All yes. Shikamaru, shadow possession. Ino, mind transfer. Chuji, expansion. Koga, Pegasus meteors. Asuma, burning ashes. Yuna, divine tornado. The techniques joined together and headed towards the silver knight. Aeneas, perfect square putting its parts together. Koga, what was that? Yuna, what technique is that? Ino, I don't know. Aeneas, ha ha ha. As you can see, I have the silver armor with the strongest shield, and it is a shield that will never be destroyed by a couple of bronze knights like you and some pathetic shinobi. Menma, I've never heard such nonsense arriving at the castle. Shikamaru, troublesome with a smile. Ino, Menma. Asuma, you took too long. Menma. Koga, Menma, what are you doing here? Menma, my brother said they would need my help this time. Aeneas, another bronze knight. Maybe they are not so weak, but they will never be able to defeat me. Sasuke, if I were you, I wouldn't be so confident. Aeneas, it will be useless. Menma, don't get involved, and don't let the others intervene. Koga, what are you talking about? Menma, lesser lion bombardment. Menma and his armor were engulfed in flames. Aeneas used perfect square again, but was overwhelmed by the force of Soma's attack that destroyed his shield. After all, your shield couldn't protect you from my flames. Aeneas, how come you are so strong? Your cosmos touched the level of a golden knight, he said with fear. Menma would only use lesser lion bomber once more, killing the knight. Koga, Menma, Sasuke. Yuna, where had they gone? Menma, we were training. Sasuke, sorry to be late. Koga, you got the best part of the battle, seeing Menma jealous. Sasuke, with the dobe we went to train with Naruto in a more excessive way. Menma, and what are you doing here? Koga, what happens is that Eden captured Arya, so we came to save her. Yuna, will they come with us? Sasuke and Menma, no. Menma, it will be less than you go to save Arya. We only came by orders of Enai-san. Koga, Yuna, the shinobi, Ryuho, and Haruto had arrived at Arya's cell, but she wasn't there. Taking the cross armor and the shield jewel, they left the castle. Haruto, they should have taken Arya before we attacked. Kiba, I can't detect your scent. Elsewhere, Eden and Arya were arriving at the lightning ruins. Koga, Yuna, Ryuho and Haruto had also arrived and were in a forest nearby, while talking about the reactors they destroyed. Shayna, long time no see. Koga. Koga, nice to see you. You came just as you promised, Master Shayna. Shayna, I see you've found a group of friends you can trust. Koga, yes, that's right. Shayna, Yuna of the Eagle, Ryuho of the Dragon and Haruto of the Wolf, you are the young bronze saints as well as shinobi, perhaps. Kakashi, Naruto from Leo asked us for help and we came, also it is so as not to attract attention from our continent. Shayna, I see she notices an orange-covered book. I don't want to see that book, she said seriously. Kakashi swallowed hard and hid his little book. How did they know about him? Well, Naruto. Shayna, wait Koga, before we go I must tell you something of utmost importance. I was supposed to tell you before you became a knight. Have you ever heard about the first battle between Seiya and Mars? Koga, I found out that during that battle a meteorite fell from the sky, from which two babies were born. One was me and the other is Arya. Mars took Arya and Miss Saori raised me. Shayna, I see you know something. Koga, a friend told me about it. Shayna, only Naruto knew, no doubt. At least he didn't mention Seiya since he was with him for a while, she thought. Elsewhere, Eden, so you're waiting for them, Arya? You're waiting for their arrival to destroy the lightning ruins. I'm very sorry, but I plan to defeat Pegasus and his friends, because that is my mission. Outside the ruins, 2 silver knights would appear on the spot. Ryuho, dragon armor, I'll take care of this guy. You won't stop me, keep going. The group continued advancing but were attacked by another silver knight. Haruto created an earth wall, courtesy of his training in Kiri with Kakashi, the man who copied more than 1,000 jutsus. Haruto threw himself into battle against the knight. while the group continued. Yuna was the next to stay behind to fight another Silver Saint, while the shinobi and Koga accompanied by Shayna followed. They entered the lightning ruins. Upon entering, they managed to see Arya, but behind her was Eden. Eden, Pegasus was waiting for you. Koga, Eden, he said angrily. Kakashi, don't let your emotions cloud you. Eden, so you decided to show up. Koga, Arya, I see you came too. Eden, I won't let you drag Arya into this. Pegasus, don't you realize that Arya is suffering, and it's all your fault? Koga, but if you're the one making her suffer, Eden, they both clashed fists. I won't give in to you again, otherwise I won't be able to beat you. Kakashi, Guy, don't interfere. Seeing his partner, it's something they must solve. Hiding a message from Naruto in their clothes. Eden, your cosmos has increased since the last battle, even so you will not be able to reach my level. Rebirth of Radiance. Prepare to die. Koga stopped Eden's blow and grabbed his arm. What are you doing? Koga, quick teacher, destroy the reactor. Eden, I won't allow it. Eden, Arya and Shayna went to destroy the reactor, but Arya stopped them. Arya, I'm sorry, I don't want to make Eden suffer. He may be the son of Mars, but since we were little he was always good to me. He accompanied me to the ruins despite knowing my intentions to destroy the reactor. Now that I think about it, I understand how much I made Eden suffer. Shayna, carrying the name of Athena means that you will bear the suffering of other people. The Athena that I know is like you. However, this is not the time to doubt. The only way to save the Earth is by destroying the last reactor. Arya, I understand. I'm so sorry, Eden. Eden, I will never forgive you for forcing her to do this, you wretch. Eden punched Koga, causing him to hit the ceiling, then created multiple lightning spheres and launched them towards Koga. Arya and Shayna had reached the reactor. However, a lightning bolt stopped them in their tracks. Eden, are you sure you want to destroy the reactor? Arya, I want you to be honest. Arya, you will not accept the world that my father is willing to create, a world where you will rule as Athena. Reject this new beginning. Arya, I can't stand idly by while suffering spreads across the world. The Earth will die if they continue to extract its cosmos in such a selfish way. That's the reason. Eden, is that why you do it? Arya, that's right. Please use your power to stop your father. Face Mars. Eden, Arya, how can you say that? I see that they filled your head with bad ideas. This is all your fault. I will not forgive you. Koga appreciated breaking the ground, hitting Eden's face. Koga, you haven't even bothered to understand Arya's suffering. Destroy the fast reactor. Shayna, rest assured. Arya helped Shayna destroy the reactor, while the others had managed to defeat the Silver Saints by taking off their armor. Haruto, they did it. Kakashi, that's right. Eden obtained the Cosmos Lightning Crystal. Eden, I will never forgive you for what you did. Koga, I won't let you take Arya. I won't let her go back to that wretch from Mars. Eden, I don't think so. This time I'll tear you to pieces. Koga, I'm ready. Both launched themselves. Arya, enough is enough. Arya launched herself towards the two. Koga's cosmos reacted to Arya's, thus entering the ruins of darkness. Haruto, Yuna, and Ryuho also fell into the ruins, finding a gate that blocked their path. They tried to open it but were enveloped in darkness, which put them in an illusion where they had to face their past. Then the doors opened, giving way to the ruins of darkness. The shinobi were amazed by their respective knights. Yuna, are you okay? Hinata, Kiba, and Shikamaru? Hinata, yes, we are okay. Kiba, nothing hurts an alpha like me. Shikamaru, troublesome. Elsewhere, Eden wandered around the place until she came to a chamber with mirrors in which Arya's image was reflected. Eden, how is it possible? Dark Arya, when we were little you always gave me flowers, wasn't it? But you once had the curiosity to ask me, what was it that I really needed? You said that everything we did was to create a world without suffering, that it was for my good and my happiness. Although it wasn't like that because you always ignored the pain that oppressed my heart, you used me for your own benefit. The only thing you were looking for was the approval of your father and your mother. Your punishment will be to sink into hell, paralyzed by the shadow of your mistakes, to be in eternal darkness. With Arya, Guy, and Lee. Arya, what place is this? Reflection. So you are the one who possesses the cosmos of light, that light that escaped from the fearsome shadows. Why, Guy, this place is not very youthful. Reflection. You should have maintained a subtle glow in the midst of that darkness. Why did you try to escape from the darkness? To shine? How repugnant. The light you emit is repulsive. If you did not exist, the world would live peacefully in darkness. Face your mistakes and prepare to receive your punishment in the ruins of darkness. With Koga, Kakashi, Ten and Niji, they had reached another chamber with mirrors. Koga, where the hell am I? I don't know why, but this place calms me down. Dark Sauri, that's right, this is where you belong. Kakashi, something's wrong. Niji, these ruins have an illusion and they are affected. All Ki, but nothing happened. Koga, Miss Sauri. Dark Sauri, you can ask your cosmos. Koga, ask my cosmos. My cosmos. It began to release cosmos of darkness. Kakashi, oh no. Niji, his presence is very terrifying. Dark Sauri, I'm sorry, your true cosmos is darkness. Chapter 17. The Battle of the 12 Houses Part 2 is approaching. Leo's house. Naruto was receiving Sasuke and Naruto while watching the next movements, until he felt a rather dangerous cosmos. Naruto, the ruins of darkness, that's what the cosmos feels. I must go. They will go train with Harbinger now. Naruto ran off towards Eri's house. Kiki was the only one who knew how to use Jamir's teleportation to send him to the ruins of darkness. Ruins, air. The little maid like Athena was listening to what her reflection was saying. Arya, for my faults. Arya reflection. That's right. You think that because of your naivety you are free of guilt. You were raised as an angel to become the light that will guide this world, taking the little girl to her memories. Arya, where am I? Reflection. You grew up surrounded by sumptuous objects so that it would increase the power of light that you would radiate, and then you used that power as you had been ordered, to lead the world to destruction. You say you want to stop the suffering that has spread throughout the world. But do not forget who was to blame. You caused this evil. Your simple existence has hurt many. Now you understand what your fault is. The essence of the world is made up of darkness. Such a bright glow will only cause pain. Come immerse yourself in the darkness that is in your heart for eternity. Emanating darkness, which enveloped the little girl. With Eden. Eden was seeing her memories of Arya, including how her father hurt Arya. Eden, you are the one to rule this world. You will become a knight with great power who will protect the new Athena. Eden, if what you say, father and mother falling to his knees, perhaps this is my punishment for trying to live up to my parents' expectations and forgetting to protect Arya's happiness, the only person I truly care about. Arya, forgive me, I'm so sorry. Arya managed to hear Eden and began to radiate her cosmos of light. Nearby, Naruto was arriving at the ruins, so with active cosmos he managed to connect with several. Naruto, will you really stoop to that level, Orion? Will you let guilt sink you into darkness? He spoke directly to Eden. Eden, that voice is Leo. No, Naruto surprised. Naruto, a knight maintains his will at all times. If you flank now, how will you protect those you care about? I know that Mycenae taught you to increase your power in the wrong way, but those who appreciate you are the ones who make you go further. Stand up, don't be pathetic, and face your mistakes like a man. There will be time to correct them. With air, the young woman had felt the power of Eden fall. Arya, no Eden. Reflection, curse, the cosmos of light. Arya, no Eden, don't let the darkness devour you. Eden. Reflection, don't even think about running away. You don't understand that the light you radiate is harmful. The only thing it causes is destruction. Arya, I don't think that the mistake I made will ever be forgiven. In reality, I don't know how many more mistakes I could make because of the power I possess. Even so, that doesn't matter to me, because in this world there are people who need me. As long as there are those who find happiness in that light, I want to be part of that light. That light that makes its way in the darkness. Its cosmos managed to destroy the reflections and managed to see Eden. The barrier that divided them was torn down as Eden ran to hug her. Arya, Eden, are you okay? Eden, Arya, please forgive me. Arya, I never took into account what really made you happy. I behaved like a selfish person. I'm very sorry. Arya, don't worry. Eden, despite your situation you were always kind to me and that made me very happy. Eden, thank you. Naruto, I'm glad you've seen the truth. Orion, both. Leo's Naruto. Naruto, the same in that he places his hand in Eden. You don't have to prove anything. Parents often make mistakes and put too much pressure on their children. Mark your own path. Do not depend on the expectations they have for you. Eden, thank you. And in thoughts, he is quite wise and fraternal. It is as if he were an older brother. Why was Messina's sensei not like that? They were about to continue talking, but their conversation was interrupted by the explosion of Koga's cosmos of darkness. With Pegasus, Koga, my cosmos element is darkness? Dark Sauri, That's right, raise your cosmos of darkness to the maximum. It will make you invincible. It will make you so strong that you will be able to defeat Mars without any problem. Koga, I can defeat Mars thanks to darkness. Koga saw an illusion of Mars where he had Arya in his hands, so he started attacking him. Illusion. Koga, Mars, I will never forgive you. Dark Sauri, keep going, Koga. That will help you awaken the power that is truly within you. Out of the illusion. Naruto, Pegasus détente. Koga stopped dead in his tracks. Koga, Naruto starting to attack him. Naruto, his power is almost divine, but how is that possible? He thought, dodging the attacks and blows of the angry Pegasus. Unless I understand that inside someone wants to wake up. Koga was going to launch some Pegasus meteors with his darkness but was stopped by Arya. Arya, no, Koga. I ask you not to light up your cosmos of darkness. You must believe in the light that is within you. Shadows, damned girl of light, I will not hand you over to the child of darkness. Naruto, Abzu, there is no other way. Koga is his container. Seiya, what will we do with this? He thought worriedly. The shadows tried to consume Koga. Arya, I won't allow you to drag Koga into the darkness, elevating his cosmos and breaking the illusion. Koga, so my cosmos element is darkness, then whose is this cosmos of light that radiated? Naruto, maybe it was Miss Saori, your mother, he said and thought the last thing. Arya, that cosmos was protecting you. But not only that, I think you still believe in the light inside you. That's why you were able to increase your cosmos of light. Koga, do you really believe it? Arya, Koga, do you remember what Naruto told you when he met you? Koga, he told me that my cosmos was made of light because of Miss Saori. Naruto, and of darkness for a fact the day you were born. Koga, Naruto hugging the aforementioned. He wouldn't admit it out loud, but Naruto had many qualities of an older brother. Naruto only reciprocated the hug. Koga was just like Menma, only much more proud. Naruto, do you know why I told you? Koga, no. Naruto, so that you could choose your path, to be a Pegasus of light or darkness. And it doesn't necessarily mean that you choose the side of evil. Ruffling Koga's hair, making the aforementioned blush in embarrassment. The four began to walk as they arrived at the wing where some shinobi were. Shikamaru was trapped in an illusion where he saw himself as a cloud and all those he loved were killed without doing anything. Ino was in an illusion where several beastly men massacred her family and friends while she was abused. Hinata in illusion, where her mother was injected with poison days after giving birth to Hanabi, where as an adult she cried out to be saved, to then be taken and raised to be a Hyuga as her grandfather wanted after forcing her father. She even saw her uncle being killed by orders of the same old man. Naruto emanated his cosmos, breaking those illusions as he approached Hinata and carried her bridal style. He was no idiot. The Hyuga had something that attracted him, and like every man the blonde was, he was somewhat blind when it came to matters of love. The group continued on their way while Naruto looked at Eden crestfallen, so having Hinata in his arms asleep he approached her side while deciding to listen to her discharge. They arrived at the room where the rest of shinobi, Haruto and Ryuho were. The last two trying to get the others out of the illusion. Kakashi was seeing a reflection of himself in his younger age where he was seen as they saw his father after his suicide for saving his comrades and not completing the mission. The silver-haired man saw how he behaved in his youth following the rules and argued with Obito about the issue, while repeating to himself several times to stop being such an idiot. Guy was in a similar case while watching himself as an eternal genin. Lee was in a similar case, only paralyzed in a hospital bed doing nothing. Ten and Shino will not want to know. Sakura, being tortured by her worst illusion, her mother taking possession of her belongings after marrying the Uchiha. Chuji, seeing how the Akimichi clan was left with nothing but vegetables. Kiba with a female-dominated society where he was always belittled for being a man. The most affected was Niji, where he saw how his grandfather ordered the execution of his father after Hinata's kidnapping, where for years he despised her for that reason, how he killed her in the Chunin exams and learned the truth, while Orochimaru brought her back where the pearl-eyed woman took revenge on him, mercilessly, and without giving him his apologies while he asked for them. Naruto had enough because the one he wanted to see suffer to remove that complex from his head was the Hyuga. But he hoped it would work, and if not, they would fix it at Leo's house. Kakashi, hey, what happened? Guy, youth. Read, youth. 10. Shut up, you two weirdos, making everyone's sweat drop. Eden, They are like that. Koga, you get used to it. Arya, okay, now let's destroy the darkness reactor. Koga, you are the only person who can do it. Koga, good. Together they managed to destroy the reactor, revealing the crystal cosmos of darkness. Koga, the crystal of darkness, he said, seeing the gem. Arya turned him into a light crystal. Arya, don't let the darkness take over him again. Don't let the Pegasus of light become the Pegasus of darkness. Don't worry, you'll be fine. You have the strength to oppose the darkness. Don't forget that I will be here to support you. Guy and Lee. Such words so full of the flames of youth. Naruto, big eyebrows must stop. Koga, thanks Arya. Yeah, it won't happen again. But everyone at that moment froze. Naruto, whose is this great cosmos? It's taller than mine, he said nervously. Kakashi, who is the owner of this power? Is it capable of making Naruto nervous, he thought. Lee, what pressure? Guy, yes, you said it, my young student. Niji, who is it? Without activating the Byakugan because of the immense fear he felt. Sakura and Ino, save me Sasuke-kun, I think. At the Tower of Babel, House of Taurus. Both Bronze Saints were in a fight against Harbinger, who looked at them smiling, until Sasuke, ACHU, Harbinger, health, although it is rare for someone to have a cold. Sasuke, I felt my fangirls calling me, shaking with discomfort. Harbinger, my condolences, well, it's time to move on. Ambos HI, back with the others. From the shadows in the place an imposing being appeared. Naruto, Mars, with that cosmos of light, look how it shines splendidly. I have been waiting for that moment. Koga, I'm not going to let you use Arya for your own purposes. Arya, I will not use my powers again. I will not use my cosmos of light again, especially if it is for your selfish purposes. I learned a lot during the journey we made. I realized the beauty and goodness that there is in the hearts of the people who inhabit this world, so I have decided to protect the purity of this planet. Mars, you believe there is beauty in people's hearts. This world is infested with envy, pain, hatred, and betrayal, yet you dare to say it is pure. Ryuho, where there is light, there is darkness. Arya, and I am determined to protect it. I will envelop the whole world in the warmth of my radiance. Mars, you will do it with the help of your cosmos of light. Do not be naive, that flash is destined to be used for the world that I want to build. Eden, what are you doing, father? Mars, now come with me, it's time for you to return. Mars tried to kidnap Arya with his cosmos of darkness, but Koga jumped with Arya in his arms. Koga, don't even think we'll hand Arya over to you. Yuna, we will take care of protecting her. Mars, what could some Bronze Saints and those shinobis do? I doubt Seiya will come to help them like last time. Naruto, and I'm painted or what? Mars, Leo, no Naruto, so Messina's didn't comply with you. Koga, to the attack. All Bronze Saints present. Rising Dragon / Fist of the White Wolf of Heaven / Whirling Eagle Predations / Pegasus Meteors. Kakashi / Asuma. The Battle of Katon. Shikamaru, Shadow Possession Jutsu. Kiba, Gutsuga. Ino used her mind jutsu, Shino his insects, and Hinata and Niji prepared their 8 trigrams, while Sakura did nothing. Mars then struck the knights and shinobi, sending them away injured. Arya, I won't do it. I'm determined not to live that nightmare again. I will protect this world and the life that lives in it. This time I will fight them until the end. The crystals reacted to the growth of Arya's cosmos, causing the Athena scepter to form. Eden, Arya got it. Mars, very well, new Athena. Let's build that world we've been planning with the help of your cosmos. Naruto, don't even try. I will never allow that. Over my dead body, you will never be able to carry out your plans. We are knights and we fight for Athena. Arya may not be her, but she has the same determination, raising her golden cosmos. Even if she is not the real Athena, the real one chooses her as a substitute at this moment, as her cosmos of light indicates. Our duty is to protect her at all costs. That means being a knight. Mars, so, gentlemen, don't make me laugh. They both started fighting. While Mars tried to use darkness, Arya made her back off. Eden, stop, father. Naruto, plasma lightning. The thousands of blows Naruto sent hit Mars, while he realizes what Arya did. Mars, you just raised your fist against me. Ungrateful, how dare you disobey me? Arya piercing her with a spear of darkness. Naruto, damn voltage flash. Mars dodged Naruto's blow by landing one in his abdomen. Mars, you acted like a fool. You had the chance to become the Athena of the new world, extracting the cosmos from Arya, so long, traitors, taking Eden. Eden, Naruto and Isayan, That made Naruto angry, because since Eden unloaded everything on him, Naruto allowed him to call him older brother. Mars, don't get in the way. Leo give him a powerful blow. Naruto fell to the ground unconscious and with bleeding wounds, so those who knew medical ninjutsu rushed to heal him. After finishing, Naruto woke up. Naruto, it's time you should return to the sanctuary now. I hope that when you get to Leo you have your seventh sense. Naruto retreated while telepathically warning Kiki to take him before the scepter was used. Koga would approach Arya, who was being held by Sakura with medical ninjutsu. Sakura, she's too weak. I managed to stabilize her, but it seems she fell into a coma using the mystic palm. Koga, thank you. Niji, and if we use Menma, maybe Bijuu's chakra can help. Kakashi, no, Bijuu's chakra is too corrosive and poisonous. So far the only one who can help is Tsunade Senju. At the Tower of Babel, Mars connected the scepter to the 12 houses, causing the Earth's cosmos to be extracted by the tower toward the red planet. Ionia, Lord Mars, I inform you that finally the Golden Knights who are alive have gathered. Mars, okay, time to get started on this. Mars, using the scepter of Arya, began to modify the 12 houses. Chapter 18. The Battle of the 12 Houses begins. Elemental nations. The storms were not enough to cope with the shinobi villages and the daimyo cities. Each Kage, not counting Inoki due to his delicate health, decided not to have attacks for a while, since there would be no way to evaluate the damage caused. In Kirime and Yagura awaited the return of those from Konoha, because due to the storm situation, the 10 days that Naruto said had passed, and thanks to this situation they were unable to reveal the end of the civil war in Kiri. In Konoha, civilians said that this was the work of the demon and his followers, beginning a period of revolts and loss of Minato's command, something that Danzo would take advantage of in the short term, making Orochimaru invade the village during the Chunin exams. In Suna, a redhead was crying because with the storms the civilians put the responsibility on the Jinchuriki, making him less stable than before. But that was the beginning. The Ichibi always harassed the redhead, making him unstable, but the visit of a little girl in spectral form who fixed his seal would allow him to sleep and not listen to the Biju, and would tell him to wait for the arrival of a golden lion to leave Suna with him in the future Chunin exams in Konoha. In Kumo, by a miracle of Kami, the storm stopped, while they were even grateful that Killer Bee wasn't doing his rap recitals, but at the slightest attempt from the colored Jinchuriki, the clouds gathered, starting to rain. The village didn't know whether to be grateful for this or flee the village. In Maguekio, Akatsuki read some ancient writings thanks to Zetsu finding scrolls that revealed the existence of more gods that made the Rinnegan, the Eye of the Rakuto, look ridiculous, making Pain angry out of jealousy of such power. In Iwa, Inoki remained unconscious while his daughter and son took over his Kage duties, while the storms continued. With the knights, Koga, Yuna, the shinobis, Haruto and Ryuho, were taken by Aria's cosmos on the way to Aries' house. Koga, where are we? Yuna, I don't know, although there must be a reason why he sent us from the ruins of darkness to this path that goes from the Tower of Babel to heaven. Kakashi, she helped us with the little energy she had left, strange to us. Koga started walking, followed by the others. Koga, walking, Arya used what was left of her power to send us to this place. That's why it is our duty to take this path. We must continue forward without looking back. The group advanced until they reached the entrance to the House of Aries. Guy, what is this place so youthful? Lee, I don't know. Niji, gives off a very great power with his Byakugan active. Kiba, I smell something. I have been waiting for you young knights and shinobi. I am the Golden Knight who guards this sacred place. What are you waiting for? Enter the new sanctuary that Mars has created. Welcome to the House of Aries. Kakashi, golden armor with ram horns, you are Kiki of Aries. Kiki, that's right shinobi, she said kindly, it's a pleasure to meet one of Naruto's loved ones. Kiba, you know Naruto, great. Kiki, unfortunately, I see that not everyone has the chance to advance through these houses of you shinobi. At least I know that more than one would not pass through the other houses. At least they would reach Leo. But Naruto would not let several pass, looking surreptitiously at Niji. Koga, so this is the House of Aries. Kiki, believe it or not, this is the new sanctuary and the 12 houses that Mars built. Everyone watched as at the top of the tower they saw a circle divided into flames. Kiki, this is the time ring. They will have to go through the 12 houses guarded by the Golden Knights. Only then will they be able to ascend to the last level where Mars will be waiting for them, and if for some reason they do not succeed, the Earth will be destroyed. Time is running out. What will young knights of Athena do addressing the knights, making the shinobi feel belittled? Koga, in short, we don't have much time, and the only way to reach the top is by defeating each of the Golden Saints. Kiki, you're right. Koga, then let's stop with the nonsense. Pegasus meteors. The attack was directed at Kiki, but he kept it at bay with his cosmos. Asuma, it's an impressive attack, but I doubt that the one who humbly led us into the house is an enemy. Kiki, the Pegasus meteors technique, I haven't seen it in a while, but with that cosmos so weak, it won't work against a Golden Knight using telekinesis. She crashed Koga into the floor. However, you will need that courage to advance. Being reckless will help you, never forget it. Guy and Lee, beside our flames of youth. Kiki, if you want to continue as shinobi, you should know that you will face several dangers. Not all knights will let you pass. That's why I suggest you stay in Aries. At least until you pass Cancer. Kakashi, I guess so. Kiki, Harbinger. Naruto, hear me, using his cosmos. Naruto, I hear you. Harbinger, same as me. Kiki, the shinobi of your village are determined to come and help, however they do not use cosmos. Naruto, chakra can help them but only if they use it properly. Harbinger, if they come, what do I do? I can't give them the same test as the bronzes. Naruto, Kiki, make them wait until the Taurus flame goes out to send them. Kiki, okay. Everyone fell silent as they watched the Aries emanate golden cosmos. Kiki, Naruto has asked me to have the shinobi stay with me for a while. I want them to tell me about their abilities. Koga, wait, aren't you supposed to be our enemy? Kiki, of course not. I am an ally. I am the only armor restorer in the world, the Golden Knight of Renovation and Techniques. I am the legitimate Golden Knight guardian of the House of Aries, Kiki of Aries. Lee, that means you're Raki's master. Kiki would nod. Kiki, I'm also impressed that they've come so far with such damaged armor. Using her cosmos, she touched Koga's armor and began to repair it, surprising the shinobi. Koga, what are you doing? Kiki, don't worry, I'm just restoring your armor. There isn't much time left, so it will be painful. Now listen. After you cross the 12 houses, Mars will be waiting for you. That battle is destined for the one who wears the Pegasus armor. You and your friends will have to fight with all your might until the end. The restoration is ready in that he would begin to advance while the rest followed him. I will not allow you to leave. First you must repair your armor, stopping them, while Koga follows. House of Taurus. Upon entering the house, Koga saw the floor littered with bones. Welcome, bronze vermin. I must admit that you have courage for wanting to go through the 12 houses, and that pleases me. While the bones joined together and formed the statue of a bull. My name is Harbinger, the Golden Knight who rules both greed and destruction. I am the great Harbinger of Taurus. What are you waiting for? Attack me once and for all. Koga, it's time to fight. Pegasus flashing fist. The attack was in Taurus's direction, but he had disappeared from there. What the hell? Harbinger, can you tell who you were hitting with so much hatred? With a blow to the back, Koga was thrown far away. Meanwhile, Kiki had finished repairing the rest of the armor, so they left Aries' house. Can you still stand up? Don't try so hard. I suppose your warrior spirit is shattered. What dilemma do you face when that happens? Koga, I'm not going to give up. I'm going to defeat you and make Mars pay for everything he did. Harbinger, wow, you're ignoring me to yearn for a future that never comes. I don't like that attitude at all. Horn of Shadows. Harbinger disappeared into the shadows and began repeatedly hitting Koga. Harbinger, music to my ears. I love the sound of bones breaking. Looking at Koga on the ground. What's happening, worm? You can't get up anymore. Don't tell me that the ideal you're fighting for ended up being a lie. Koga, of course not, emanating his cosmos, remembering Aria's last words, to stop Mars and protect the world, thus beginning to elevate his cosmos. Yuna, Haruto, Ryuho and Kakashi, who did not agree to wait to see his students, entered the House of Taurus. Harbinger, what are you doing? How strange, why do you have such a bright cosmos? Koga, my duty is to defeat you. I will annihilate you, Pegasus meteors. Harbinger, so this is the legendary technique, Pegasus meteors. Excellent, this deserves one of my favorite techniques, Great Horn. Kakashi, so he is the owner of that technique, he thought, watching as the blue meteors collided with the golden bull. Harbinger, I love the sound of bones breaking, Although there is a better sound that I am pleased to hear while Koga falls to the ground, it is a delight to hear how your naive heart twists in agony. Ha 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 ha, they shattered, but what a beautiful sound, and my next victims will be you. I am ready to tear you to pieces. And you silver-haired girl, pointing at the Cyclops, want to wait over there, we'll talk later, taking out a book with a dubious orange cover. Kakashi, you do understand me, leaving with a smile. Yuna, that book, looking at the little book while Kakashi read. Koga, at least you tried to keep your promise. For Aria's sake you carried the sadness and took a great risk. Haruto, in that case, it's our turn to attack him. Ryuho, well, what are we waiting for? The three of them launched themselves at Harbinger, who dodged their attacks with ease. Yuna, Divine Tornado. Harbinger held Yuna's ankle with his hand, stopping her attack. Harbinger, don't make me laugh. With a movement he threw the Amazon to the other side of the Taurus house. Haruto and Ryuho tried to hit him, but one movement from him was enough to leave them injured. Harbinger, how disappointing. I don't understand why you want to go through the 12 houses, although you won't get very far with that weakened warrior spirit. From what I see, you are finished. Surrender. The Bronze Knights began to stand up. Perhaps you didn't like my idea. Don't worry, because I will crush your hopes to dust. Take this great horn. Ryuho, this isn't over yet. Yuna, don't celebrate victory. We haven't lost the battle yet. Haruto, never give up a battle unless your opponent gives up. Harbinger, how interesting. That's the attitude I was looking for. Smiling. Ryuho, your power may be impressive, but we can't afford to lose the battle in the second house. Yuna, we swore to protect this world even if it's the last thing we do. Harbinger, and why? What is the purpose of defending this world? If you are too weak to defend yourself, then why rise again? Yuna, because in this world there are experiences and memories with our loved ones, and because a very important person gave his life to preserve the earth. Koga, who was unconscious, began to wake up. Kakashi, please don't be like Guy, I thought. Harbinger, so you still haven't given up? He sees Koga. You're still alive. Do you need me to break some more bones? Koga, we have to move forward. We can't stay stranded in a place like this. Besides, enough's enough. I'm sick of people slipping through my fingers right before my eyes. How can I forget the promises I couldn't keep? All we can do is keep moving forward. We may continue to lose more people, but we must make our way. No one will stop us. With his new determination, Koga set his cosmos of light ablaze. Pegasus flashing fist. Harbinger stopped the technique with his hand. Harbinger, what's going on? Is that all you have, Pegasus? Koga at that moment had a flashback. Naruto, if you want to fight, why would you do it? Dodging Koga's blows. Koga, because I want to defend my friends. Naruto, why? Koga, besides, I'm tired of being weak and losing those I care about. Naruto, those who matter to you are your engines, those who make you rise and fly. Don't forget it. Pegasus placing his hand on his shoulder. End of flashback. Koga, I understand. Naruto lighting his cosmos to infinity. Harbinger, I knew you wouldn't give up. Here I go. Show me what you're made of, Pegasus. See you never. Koga, Pegasus meteors. Harbinger, big horn. Both techniques clashed, but the great horn began to gain ground. Koga still did not give up, setting his cosmos on fire and increasing the power of his attack. However, Harbinger sent the others to other houses while Pegasus fell unconscious again. At that, Sasuke appeared next to him. Sasuke, looks like it works. Sensei, seeing Taurus's house. Harbinger, that's right. I tested their resolve and they pushed their cosmos to its limits, although they were more stubborn than you. Haha. Sasuke, Sensei, don't be cruel. With a cloud of depression. Harbinger, I gave them the foundation to awaken their seventh sense. Only then will they have a chance of defeating Mars. It's time for you to join them and continue. Sasuke, hola Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi, me waving. Harbinger, do you want to talk? Taking out his Ika. Both closet perverts would start talking about holy reading. Some time later, Koga woke up, realizing that his friends were not there, although there was a certain Uchiha next to him. Sasuke, until you wake up, helping him up. Koga, where were you? Sasuke, in Leo, so I came to help in the battles. Koga, where are our friends, by the way? Harbinger, I sent them away with one of my favorite techniques, the Colossal Horn, leaving the reading with Kakashi. While the other shinobi arrived, I'm eager to hear how your spirit breaks. Harbinger hit him again and again, breaking his bones. Sasuke, I think it's roasting, but there's not much time. It's the only way, thought the lynx. Harbinger, it's impossible for you to even turn around, much less stand up. Koga, I won't give up, I won't. I have to keep setting his cosmos ablaze with his willpower. Harbinger, you stood up. Noticing his cosmos, how did you get it? Elevating his cosmos at the beginning of the battle. His cosmos wasn't of this magnitude. Why doesn't his spirit break? Koga, I won't give up. Harbinger, is beyond his physical limit. Lee and Guy, their flames of youth burn like 1,000 suns. 10-10, what power? Miji, shit is a lot. Hinata, yes. Kiba, brilliant. Koga, I need to win the battle. I have to keep going. Harbinger, I see, it is your inner strength that moves your spirit. I will see how far the warrior spirit that moves you can endure. Koga, rise. My great cosmos, tracing the constellation of Pegasus with his hands. Kakashi, is that it? Asuma, his hands formed. Ino, the constellation of Pegasus. Shikamaru, how troublesome. Chuji, amazing. Harbinger, ha 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 ha, as you wish. Go ahead and burn your cosmos, because when it's at its maximum I'll tear it to pieces along with your spirit. Both Pegasus meteors / Great Horn. Both techniques collided, creating an explosion, making Harbinger kneel. The shinobi, thanks to their chakra, did not fly, but were stupefied with the display of power. Harbinger, you made me kneel. Pegasus, interesting. How interesting. Pegasus become powerful. Koga managed to cross the Taurus house, while Sasuke and he left the house, heading to the next one together. Chapter 19. The Battle of the 12 Houses. Gemini and Cancer. House of Gemini. Ryuho had appeared in front of Gemini's house. Ryuho, the House of Gemini. How did I get here? The young dragon entered Gemini's house while sensing a powerful presence. Ryuho, who are you? Seeing a beautiful light blue-haired woman with quite a bit of breasts. Woman, I am Paradox of Gemini, the Amazon who rules love and destiny. Ryuho, a female golden Amazon? Naruto and I-san was right. Paradox. So Naruto and I-san, go sit down, let's have some tea and tell me how my Naruto-kun is doing. Ryuho. So she was a Naruto fangirl, she thought with a drop of sweat. Why don't you wear your mask? Paradox. Do you know what happens when an Amazon shows her face? Should she kill whoever saw her, or Ryuho would get into a fighting stance? Love him hugging Ryuho and putting the little one between her breasts. Ryuho. I couldn't dodge it despite being on guard, he thought, surprised. Paradox, my beloved child. I'm going to kill you. I won't let you get in the way of Naruto-kun and me. Ryuho, let me go. Snatching from the grip. Naruto and I taught me to respect a woman like my father Shiryu did, so I will continue on. Paradox, Ryuho, that's a bad choice. You'll surely regret it. Ryuho, I'm sorry, but I have to move on, he said politely. Paradox, even if you have to fight me? You can't beat me. Taking out his golden cosmos. Ryuho, what an incredible cosmos. Paradox, your cosmos is as pure and beautiful as water. You know I won't let you pass through here. Ryuho, I'm going to pass this way. I don't like fighting with women, but water blasting, launching a cosmos attack. Paradox would just dodge the attack very easily. Paradox, that's great, huh? You've worked out. Touching his arms like a pervert. Ryuho, did she dodge me? He thought, then lunar reflection hitting the Amazon. Paradox, are you surprised that I know your attacks? I learned them during my time as an apprentice. When your father caught my attention, I decided to practice one of his attacks to surprise him, but after a while I met Naruto-kun and I forgot about him. Giving Ryuho a kiss on the cheek. The kiss sent the little dragon flying, so he began to get up with difficulty. Paradox, what will you do, Ryuho? Will you launch a powerful technique that's hard to dodge? Ryuho, rising dragon, launching a green dragon at her. Paradox made the same poses as Ryuho. Ryuho, by any chance? Paradox, rising dragon releasing a pink dragon. The dragons collided, but Paradox's would be stronger, hitting Ryuho, which sent him flying, while behind the dragon's back, Koga and Sasuke entered the Gemini house. Koga, Ryuho, I won't let you do anything to him. Pegasus meteors. Paradox, not bad. Pegasus dodging attacks but lacks range, hitting him. Sasuke, Link's arrow. A large purple sphere hit Paradox, sending her flying. Paradox, how is it that sensing Sasuke's cosmos, I see your cosmos equals that of a gold saint? Sasuke just took a fighting stance. Ryuho, stop standing up with difficulty, don't interfere, this is my fight. Sasuke, what are you talking about? Ryuho, the fights are one-on-one, respect that, Lince. Paradox, I'll make you choose, little dragon. Crossroads mirage. Sasuke and Koga, Awayuicho, Paradox would decide to show him an illusion about what would happen if they continued their fight against Mars, or if he decides to join the god's cause and therefore accept the offer to be with her, which, as she cannot be with the blonde Leo or with the little one's father, she would offer herself as his Yandere fiancée. Although these visions sow doubt in Ryuho about the path he should follow, he decides to reject the offer. At that moment he raises his Cosmo to the limit, destroying Paradox's technique in the process, so both again decide to collide with the rising dragon, Ryuho being the one who knocks down the Amazon. The moment Paradox is unconscious on the floor, her hair begins to turn completely black, adopting another more aggressive personality, opposite being a woman now full of hate. The environment changed within the illusion in the House of Gemini. The field that was inside was changed to a dark sky and lifeless nature. At that moment Paradox launches an attack with great fury that hit the dragon. While Sasuke and Koga decided to approach, since Ryuho fell into unconsciousness, Koga was the first to attack Paradox while the Amazon tries to convince him to love her, but he refuses to continue fighting while Sasuke tends to Ryuho's wounds. Koga manages to wound and emerge victorious against the Amazon, who had returned to her love personality, but decides to give way again to the hate personality, healing her wounds, unleashing her fury on the Pegasus. Ryuho woke up from unconsciousness and, seeing Sasuke ready to enter the fight, decided to take the lynx's place. Ryuho throws himself down to defend his friend. Although due to the pain of his wounds and the weakness of his body, he can do little against his enemy. So Paradox explains his condition, the multiple personality that shares his body, and how this helps him in combat, since both personalities, despite sharing the same body, are considered different beings, each with their own cosmos and physical health. The Amazon tries again to convince the young dragon that the only alternative he has is to accept her love using the Mirage Crossroads, telling how the woman was part of the invasion of Mars to the sanctuary, being restarted with the position of Golden Amazon of Gemini, which unleashes the dragon's fury, rejecting her once again. Upon hearing this, Paradox turns all the love he had for him into fury from his two personalities, then tells him that he no longer loves him and gives way to the paradox of hatred, trapping Ryuho in the final destiny technique. Ryuho was imprisoned in a sphere, which gradually lost his senses, causing the young dragon to remember his father's teachings and his moments with Naruto when the blonde was an apprentice at the Five Peaks and played with him to help him train secretly. After losing his 5 basic senses, he managed to bring out his 7th sense, surpassing Paradox's technique. Paradox was surprised that a bronze saint had been able to reach the 7th sense, since she had forgotten the Uchiha who was taking care of Koga. In this situation, Paradox began to attack Ryuho, who surpassed the Amazon in technique and physical combat, but the Amazon managed to combine their personalities in an attempt to win the fight, but it was won by Ryuho's 100 dragons, leaving the Amazon injured. Sasuke, good friend Ryuho. Koga, yes, being carried by Sasuke. Ryuho, we must continue. The 3 of them would retreat from Gemini's house as the Amazon watched them leave before falling into Hypnos' arms. House of Cancer. Yuna had appeared at the entrance to the Cancer house, so she decided to enter. Upon entering, she could see multiple coffins standing all over the place. Then she heard some applause. Knight, bravo, I'm impressed that you've come this far. Sorry, I almost forgot to introduce myself. My name is Schiller, the Golden Knight who protects the House of Cancer and who rules death and creation. I am Schiller of Cancer. Schiller, I don't understand how you managed to get here, but you must know that your life will vanish in this place. That is your destiny. Yuna, I'm sorry, but I'm not going to waste my time with you. Eagle's spinning predation. The attack was stopped by the Golden Knight simply with his hands, surprising the Amazon. Schiller, what a way to introduce yourself. You thought that by attacking me after I'd introduced myself, I'd forget my defense and you'd take advantage. You would have been lucky if you'd concentrated your energy on an attack, applying a little pressure and returning the technique. Yuna was sent to the ground upon receiving the impact. Schiller, I wondered how strong you were when I heard you had advanced to the House of Cancer, but you're just a bronze knight. You're trash compared to a golden knight who can ignite our cosmos to the fullest to gain the 7th sense. Yuna, the golden knights are too strong. Schiller, life fades, what a wonderful fragrance, the scent of death. I will not deny its delicacy. Yuna, I must continue. Schiller, seriously, but how determined. I'm sorry, but I'd rather not fight you. my creations should be enough to annihilate someone as insignificant as you. Coffins opened behind the knight, and the bodies of those killed by Schiller came out to attack Yuna. Schiller, those are the people I murdered. When their bodies lose their souls, they become my puppets, my faithful servants. That repulsive form, which gives off the scent of death, is splendid. I'll let you become one of my creations. Now die. At that a powerful roar was heard in the room, while a furious Naruto entered the room. Schiller, you were dead. Naruto, you better stop desecrating the eternal rest of the dead. Schiller, what will you do to me? Naruto, what do you think about this? Drawing an aura from his finger hell waves, the dead fell to the ground motionless as the souls of the people peacefully left their bodies. Schiller, damn. Naruto, do you know what happens if two golden knights fight? Yuna, Naruto, I'll take care of it. Naruto, are you sure? Yuna, yes. Naruto, in that case, I'm not the one to take your prey away. Yuna, thank you, now receive this divine tornado. Schiller, do you think that miserable technique is going to hurt me? Deflecting the attack, how bad, I can't believe it. You were trying to defeat me with that weak attack. I imagine its purpose was to provoke my anger, although your friend Leo managed to do so by replicating a technique that is my constellation. Seeing the blonde who just turned his head showing his slanted blue eyes, you know you'll never beat me. Hellish waves. Both would disappear from the House of Cancer. Naruto, even if I wanted to go help, I can't. I can't step onto the border between the world of the living and the world of the dead, Mount Yamatsu. My soul would be greatly damaged by going there. Good luck. Yuna retreating to Leo. On Mount Yamatsu, Yuna upon arriving began to cry upon seeing all the traces of dead people, including people she knew, but Naruto never wasted time since from Leo with his cosmos he made himself heard in Yuna's mind. Naruto, it hurts, doesn't it, losing someone close to you? Unfortunately that's how wars are, but you must move on, the earth needs you. Yuna, Naruto. Schiller, so that golden idiot keeps bothering me, don't worry, after killing you I'll kill him like the idiots of Ionia and Mycenae couldn't do. Yuna at that moment dried her tears and stood up, while emanating cosmos in a very aggressive way, breaking the limits of the sixth sense. Yuna, what did you say? You won't do anything to Naruto, you damn sick man. I may have been his stalker for a long time, but it's something I've changed, and I won't stop until I achieve it as a goal to overcome. Schiller, but this girl, how is it that she emits such a high cosmos, if she is just a bronze brat? Yuna, divine tornado. The attack hit the knight, who unfortunately fell into a ditch with boiling lava while screaming in pain until he burned and disappeared, causing Yuna to shine and disappear from Yamatsu and appear in the House of Cancer. When Yuna appeared, she saw the shinobi arrive accompanied by Harbinger along with Koga, Sasuke and Ryuho. Koga, Yuna, Ryuho, it's good to see you all. Harbinger, it seems like you're making good progress, huh brats. Kakashi, now what? Sasuke, Leo, Naruto is not going to let everyone pass. Only those who understand why they are here will pass, and those who do not have hatred, guilt and resentment inside them. Kakashi, okay. Harbinger, I'll let them advance. I want to see them recover the cancer armor, having golden fragments of said armor. After those words the group continued on their way, running into Haruto climbing the stairs of Leo's house. Chapter 20. Journey through Leo and Virgo. Eden allied? The end of guilt and resentment. Leo's house. The group continued up the stairs after meeting Wolf Haruto, so following the path, while the shinobi watched this in amazement, they found a redhead wearing feline armor. All Menma, I'm glad to see you smiling, but well, my brother is waiting for us and thinking, it's good that the Dobe and I can pass. I doubt that the test Naruto gives them will kill them. Kakashi, this is it? Haruto, Leo's house. Yuna, is the house that Naruto guards. Everyone would begin to go inside the house, except Menma and Sasuke, who used another method, a Haration, since Naruto made Menma learn it using one of Minato's seals, so the redhead would take the blackhead and they would be waiting on the other side of the house. Naruto, who do they think they are? No one crosses Leo without my permission. Guy, but Naruto, why won't you let us pass? Have the flames of youth abandoned you? Naruto only released a cosmos attack that impacted the knights while the shinobi felt how they were restrained with the blonde's power. Koga, hey, what's wrong? Haruto, but why are you attacking us? Yuna, stop seeing that Naruto would attack the eyebrow duo, why are you doing this? Koga, I'll fight him. Kakashi, but you're hurt. Ryuho, where are Sasuke and Menma by the way? Naruto, if you want to go through this house, you'd better abandon all feelings of hate, resentment, guilt and prove that you can go through it. Shikamaru a test? How troublesome, he thought with a sly smile. Kiba, oh, I'm bad at tests, he thought terrified. Naruto, plasma lightning. Koga would receive many shocks and blows that would leave him on the ground. Naruto, get up. If you keep complaining about Arya, you'll remain weak. Don't feel sorry for your weakness. Use it to make yourself stronger. If you want to survive this house, leave that thought behind. Yuna, why? Why are you doing this? Naruto didn't respond very well. If that's the case, I'll fight you. Spinning eagle predation. Naruto just stepped aside from the technique, passing unaffected. Naruto, power capsule. The technique hit Yuna, seriously injuring her. All Yuna. Kiba, my turn, I'll fight you. Let's go Akamaru. Akamaru, inheritance. Kiba, animal mimicry, beastman clone jutsu. Akamaru became a second Kiba. Kiba, Gutsuga. Two whirlpools went against Naruto. Naruto, for a shinobi you are strong stopping the attack, but you lack more experience and tactics, as well as tact, since an opponent stronger than you is not recommended to be your opponent. Kiba, I don't care. Ryuho, I'm sorry Naruto-ni-san, but we have a mission to accomplish. Dragon Rising. Naruto, glass wall, it's useless for you to try to fight me. With that cosmos so weak, you won't be able to hurt me. It would be better for you to surrender. Niji, fate is for us to pass through this house. 8 trigrams 64 palms. Niji was about to begin his assault, but Naruto never let himself be touched, while the Bronze Saint stood up. Naruto, if you continue to hold that grudge, you won't be able to pass through this house. Niji, as if he would listen to a loser. Naruto, being a prodigy doesn't make you strong. If in my house you don't feel that way, what do you think would happen in Virgo? Koga, I won't give up. Ryuho, we will stop Mars' plans. Yuna, we promise. Yuna. Haruto, we will save the Earth. Naruto, let's see how long that determination lasts. Listen to the roar of the plasma lightning. Lian. The Bronze Knights would receive the attack and stand up with their cosmos burning brightly. Naruto, come on, they almost use it or wake it up depending on your case. Let's go, he thought, encouraging them. The Bronzes. Meteors of Pegasus / the 100 dragons of Rosen / the whirling predation of the eagle / fist of the white wolf of the sky. Naruto, plasma lightning. The techniques of the Bronze Saints began to gain ground, managing to impact Naruto and making him kneel. Naruto, it seems they did it. Smiling, well done. They woke up and used the seventh sense as it should. Haruto, so this was a test. Ryuho, how did I not realize? Haruto, Naruto had opportunities to kill us. If he had been an enemy we would be dead. It only remained to see the reason why he did this. Koga, so this was all a damn test. Annoyed. Naruto, that's right, I told you that only by using the seventh sense, you could face the Golden Saints, something that you have just achieved. I, Naruto of Leo, allow you to pass. Now you should have no problems to face the other Golden Saints. I turn the time ring. Ave, come, I will heal you. There is still time. I created clones that began to use their cosmos, healing their wounds. You stay in this house. Kakashi, Niji, Hinata. The mentioned, what? Naruto, what I said. Did you think those thoughts of guilt, hatred, and resentment wouldn't go unnoticed? The others go. We'll catch up with you later. Kakashi, what are you talking about? Guilt. Naruto, what is it you have with Obito and Rin? Do you blame yourself for their deaths? Can't get over their loss? Kakashi, no. Naruto, losses will always be there. But if you don't use them as reasons to become stronger and prevent that from happening again, it won't be of any use. Grow up now. Kakashi, it's complicated. Naruto, everything is complicated. Overcoming trauma is a long road, one that is not traveled alone. You can continue, but you must leave that guilt behind and let it be your driving force to prevent the same thing from happening again. Kakashi would nod and left. Naruto, you too, the biggest project there is, one with hatred for the seal that supposedly limits and enslaves him, the other a shy girl who hides a feeling of guilt for the mistakes of a third party. Niji, if you know about the caged bird seal, then why don't you let me kill one of the main branch? Throwing a punch at Hinata. Naruto, stupid, expanding his cosmos aura, sending Niji flying. How old was she? Niji, that doesn't matter. Naruto, will you make the just pay for the sinners? Don't be childish and grow up already. Niji, that's not your destiny. Naruto, oh no? And yours being a servant of the main house, being weak and submissive, but look here, a Hyuga prodigy of the secondary branch knowing techniques of the main branch. Do you know what the Hyuga child is called? Hypocrisy. You live with the stick of destiny inside your backside that you don't see that you yourself go against your destiny. Now knowing that, how old was she? Niji just stayed silent. Niji, she was a little girl, she was like my little sister, took care of her, and we loved each other. Starting to cry. Hinata, Niji. Naruto just raised a hand to stop her. Naruto, so? Niji, I'm sorry Hinata, I'm sorry, my resentment blinded me. Hinata would hug Niji, who would hug back. Naruto, well, that's settled, it's time to move on. Hinata, and my test. Naruto, you've already passed it. Hina-chan smiling at her, making her blush. Listening to your cousin made you leave that guilt that torments you behind. Extending his hand, come, it's time to continue. Hinata would take the hand while both looked at each other with a slight blush, causing a vein in Niji's temple. House of Virgo. The group, after leaving Leo and getting together, had arrived at Virgo's house. Upon entering, they could see a field of flowers, and sitting on a rock was the golden knight of Virgo. Knight, I am the guardian of the house of Virgo. I am Fudo of Virgo, he said without opening his eyes. I will not allow you to pass from here. Perhaps the shinobi, yes, because I do not know them, and Lord Mars could have plans for your lands, but you do not. Bronze Knights. The Bronze Knights attacked him, but a movement of his hand was enough to make them retreat. The group was preparing to attack again, however someone appeared in front of them. It was Eden of Orion, son of Mars. Fudo, Eden, what are you doing here? Eden, it's not obvious I came to fight. Fudo, fight? I'm strong enough to take down these bronze ones. As you can see, they haven't been able to dissuade me from my mission. Eden, I know that, and I imagined it. That's why I came here. I'm here to fight against you. Fudo, they are traitors. You are telling me that you will join the rebels who are trying to defeat Mars. Eden, so what if that's the case? Arya is like a younger sister to me, and I've already failed her a lot by following my father's expectations. If I have to stop him from this madness, I'll join the bronzes without hesitation. And I'm glad to see you, and I-san. Naruto was entering the house accompanied by the 3 remaining shinobi. Fudo, Leo, so he was alive and on the side. Naruto, from Athena. Fudo, besides, I doubt that the underestimation you possess is worthy of a saint like you. I'm glad to see you, little brother, and in thoughts, I'll tell Dad about adopting him, because it seems Menma also wants another brother his age to train well. Seeing Menma saying I want him as a brother. Eden, I will fight you to get through this house. Fudo, but if you are a son of Mars, you can enter and leave the 12 houses as you please. Eden, I have lost that freedom. Why have I rebelled against my father? My father's intentions are noble, but I do not think it is the most appropriate way. That is why I decided to make him see reason. I will defeat the knight who claims to be the strongest among those who defend my father, and that is you. Fudo, don't be silly. Eden, what are you waiting for? Getting into a fighting stance. Fudo, an admirable cosmos, perhaps you are a son of Mars, but if you try to hinder the purification of this world, I will not allow you to pass through the house of Virgo. Arrival of the Illuminated One. Eden, lightning flash. Fudo, wow, you subdued my 5 wisdom kings with ease. Eden, and you continue attacking Fudo and Ice and continue to the next house. Naruto, customs officer. The other knights and shinobi retreated with Naruto. Fudo, what a pity, but your attacks had no effect on me. I don't understand how you intend to hurt me with such a mediocre and weak cosmos. Get out of here while you can. Eden, I'll cross this way and go to where my father is. Lightning flash. Fudo, condemnation of crimes. Eden was enveloped by a cosmos whip that began to cause damage. Fudo, you are the heir of Mars. Do not be carried away by your ephemeral emotions. Take your time and clear your mind, breaking its bonds. Eden, violent tornado. A lightning tornado headed towards Fudo, who was still in the lotus position. The force of the tornado began to lift Fudo, but with a movement of his hand the tornado was destroyed. Fudo, you managed to move me even if it was only for an instant. It's not the hatred towards your father that moves you only. I'm sure there's something else behind all that power. I wonder what it is. Eden, guilt. I feel terribly guilty. Fudo, guilt? How is it possible that that gives you more power? Eden, I really don't understand you, especially when you think you have the authority to purify this world. Fudo, I guess to refute your feelings, I'll have to scale new heights. Eden, new heights? Fudo, I have 3 forms, better known as the 3 reincarnations. One is terrifying and stops those who oppose you by force, the other will help you understand the truths hidden in the universe, and the last is the one that is in charge of the enlightenment of the being. Fudo proceeded to close his eyes again, changing the scenery. Koga, Eden, you are not alone, standing aside with the Orion Knight. Eden, thank you. Pegasus with an imperceptible smile. Fudo, there is no need to fight anymore. Immerse yourselves in my world. Retreat in total serenity. Koga, retiring couldn't do that. Eden, Fudo, I'm not going to stop fighting until you let us pass. Fudo, I pity their stubbornness. I just showed them a world full of purity, and yet they insist on fighting. Eden, my heart will never be satisfied, not until I make Aria's dream come true. Koga's cosmos reacted upon hearing that. Fudo, you don't know what it's like to live in a world where you lost someone for whom you would give your life. Fudo, and what would that world be like? Secretly, Kakashi was hidden along with Naruto and Hinata, waiting for the Pegasus and the hunter, listening to the words that were said. Eden, one full of suffering, without a light to guide him. Koga, you had the opportunity to stop Mars, but you decided to do nothing more than watch from afar. It's too late to change your father's mind. Eden, it's true, it's too late. Just as you said, I didn't have the courage to do something because of my cowardice, and that guilt I feel is what drove me to change. Don't think I'm interested in fighting with you, so don't interfere in my battle, especially Naruto Nisan, who, as I heard, is quite overprotective. Sorry for this. Pegasus launching an attack that would send the Pegasus to Libra's house. Retreat Nisan, since I want to do this alone. Naruto would take Kakashi and Hinata and go to Koga's side, leaving only the hunter. Fudo, so you were a hindrance too? Well, it doesn't matter. I doubt you'll be able to advance. From this moment your trial will begin for having the audacity to defy your father. This is the Judgment Chamber. Here you will be interrogated because, being the son of Mars, you were offered a future where you would lack nothing. Why did you rebel against your father? Arrival of the Illuminated hitting Eden with the technique. Do you still think you'll continue fighting? Eden stood up. You still have the strength to get up. Where does it come from? Eden, from the longing and hope she had in the world she desired. Her hope will give me strength in addition to the confidence that my now older brother gives me. Eden managed to awaken the 7th sense, remembering Naruto and Arya. Let me pass. Fudo, so you're determined to make Mars open his eyes. Tell me what will happen after you succeed. Eden, I will create a gentle and beautiful world where there will be no wars. My father tries to change the world by force, but I am different. To obtain that world it is not necessary to sacrifice the life that already exists. Fudo, I admire the purity in your heart. Arrival of the Illuminated One. Eden, Orion Devastator. The technique managed to defeat Fudo. However, this revealed itself to be an illusion. Then he hesitated and undid the technique, reappearing in the house of Virgo. Eden, I won the battle. Fudo, about the path you chose, are you sure you understand it? Eden, of course, I've already decided. I'm going to follow a different path than my father. That way there will be no more innocent victims like Arya. Fudo, I see, so the houses are impregnated with their cosmos. Eden, that's right, my father killed her and sealed her cosmos in a staff, which he used to destroy the world, leaving the house of Virgo. Fudo, guilt, hope, love for a victim. I prefer to analyze it calmly from here. It will be Mars or you. Who of you will create the perfect world? Chapter 21. The Scales, the Scorpion, and the Centaur. Follow, young gentlemen. The group was running up the stairs as they left the house of Virgo, heading to Libra. Naruto, there are fewer and fewer houses missing. Koga, yes, that's good. Kakashi, don't worry about him. Naruto, I look more like an older brother to someone I'm not. Menma, and Isan, come on. And having Eden be like a brother would help. Hehe. Guy, that's the spirit. Keep your spirits up for the flames of youth. Kiba, let's continue. Kurenai, let's continue. Assume. How many stairs are left? Panting. House of Libra. Before arriving at Libra's house, they were greeted by a gentleman who did not correspond. I am Tokisada of Aquarius, who rules over time and eternity. Naruto, you shouldn't take care of the aquarium. Tokisada, I'll return the question to you. Leo, oh no, wait. I know you're a traitor. Naruto, if I were the right god, I would serve Athena, not Mars. Tokisada, shine time blow. Koga, disappeared? In that, everyone, including the shinobis except Naruto, were hit by Tokisada, leaving them stunned, until they saw Naruto holding Tokisada's arm. Menma, I thought he had disappeared, but Kakashi, he's dangerous with that technique. Guy, I didn't see when it hit us. Read, Naruto surprised. Tokisada, what? Naruto, you stop time, it's a good attack, but I can move beyond it. Tokisada and Naruto would grab each other's remaining arms, exerting force between them until they both pushed each other. Koga and Menma, Naruto/Niseian. Tokisada, time gun. Before everyone was hit, they were taken by yellow flashes, except for Koga, who received the blow of the technique until he fell on the stairs, being caught by the flash, being left with the rest except for Naruto on the roof of the Libra house. Yuna, what happened? Hinata, Naruto-kun? Shikamaru, this is very troublesome. I want it to be a cloud since shinobi was a lot of work just like this. Ino, what happened? Sasuke, I don't know. Sakura, save me Sasuke-kun. Menma, we are in Libra's house. Welcome young knights and shinobi allies, I am the guardian of the house of Libra, who rules the scales and harmony, the golden knight Genbu of Libra. Koga, then he went. Ryoho, the guy who took my father's armor in 5 peaks. Guy, more enemies? Yuna, great sarcastically. Haruto, 2 golden saints. Sasuke, this is complicated. Genbu, enemy or ally, good or evil, will depend on one's perception of their ideals, what cause they serve, what they consider good, what they consider evil. With the world plunged into crisis, people are forced to choose. At that, Naruto and Tokisada clash again, crossing the entrance to Libra's house. Tokisada, damn, Naruto, that's what I should tell you, traitor. Tokisada, who is he and what do you mean by those words? Genbu, Ryoho, do you remember that day the golden armor of Libra chose me? It is said that the golden saint of Libra represents the balance between good and evil. Doko, Shiryu and I, Genbu, the 3 of us were chosen by the Libra armor to be its owners. Ryoho, so you? Genbu, we must fight for Athena, always ready to protect her from evil. That is what makes us true golden knights. Guy, so full of youth, crying in waterfalls like Lee. Tokisada, then you are another enemy. Genbu, Naruto, your fight is over. It's time for you to leave the rest to me. As the one responsible for the scales, it's my duty to decide this battle. Naruto, are you sure? I can still continue. Genbu, this fight is not in your destiny to complete. Naruto, of course. Naruto flashed up with the others, leaving the place to Libra. Genbu, you are correct. Tokisada, those who are with Mars are a threat to Athena, therefore they are against the world. The deserters are my enemies. Tokisada, you are aware of what will happen if we fight. Genbu, that's right. At that moment an evil spirit appeared in Aquarius's armor. Spirit, it's an enemy, kill it. Genbu, as I told Naruto, this fight is destined for me, do not interfere. Tokisada, I have no problem with using Libra weapons. Genbu, I won't do it. Both would begin to emanate their cosmos, causing a clash between them. Ryoho, amazing. The shinobis held their feet with chakra to prevent them from flying away, while Guy and Lee held onto Naruto and Koga. Naruto, his cosmos is incredible. Ryoho, both cosmos have just collided. Haruto, the power of his cosmos is impressive and there is no way to pass it. Yuna, nothing can be done. Menma, even if we try to get closer, their cosmos are so powerful that they will expel us. Genbu, ready? Tokisada? Or do you want me to tell you Aquarius? Spirit, get rid of him. Tokisada, controlling time makes me invincible. Time punch, I just have the flow of time, so I can see all your movements. However, he saw Genbu approaching and had to dodge his blows because, what did I do wrong? But it wasn't enough. A blow to the chest made him retreat. Genbu, nothing, your technique is working fine. You just missed something very important, and it seems you still don't understand it. Aquarius, your opponent is a gold knight, but any gold knight. You're fighting against Libra. Genbu, what's wrong? I notice you're pale. You look like you just saw a ghost. Tokisada, because how did you manage to dodge it? Genbu, if you reduce my speed, I'll move twice as fast as you. Spirit, exterminate it, exterminate it. Tokisada, that means I'll have to manipulate time beyond the limits of your speed. Time strike. We'll see who wins, your speed or my control over time. Slowing down Genbu's time. Genbu, I slowed down the flow of time to the maximum. The more you think you can stand. Genbu, Aquarius, don't try hard. You know you'll never be able to defeat me. Tokisada, we'll see about that. Genbu, you will understand the difference between us. Tokisada, under his guard, hitting Genbu's face without moving him. Genbu, no, you did it. Rosen's royal fury. The attack hit Tokisada in the face, creating a crater in his body. Yuna, Rosen? Sasuke, same as Ryuho? Ryuho, But why did he say that? Naruto, Genbu and your father were trained by the same master Ryuho. Ryuho, then he, Genbu. That's right. I am the last disciple of Doko. I started training after your father, and like him I resisted exhausting training in the 5 peaks. Unfortunately Shiri lost his 5 senses, so I will fulfill his will with the help of the Libra armor. Now I hope you understand why my techniques include the name of Rosen. Then he looked at Tokisada, who began to move. I assumed you would wake up. Tokisada, did you forget? I am the master of time. Time flashback. The damage suffered disappeared. Good. Let's start again. Both started fighting again, increasing their speed. Time flashback. The damage on Tokisada disappeared again. You're finished. There's no way you can win. Genbu, I already told you, he won't be able to beat me. Spirit, exterminate him. Eliminate the traitor. Tokisada, in 10 seconds I will annihilate you. Time hit disappearing and Genbu receiving multiple hits. Chrono execution launching an attack against Genbu. However, Genbu escaped the attack unharmed. Genbu, I told you would lose hitting Tokisada. Tokisada, backside falling to one knee. From minute 1.00. Genbu, that's too bad. It seems you manipulated time too much. That makes me believe you have consumed more cosmos than you can control. Accept the difference between us. Tokisada, what the hell are you talking about? There's no difference between the two. You also used more cosmos than you should have. Genbu, true, you used it to control time. I used it to use a speed that exceeds my capabilities, yet I still have energy left to continue fighting. Tokisada, impossible. Genbu, there is something that makes the difference in this battle. You are controlled by the armor you wear. Maybe you are a golden knight, but you are still a puppet for the Aquarius armor. Instead I was chosen by the armor, and he who fights using the Libra armor is unthinkable to lose against an idiot. Tokisada, what? Guy and Lee, that's showing your flames of youth crying with emotion. Spirit, kill him. Eliminate the traitor. Tokisada taking control of the knight. Genbu, it's useless, the battle is already over. Both would begin to prepare their attacks, while behind Genbu the balance was formed. Tokisada, chrono execution. Genbu, Rosen Jodiha. Both techniques clashed, but Time's execution was overpowered and eliminated until Genbu's technique hit directly. Genbu, the battle is over. The Bronze Saints, Naruto, and Shinobis approached Genbu. Ryuho, I didn't know you were on our side, although I suspected something since Naruto let you wear the armor. Genbu, I'm sorry for treating you badly. Now hurry. Athena, the real Athena is on the planet Mars, where her life will be offered as a sacrifice. If we don't defeat Mars and save Athena, the world will not return to normal. We have to defeat it at all costs. Elsewhere, a woman was watching this from a crystal ball. Woman, damn Genbu using his power. In the house of Libra, the 12 houses would begin to shake. Genbu, is it Mars? It's not Medea. I thought the 12 houses were still important for your plans. You'd better get going. I'll stay to prevent the houses from collapsing, emanating cosmos, stopping the collapse of the 12 houses. Tokisada was going to attack everyone, but Menma, you won't. Lesser Leon bombing. Tokisada, what? Receiving the impact. Tokisada would be unconscious after receiving the impact. Naruto, Imperial Satan. Naruto with his illusion strike caused the Aquarius armor to disassemble from Tokisada. Kakashi, what will he do? Naruto, I will have no mercy on traitors who cannot redeem themselves. Genbu, perhaps? Naruto, voltage flash. Naruto would give an attack to Tokisada that would stop his heart, pulverizing it, causing the aforementioned to fall dead. Menma, and Isan surprised. Kakashi, it will be better not to turn against him, he thought, trembling like the other Jounin sensei. Kiba, that was great. Naruto, Genbu, how do we remove the spirit from the armor? Genbu, perhaps the Virgo Knight can? Naruto, I leave it in your hands. Eden, they won't leave me behind. Naruto, Eden, it's time to move on. After those words the group continued their tour of the 12 houses, unaware that the pink-haired girl they had captured was mentally unstable. House of Scorpio. Upon entering the house, they saw a very gloomy place, causing most of them to shiver, except for a pink table who kept screaming in fear at everything she saw. Haruto, this place is creepy. Kakashi, and you didn't even see a root Anbu base, remembering his encounter with Tenzo. Koga, we must continue. Sonia, I'm sorry to break in, but I won't let you go beyond this house. Eden, sister, please stop. At that moment the Amazon would lose control of her emotions. Naruto, something's wrong. Ryuho, she's out of control. Eden, sister, what's happening to you? Sasuke, huh? Sonia would exchange glances with him, blushing a little, something that made Sasuke not notice. But he thought he could get himself a sister-in-law. That distraction was enough for Naruto to appear. Naruto, Imperial Satan. The Amazon fell into a deep sleep. Eden, what will happen? Naruto. I used my greatest illusion on her by rewriting her memory. The only happy moments are those she spent by your side, Eden. Eden, thank you. Naruto. I'll seal her and we'll take her to Konoha to heal. It will do her good. Sasuke. Step 1 done. Step 2 make Itachi and I meet her, he thought in a malicious and childish way. After sealing Sonia, the group continued up the stairs past Scorpio's house, House of Sagittarius. Time was running out. There were only 4 hours and 4 houses left to pass. There was no time for stupidity or wasting time. Yuna, I don't feel any cosmos. At that the shinobis saw an inscription on the wall. Menma-sensei? Kurenai, what does it say? Without understanding the written Greek. Menma, I don't know. Koga, let me translate for you. To the knights who managed to get here, I entrust Athena to your care. Iolos, Naruto, he is the ancestor of my master Seiya. Surprised. Sasuke, that's what we'll do. Ryuho, they're right. Haruto, we must continue. Kakashi, we got this far, right? The shinobis except Sakura nod. Naruto, let's continue. All yes. The shinobis, with hope in Iolo's words, continued on their way to the 12 houses. Chapter 22. Naruto vs. Ionia. The last houses, Aquarius and Pisces. The end of the 12 houses. House of Capricorn. Remaining time 3 hours 45 minutes. Menma, the 10th house, its guardian is the Knight of Capricorn. Koga, he's the director of the palestra. Let's go in. Naruto, forward. Upon entering you could see the place full of shelves with books. Ionia, I'm surprised to see them here. I didn't expect that a bronze knight who was defenseless before me would go so far, much less if those weak shinobi come. Koga at that moment noticed the statue of Athena in the place. Ionia, I notice you are confused. You must be wondering why a faithful follower of Mars would adopt an image of the goddess Athena. It is because of love, because of a pure and sincere love that I feel for the goddess Athena. Menma, that's not love. If you sacrificed your students to build the 12 houses, don't you dare say you did it for Athena. Ionia, fraudster, all he caused was the destruction of the world. That Saori wanted. Koga punched Ionia in the face, making him lean back, then punched him in the chest and forehead. Koga, the world you and Mars are trying to create isn't the world Saori wants. What you're really protecting is Mars' ambition. Koga tried to hit him again, feeling Saori telling him, follow my child. Ionia, language of domination, stopped right there, leaving Koga suspended and Menma trapped. Sasuke, good. Koga, damn, what did he do? He paralyzed me. Ionia, that is the power of words. You will realize that words control everything. Once again you will be at my mercy and I will tear you to pieces. Yuna went to her aid, and the best thing is that I will not move a finger. Attack Pegasus. Yuna's body and Menma's body moved against her will, kicking and punching Koga, causing him to crash into the dome of the roof. Yuna, Koga, what the hell did he do? Menma, leave me alone. Ionia, the only thing I did was order to attack Pegasus. From now on you will do everything I order, and you, little lion, attack Lynx. Yuna went to attack Koga and Menma to Sasuke. Yuna, Koga, get out of here. I don't want to hurt you. Menma, theme myself. Naruto, and you won't. You're wrong, Ionia. Only I can give orders to my brother and my friend. Entering the room. Ionia, that voice. It can't be. I killed you. Everyone would take a combat stance. Naruto, stop. I'll take care of this traitor. I have scores to settle with the talkative old man. The group would nod, starting to leave Capricorn's house. Ionia, they won't. Naruto, crystal wall, projecting a four-sided crystal wall enclosing itself with Ionia. Naruto, you made 2 mistakes that I won't forgive you for. 1, you betrayed Athena, and 2, you think you can order my little brother around. I'm going to enjoy it like you can't imagine, if you know what awaits you. Pulling 4 golden chains from his back. Ionia, a shinobi as a knight, I thought I would die without seeing him. Although seeing him by your side and analyzing your pattern, there is no doubt that you are an Uzumaki, a successor of those tomato hair, whom I knew in my youth. What was his name? Yes, Yamamoto Uzumaki, knight named Uzukage of the village of the whirlpools. Naruto, I'm not surprised that you know someone like that, old man. but digging his chains into Ionia's limbs. I'm not here to engage in dialogue with a traitorous dog who even had the Mesopotaminos in his possession and used it to serve evil. Ionia, you're strong but you don't scare me. Naruto, what if I use a technique from your constellation? Ionia, you didn't imitate me, braggart. Naruto, what do you think? Excalibur? Using the spirit sword I cut off Ionia's 2 arms. Ionia cursed. Naruto, you know normally I would finish you quickly, but if there is something I do not forgive is betrayal, and more if you say you did it for love of Athena. I hope you suffer eternally in Yamatsu hell waves. Ionia was taken to the entrance of Yamatsu, where he pushed him. Ionia's soul fell to Yamatsu. While Naruto returned to Capricorn's house, he could see Ionia's lifeless body, which was left by the armor, making the armor remain in the form of totem. With the others, knowing that the Knight of Aquarius had already died, they continued their journey to Pisces. House of Pisces. Haruto, this is the House of Pisces, the last of the 12 houses. Koga, once we cross we will face Mars, let's enter. The group entered Pisces' house. Haruto, be alert, the battle has just begun. Knight, welcome young knights and shinobi allies. I have heard of your great deeds in traversing the 12 houses. My name is Amor of Pisces, the Golden Knight who rules advice and attraction. Ino, he's very cute, thinking with a blush. Koga, are you the guardian of this house? Love, exactly, and I will be the one to put an end to your tragic legend. Nice to meet you. Menma, don't let your guard down. Love, barrier of silence. The attack separated Menma and Yuna from the rest with a barrier of water. Koga wanted to hit the barrier but nothing happened. Koga, what's going on? He didn't even move. Ryuho, it is his element that made water spring forth by force. Kiba, that won't happen. Let's go, Akamaru. Akamaru, ARF. Kiba, Gutsuga. Guy and Lee, dynamic entrance. Kakashi, let's help. Drawing hand seals Katan Gokaku no Jutsu, throwing a fireball. Naruto, it's useless, they won't do anything to the barrier. It's better if they continue. Yuna and Menma will be able to defeat it. Love, listen to Leo, I'm not a gentleman on the same level as the others. Menma, unhappy, throwing himself with a Rasengan. Love, for the moment remain a spectator, throwing stakes of darkness at him and imprisoning him. Menma, what the heck is this? Love, as you can see this technique is special, there is no way to free yourself from that trap with your fiery cosmos. The fun is about to begin. Yuna would try to attack Amor but it wouldn't work. Love, I never thought you would take me by surprise. I thought you would at least behave like a lady. Yuna the Eagle, what do you think if you give in? If you do, you and I could share a life together, in the new world that the god Mars will create. Yuna, you're crazy, no way. Love, what a pity. Who would have thought that precisely in this fight I would be rejected for the first time? I can't believe it. Amor would attack Yuna mercilessly, hitting her until she fell to the ground and stepping on her head. Menma détente. Love, you'll keep seeing this, ha 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 ha, squeezing his head. Menma, stop emanating his cosmos, breaking his grip. Love, what an incredible cosmos, surprised. Menma, I won't let you keep hurting Yuna. The aforementioned wound had a small pink tint on her cheek. Love, so you will save her. Menma, yes, so be prepared to lose. Love, don't tell me, wait, don't move from here, let me finish the preparations for the last chapter of this story. Gods of war, wake up. The god Mars needs your help once again to finish his transmigration mission. Menma, who are they? Love, the 4 celestial kings of Mars, during the last war fought against Sagittarius, Seiya, and the other knights of Athena. They are the strongest warriors of the army of Mars. Bak, Vulcan, Bianc, Romulus, the elite group of the army of Mars that fought against the legendary knights. Their power surpasses any golden knight. At the end of a fierce battle, they managed to corner the knights. However, Athena intervened in the fight and ended up seriously injuring them. That forced them to fall into a deep sleep, and since then the poor things have been suffering. Menma, nobody asked for history classes. Besides, you are a knight or a wizard. Love, go ahead, 4 heavenly kings. The time has come for the revenge you have been waiting for. It is time to begin. The preparations are ready. Let the work begin. Kyubi, use my power in this fight. I speak with its tenant. Menma, Kyubi, he whispered. Kyubi, prove that my container is to be respected and not a weakling. Those 4 over there are not that strong. Combine your cosmos with my chakra. Menma would begin to emanate a red aura along with his orange cosmos, which gave him more than incredible power. Love, where its power comes from. Out of Pisces, heading to the patriarch's house. Naruto, Menma, are you? Kakashi, is that Menma? Naruto. It is the cosmos combined with the chakra of a bijou. In Pisces, Menma Vengen. The four kings rushed at him. Menma, burning fire of Lesser Leon. The fire that emanated from the bronze Saint Jinchuriki was so hot that upon contact with the four kings of Mars, they were incinerated until they disappeared into ashes. Love, what have you done? He said, annoyed and somewhat scared. Koga, guys returning home. Love would pierce Pegasus with his spears of darkness. Menma, Koga, I'm pathetic, he thought, seeing himself like that. Flashback. Naruto, if your cosmos is dark, you choose how to use it. Having such a power doesn't mean you'll be evil. End of flashback. Koga used his dark cosmos, surprising him more. Love, so you accept your cosmos, Koga. Koga, who says so? Smiling. Love, I see with your seventh sense you control that cosmos of darkness. Menma, Koga, I don't want you to interfere, this is my fight. Love, die. Bloody cannon. Menma, Futon Grand Advance throwing a wind jutsu. Koga, it won't just be Pegasus meteors. Both would push back the attack. Love, damned bronze saints bloody ballet. Menma, burn, light up cosmos. Love, what? Menma, bombing of Leon Minor. Love, no, I can't lose, especially against the younger brother of a golden knight who traitored Mars. Menma, hold your tongue, stupid fish, raising more cosmos and chakra. Menma would break the love technique and hit the knight with his fist, passing through the aforementioned body. Love, damned spitting blood. Menma, to be a Pisces according to my brother you would have to be poisonous, withdrawing his arm. Love would fall dead at that as Menma left the chakra cloak and staggered. Naruto, Menma arriving and taking his brother. Well done, little brother. Menma, I did it. And Isen falling asleep. Naruto, you did it. I'm proud, carrying his brother on his back. Koga, we must continue. When, yes, both would leave the House of Pisces, heading for their final destination, to face Mars and other warriors on the Red Planet. Chapter 23. The Battle Against Mars, the Awakening of Abzu. The group had left the House of Pisces to be able to face Mars, but no one noticed that Koga went ahead until he was in front of the fish face himself, seeing media immobilizing the rest of the team. When Marte, Naruto, so God using hostages, that's really falling low. Mars, young Pegasus and young Leo, let me ask you something. Do you think this world is beautiful? Koga, what? Mars, you think that on the planet ruled by Athena, there is still justice. People keep making the same mistakes, errors that are never corrected. Naruto, humanity has flaws, Mars, but just because some people commit them and don't change, that's no reason to cause genocide as you propose. Koga, stop. Who should stop causing so many catastrophes? It's you. I want you to give me back my mom, he said unconsciously. Naruto, so Saori is guiding him like his mother. I can't imagine her idea of hiding that from him, but at least Pegasus realizes it, he thought, somewhat intrigued. Mars, you keep believing in the same nonsense. Koga, ask yourself that. Pegasus tried to hit him, but there was a barrier around Mars that prevented him from reaching him, causing Koga to bounce off it and hit the ground. Naruto, Koga, Mars, why do you think you have a chance against me? Koga, it's because I don't agree with your justice and for what you did to the people I care about. I'm going to make you pay for it. Pegasus meteors. Koga's technique grazed Mars a little while the rest was stopped by his hand. Mars, don't tell me you reached the seventh sense still maintaining Koga's attack. That's how weak your will is. With a blow to the stomach he made Koga retreat. Red Star of Gungnir. Koga received the technique and was pierced by spears of darkness that immobilized him on the floor. Naruto, Kuga, throwing himself. Mars, don't interfere, throwing a cosmos sphere at Naruto. What's wrong with you, brat? You can't get up. I'm not the one who brought chaos to this world. It's weaklings like you who are leading it towards evil. Koga, of course not. Mars, you will not be able to defeat me, because you do not have what it takes to take obstacles by force and crush them or abandon everything just to achieve your ideals. That is the difference that exists between those who are satisfied with the present and those who want to reform the world. Whoever lacks that determination will not stop me. This will be your end, young Pegasus. Before hitting Koga, Mars received an electric shock that came from Eden. Eden, enough, father. I do not agree with your ideals. It does not seem right or necessary to sacrifice this planet. If you transfer the cosmos of Earth and cultivate it on Mars, it may become a paradise. Although built on the foundations of hell itself, underneath will be buried the bodies of innocents. Who would approve of a world like that? I do not want a nation of that nature. Mars, I heard right. You just asked me if anyone would approve of my plans for this world. Eden, yes. Mars, I don't need anyone's approval. My approval is enough. For some reason I am Mars, the god of war. Eden, Arya entrusted me with the protection of this planet. This time I'm not going to spoil it. I'm not going to break my promise. Orion tried to hit Mars, but Mars easily stopped his fist. Mars, don't be silly, Eden. This world has no salvation. Mars pushed Eden back with his cosmos of darkness. Eden stood up and looked at Kuga. Eden, Pegasus, don't get involved in this. Mars is my father and I must defeat him. Jumping. Also, you must watch over Naruto and Aisan. Mars, I see you've awakened your seventh sense. Do you think it will be enough to annihilate me? Eden tried to hit his father with his lightning-wrapped fist, but Mars stepped aside and held his hand. Eden, I have no intention of inheriting your world, because this is not the world Arya desired. I swore to defend the world Arya longed to protect. That is why I am determined to defeat you. With his fist wrapped in lightning. Mars, ungrateful. Koga, Eden, if that's your final decision, we can join forces. Eden, keep moving forward. Pegasus, the scepter of Arya is up there. There is concentrated the power, which will send the cosmos of the Earth towards Mars, which you expect goes and crushes the plans of Mars. Mars, I won't allow it. Naruto, you won't do it. Launching a golden cosmos attack that made the god retreat. Both of you will go there and do it. Mars is my opponent. Eden, but, Naruto, save Arya, she needs you. Mars, why do you disobey me? You are my son. Eden, you shouldn't rebel. Taking Eden and squeezing him, Naruto launched himself at him to save Eden. Eden, understand this once and for all. I am no longer your son. At this moment you are my enemy. Mars. Eden's armor broke as Mars continued to squeeze the boy until he became unconscious. Koga managed to reach Arya's scepter, but Mars, who had defeated Eden, attacked him. Mars, red star of Gungnir. Koga stood still as a yellow flash appeared in front of him. Naruto, destroy the scepter holding back the attack. Free Arya. I'll take care of Mars. Naruto dispels the attack as Mars throws a dome of darkness at him. Naruto, Koga gets Eden out of here. When yes, Naruto, I won't let you go through this. Would you be willing to kill your son for a utopia? You make me feel sorry for you. Plasma lightning. Darkness and lightning collided with each other, as they both exerted forces against each other. The equal technique was broken, leaving both of them staring at each other. Mars, if he gets in the way, I'll kill him. Mars would throw himself at Naruto while the blonde holds him back to become human until throwing him against the wall of some houses. Mars, here before the scepter of Arya you will find your death. Koga of Pegasus, red star of Gungnir. Koga was enveloped in a cloud of darkness in which red rays of darkness hit his body. Mars, the absolute darkness of the universe has given me its power. Koga, I'm not going to do it. Pegasus comet standing up and attacking. Mars, wow. You can still stand up. Red star of Gungnir. Naruto, voltage flash joining the Pegasus comet. Mars, I am Mars, the god of war. It is time to show my supremacy over Athena and be the absolute master of the universe. It is time for a new era to begin. After the collision, hundreds of spears of darkness would pierce Naruto and Koga, while he took Koga by the head and threw him against the tower to face Naruto. Pegasus would have hit if it weren't for Eden, who would save him. Mars, they will continue holding Naruto by the neck, being an obstacle to my plans. Ungrateful brat, you are no longer my son. I will have no mercy on those who oppose the new world. Their insignificant existence will disappear into the darkness. Eden/Koga, Pegasus meteors/thunder dance. Both using the seventh sense managed to pass through the god's technique, until they reached him and hit him in the face. But he expelled them with an explosion of darkness cosmos. Mars, there is no comparison between my power of darkness and such a weak cosmos. Both of them got back on their feet. While they set their cosmos on fire, Eden was the first to jump, but he was pierced by a stake of darkness in the stomach. Mars, why did you do it? In disbelief, with pain in his chest for trying to kill his own son. Eden, for Arya's dream, for being free with my sister from goals other than what I want. Naruto at that moment didn't let it go any further. Naruto, Mars, performing an explosion of his golden cosmos. Mars, how? His power is reaching me. A human shouldn't have such power. Surprised. Koga, Naruto, get out of the way. Pegasus meteors. Before the impact, Mars saw what it had caused. Mars, now I see the light. I want you to forgive me. Eden, I will use what remains of my power to save the Earth, the place that you and Arya long to protect with such devotion. Medea, it's too late for that. Medea pierced Mars with the scepter of Arya, while the others tried to destroy the scepter without success. Medea, you've caused me quite a bit of trouble, Leo, Naruto, and I would continue to do so, since you finally show your intentions. At first I didn't understand, but Mars was under some illusion that he woke up from when he damaged Eden. Eden, mother surprised. Koga, is she your mother? Medea, that scepter is indispensable to transfer the cosmos, from Earth to Mars. Finally Mars will be reborn as the new Earth. Eden, but he is dead, he said incredulously of what that woman was doing. Medea, I know Eden extracting the cosmos of darkness from Mars' armor, it's magnificent. I had no idea the darkness had grown so much. As long as I have this, not even he can stand in my way. Naruto, so you manipulated him, and he was your husband. Koga, that's cosmos of darkness surprised. Eden, what are you planning to do, mother? The cosmos of Earth began to fill Mars with life. In elemental nations, Konoha went from a cold wave to an immense heat wave. In Iwa, a strong hailstorm hit the village. In Suna, a polar wave arrived causing destruction. In Kumo, torrential rain would begin to flood everything. In Maguekio, a strong earthquake shook the area, and in Kiri the sea was violently agitated. It was not safe to stay near the coast, because if this worsened, a tsunami would come imminently. On Mars, Medea, I pity you, Athena, the goddess who protects our world. The cosmos of the Earth will soon wither, and that will give way to the new world. You will remain here to be part of the world tree, which supports this dream place. At that point Medea would begin to approach Koga. Naruto, don't you dare come near Medea. Medea would only ignore Naruto, who tried to stop being received by a blow from whom she saw killed by her brother. Love of Pisces. Love, it was helpful that you told me about the sister cloning technique. Medea, it is time for you to awaken Abzu by introducing the sphere of darkness into Koga and disappearing. While in the 12 houses, the remaining Golden Knights united their cosmos to send the others to Mars, since they had escaped Medea's control. Ryuho, so this is Mars. Yuna, we have to hurry. Koga managed to reach Saori, but upon seeing her in the tree, the cosmos of darkness began to react. The others arrived only to see how Abzu had taken over Koga's body. Haruto, what a sinister and powerful cosmos. This darkness is greater than that of Mars. Abzu would only start walking until he reached Athena. Menma, Mirin. Ryuho, yes Athena. Haruto, we must protect her. Kiba, that guy is scary. His presence is even scarier. Kakashi, much more scary than a Bijou. Guy, yes. Kurenai, but we must go. Niji, let's go. The shinobi would try to go, but their body failed. The fear they felt immobilized their bodies. Medea, he is no longer the Pegasus they claim to know. He is now the Lord of Darkness. Abzu. Naive children can scream all they want, but he will not react. After all, he is a simple vessel, and within it is the core of the darkness of the universe, the absolute God of darkness, the root of all evil, the one and only Abzu, who has resurrected just as I planned. He will prevent the two of them from returning. One will writhe wandering in the Martian abyss in the shadows. I finally got what I wanted so much, my beautiful paradise, and I only manipulated Mars to make things easier for me. Naruto, it's what you think appearing in front of them with Eden. Eden, I heard everything. Medea. Naruto, do it or Iron. Eden, yes. Naruto, go get Athena. Eden, and I will take care of getting Abzu out of Kuga. The gentleman, yes. Menma, good luck, and Isan. Sasuke, don't die, sensei. Eden, I will protect the planet that Arya loved. That was what Pegasus wanted. That's why I'm going to annihilate you. Throwing himself against Abzu. Pegasus would agree with me. Abzu would draw out his power by sending Eden away, while he approached the others trying to get Athena out. But, Naruto, Great Horn launching the Taurus technique. The attack hit Abzu, who left far away from there. Naruto, get Saori-san out of there. Naruto went out against Abzu, who was throwing spears of darkness, while Eden appeared behind him. Eden, celestial beast of thunder. The technique enveloped Abzu. Eden stood watching, but then received a sphere of darkness in the stomach, making him fall. Abzu approached him, but Orion managed to stabilize himself and hit him in the stomach, then in the head and then in the stomach. He tried to hit him again, but Abzu blocked his fists with his own. Finally Eden managed to hit Abzu in the stomach, throwing him far away. However, Abzu smiled and wrapped himself in cosmos of darkness, approaching Eden and hitting him in the face, managing to infect him with darkness in the knee and chest. While Eden smiled and took Abzu. Eden, do it, Naruto. Satan Imperial. The technique hit Koga squarely to make the dark cosmos come out in the form of a sphere from the boy. Abzu, damned human taking his true form. This will not stay like this. Chapter 24. After separating Abzu from Koga, the young Pegasus was on the ground unconscious, while Ino and Sakura healed him with medical ninjutsu on the orders of Kakashi and Asuma. At this moment they needed all the help possible, while Naruto was in front of that being of abysmal darkness. Abzu, damn humans, damn Leo Knight, giving Naruto a blow. Naruto took the blow by blocking with his arm while using the other to hit, while Abzu took his arm, both beginning a duel of strength while they struggled. Abzu, I am the Lord of Darkness, no human is equal to me or above me. Naruto, and who decided that? Smiling at him to provoke him. Abzu, I'll kill you and then go for Athena. Naruto, for someone who rules over all birth and destruction, someone who holds the title of Great Father of all things known, you are very sensitive to emotions. Abzu, the gods have sullied the perfection of my work, that is why I will eliminate them. Even Athena is not the holy goddess they faithfully follow. Naruto, so what? Athena may have had her past, but that doesn't affect her present. She fights to erase everything she did wrong in the past, in order to show a path of love, peace, and above all, opportunity. Abzu, humans wouldn't understand, not you, one of those creatures created thanks to the fusion of humans and Shinju. Naruto, what? Abzu, as you heard Shinobi, you believe that this supposed sage of the six paths is a god who works for the good. That is because you have not known enough of his history, even of his mother, the rabbit goddess. One a being of those who occupied the place of the gods by coming from the stars, the other an ambitious of power and position who with his brother sealed his mother and placed her as an evil goddess, while they venerate one as the father of Nishu, and another is forgotten, inside Menma. Kurama, no, that can't be it, the old man tricked us, off the seal. Abzu, it seems that your bronze knight tenant pointing at Menma, revealing him as a Jinchuriki, is questioning and rethinking all the teachings of being created from the Jubi itself, or the 10 tails. Kakashi, is there another Bisha? Abzu, your surprise is evident, Shinobi, since Hagoromo himself hid that story from humans. But I think that's enough of historical talk elevating his dark cosmos. Allow me to show you the technique I stole from the Pegasus meteors of darkness. Naruto would begin to receive hundreds of impacts on his body to be thrown back. Naruto, TSK damn, if he hadn't fought Mars, he could have faced him. Abzu, is that what you say, Leo? Behind Naruto and placing a sphere of darkness on his back, let me tell you something. You have no chance against me. Naruto was sent flying as Leo's armor cracked. Kiba, Getsuga. Throwing himself at some brave shinobi. Lee/Guy, Konoha Senpu. Kakashi/Ryuho. Suetun tracing hand seals Suryuden and Ojutsu. Eden, Orion Devastator. Niji and Hinata. Hakusho throwing the palm of the void. Abzu, idiot shinobi emanating his aura to send them flying. Your lands do not interest me. Menma, we must make Haruto and Yuna free those trapped, let's buy them time. Sakura, Ino and I will cure Koga, just assume, yes we will protect them. Shikamaru, Cage Main no Jutsu paralyzing Abzu. Abzu what? Menma, burning fire of Lesser Lion. Abzu, cursed Bronze Knight. Chuji, Nikuden Sasha making himself a large human sphere that would attack Abzu. 10-10, come on, taking their weapons out of their storage roll. Sasuke, Link's arrow. Guy, Lee, take them off. Lee would take off the weights. Lee, ready? Guy, right now we'll go to all the youth we can. Lee, yes. Guy and Lee, first gate Kaimon open, second gate Kumon open, third gate Simon open, fourth gate Shaman open. Both release the same pressure that a silver saint exerted. Abzu, those doors are a nuisance. Looking at this with mild concern. Both eyebrows would launch themselves, being supported by the others while Naruto stood up. Naruto, they risked their lives and I am defeated by that guy. I could not call myself a knight if I let myself be defeated, and more by your little brother, he said while standing up with a slight frustration. That is why I will fight by his side, raising his cosmos to its limit. Abzu, Leo, that cosmos dodging the eyebrows. Naruto, Lee, Guy, move aside. The eyebrows moved away. Naruto, plasma lightning, with Yuna and Haruto. Yuna, we must free her. Saori, my brave knights, please, they need help, not me right now. Haruto, Saori-san, Saori, they need. At that the prison of darkness would begin to shine in a golden hue. In the fight, Abzu, this cosmos, Naruto, Seiya and I. A pillar of light was felt and seen everywhere. That light, Sakura, transmits a lot of peace and calm. Kiba, but also, Shuji, commands respect, and Niji, demonstrates power. Shikamaru, troublesome. Asuma, that feeling. Kakashi, it seems like. Guy, if it were with more than 8 doors. Kurenai, what? Is that even possible? A golden figure in winged armor would pass in front of them and hit Abzu in the face. Ryuho, Seiya surprised. Koga, that warmth perhaps too, San, he said very weakly. Menma and I-san? Haruto, we came to help. Yuna, we're all here. Naruto, you took too long, Sagittarius knows Seiya. Abzu, God Slayer, Seiya surprised. The shinobis were very surprised upon hearing that title. Perhaps this guy was powerful enough to kill a god. Seiya, that's enough, Abzu. I will not allow you to continue damaging this world, the world in which I want to see him grow, although I have no right to say it since I was absent for a large part of his life. That surprised Koga, who was arriving with Sakura and Ino carrying him. I will not allow you to continue damaging my son Pegasus and Koga. Koga, eh? Surprised with a sea of emotions in his head and heart. Menma, did he say? Haruto, Kuga is a son. Yuna, from Seiya? Sasuke, perhaps Pegasus is the son of Eden of Sagittarius? Ryuho, how well my suspicions were confirmed. Naruto, until you say it's Seiya and I. Seiya, it's not time for jokes, Naruto. Naruto, bitter, but you're right. You'll want to fight alone, or would you let your student and younger brother figure fight by your side this time? Seiya, let's do it. Both would pose side by side to face Abzu. Abzu, you pointing at Seiya, had already disappeared into the darkness. Seiya, during the battle with Mars I threw myself into the darkness. I did it to avoid your awakening. Even Mars regretted being possessed by the chaos you generated. What would happen if he became the trigger that detonated your awakening? That's why he left cautiously in case he lost control. I always suspect manipulation, and he placed chains on me so that they would not allow the darkness to devour me. As a contingency plan if this got out of control, so that those who had the ray of hope could free me. Abzu would create a spear of darkness, while Amor and Medea positioned themselves at his side. Naruto, do you want the big dark guy? Seiya, leave Abzu to me. Take care of Love of Pisces. Naruto would throw himself at Pisces' Love while he waited for him. Love, shine Leo bloody ballet. Naruto, that won't affect me. How about we try this Roar of the King? Love, but I can't move being caught in the pressure of technique. Naruto, you were able to deceive me before with a well-made blood clone, to which you added Cosmos to disguise your death in the House of Pisces. The bad thing is that by not being a shinobi and handling chakra, you used Cosmos at the level of a Silver Knight without knowing that the technique with Cosmos has its disadvantages, which caused the clone to die without remedy when receiving my brother's technique. But you are not the clone. Love, curse trying to stand to attack Menma. Naruto, I told you if you threatened my family I would kill you. Voltage flash. Naruto would pierce Amor in the chest, destroying a rear mountain. Love, Ko as spitting blood in quantities from his mouth. Naruto, devotion to family is something I maintain. I respect you for following your sister for it, but I will not allow you to threaten my little brother, taking his arm from Amor's chest. The former Pisces knight only fell dead to the ground while Naruto turned to see Yuna fighting with Medea with the help of Menma and Sasuke, while Yuna hit the aforementioned on the head so that she falls dead. Abzu, Sagittarius dies throwing spears of darkness. Seiya dodged each and every one until one hit him squarely. Koga, Pegasus meteors. The meteors hit Abzu, causing it to retreat. Seiya, Koga, I have many questions to ask, and I won't let this guy leave me without answers heard from your mouth, so stand up and fight, father. Seiya, you are stubborn. Even though you are not blood, you are my son anyway. Koga would blush at the compliment, but it would go away. Seiya, let's go. Naruto, finish him off. Everyone, we're counting on you. Koga, yes. Seiya and Koga, Pegasus meteors. Father and son would launch the Pegasus signature technique, surprising Koga, but that made him somewhat happy, while these were impacting the Abzu itself, disintegrating it. Abzu, no, this can't be happening. I, a being superior to the gods, can't be defeated by humans. No! Thus a great blinding explosion occurred while Abzu's scream of agony was heard as Naruto approached, seeing the former Pegasus and the new Pegasus both breathing heavily. Naruto, I hate to say it, but Seiya and I and little Koga look too much alike smiling. Koga, shut up blushing. Seiya, at least you kept the secret like I asked you to. Koga, wait, you knew that? He asked, somewhat annoyed. Naruto, Seiya made me keep the secret, although I don't justify that. Sorry, I see you are here. The three, Miss Athena bowing although Seiya had a blush. Sorry, I'm glad to see you all well taking. Koga, forgive me Koga for hiding this from you. Forgive me my little Pegasus, hugging him in a maternal way. Naruto, I knew that too, while Koga looked at him saying I'm going to get revenge. Menma, and I-san hugging Naruto. Seiya, Menma, how you've grown surprised. Menma, et. Naruto, he met you when you were a baby. Menma, okay, smiling Uzumaki style. Koga, you can release me now while I'm blue. Eden, perhaps. Saori, yes, my brave knights. Koga is my son and Seiya's, although not by blood. Arya, Koga jumping to hug him. Koga, sister. Saori would hug Arya while Seiya would hug Koga, who at first resisted, but little by little under the gaze of Naruto, who smiled at him and nodded, Koga would reciprocate. Kakashi, we're alive, taking out his Ika book. Yuna, Menma sees the book, then can you lend it to me? Kakashi, no, keeping it with fear. Guy, I think we should go back. I'll tell Hokage-sama to give me a vacation. In the elemental nations, the sun was beginning to shine in each village. The storms had stopped. B for some reason wanted to do a rap for a golden lion, but before the looks of the people of Kumo, who interpreted that his raps cursed them with those storms, he decided not to. In IWA, Anoki regained consciousness while his granddaughter told him everything that had happened. In Konoha, Minato hugged Mito while he and Kushina looked at the sky, along with Konohamaru and Hiruzen. Minato, you did it, guys. A shooting star would pass through the firmament to make it clear to them that everything had passed. At the sanctuary of Athena, Saori, thank you all for your help, especially you shinobi. Your help allowed us to save the planet. Kakashi, well, it was nothing. Guy, we did it for the flames of youth. Geki, oh, he understands me. Naruto, it was good while this adventure lasted. Seiya, I'm proud, with his hand on Koga's shoulder. Saori, it's time we rebuild the shrine. Naruto, with your permission, Miss Athena, I would like to return to the elemental nations and look for new candidates for the armor, while I take Sanna to Sonia and show Eden and Ryuho a tour. Saori, that will be your mission. Menma of the Lesser Lion, Sasuke of the Lynx, Ryuho of the Dragon, Eden of the Orion, and Yuna of the Eagle. You will accompany and choose the new knights and aspirants along with Naruto. Those mentioned, S.I. Naruto, Kuga, you have a lot to recover. Shana, yes, that's right, my apprentice. Koga, yes, and Naruto, thank you, hugging him, thank you for bringing me closer to my family. Naruto, you're welcome, reciprocating. They both looked like older brother, younger brother. Menma, hey, he's my brother, with jealousy. Naruto just took Menma and hugged them both. Naruto, this is a see you later. Seiya, take care. Saori, when the time comes, they will return. Haruto, Miss Athena, I would like to go with them if it is not a bother. Saori, granted. Ino, yeah, the cute wolf boy will come, she thought, but realizing, no, I like my Lynx-kun though. Thus the group would begin their journey back to elemental nations. End of chapter. Chapter 25. The Return. The group of shinobi and knights were leaving the sanctuary, thinking about the experiences they had witnessed, so they took a last look at the place before proceeding to a port and leaving by boat towards Kiri. On the boat, Kakashi, I don't wish this experience on anyone. Naruto, it's something that they're not prepared for at home, and what follows is to make us known to the rest of the world. Guy, we'll have to be ready. Asuma, although the peace of our lands is better, I would not stand that noise of vehicles and the toxic air they throw out of their rear ends. Naruto, it's something I don't argue with. So for 3 days the ship traveled towards Kiri. The island was in chaos. They almost suffered 3 tsunamis and a cold wave that could have killed them. If it weren't for a miracle, the storms would have continued. Fortunately, the dead were few. While Yagura with Mei watched the ship arrive at the village, thanks to the storms, the end of the Blood Purge War could not be spread by the elemental nations, although none would give it importance. Mei, until they arrive. Yagura, thank goodness I haven't published the end of the war yet. Naruto, we're sorry for the delay, but we had a setback. Mei, okay, the mission is over. Naruto, we appreciate you helping us with our Mei-san topic. Both would shake hands. Menma, goodbye. 3. Yagura, beware of Onion Eyes. 9. The Konoha shinobis and knights would retreat while Kiri applauded them. Naruto, In 3 days we would arrive at the village boarding a less technological ship than those of the Kido family. Menma si. Naruto, tell the others, little brother. Menma would retreat with the rest. Hinata, hey Naruto-kun, the one mentioned, sees her. Thank you. Thank you for helping me and helping Niji-Nissen. Naruto, it's nothing. Besides, I couldn't leave a beautiful girl helpless and do nothing, taking her hand. Blushing the Hyuga with tears. Also, you shouldn't cry. You'll ruin your pretty face, smiling at her. Hinata would just hug Naruto, who would blush slightly at the gesture. Hinata, thank you Naruto-kun. Naruto, she's cute, but I couldn't fall in love with her. I couldn't bear to leave a girl alone to follow my duty. I thought something sad. Hinata, this is for what we did, kissing him on the cheek as she blushed. Kakashi watched this from a hidden place, smiling with pride with his little eye. Naruto, kissed me, UAC girl, blushing and putting on a silly smile. After that, no more events happened until they reached Nami, except that the Hyuga and the older Uzumaki blushed when they saw each other or couldn't talk to each other. The girls and Ino got an idea, activating her shipper sense, organizing 1001 plans to get them together. Menma and Yuna were closer than before. While the eagle took the hand of his little lion, this amazed Naruto. His biggest fangirl, in love with his brother, unconsciously smiled with pride and took the pearl-eyed girl's hand. The group continued advancing at a civilian pace for 2 days until they finally reached the gates of Konoha. Upon entering, they saw Izumo and Kotetsu sleeping at the entrance, so Naruto decided that Menma and Ryuho would play a joke on them. He just whispered something in their ears. Menma and Ryuho, wake up! Madara Uchiha will attack the village! They shouted with some feigned fear. Izumo, no, don't kill me, I have family, kill him. Kotetsu, yeah, wait, what? Looking indignantly at his partner, several members of the group were rolling with laughter at the joke and the response they received. Eden, and with these guys, how do they not invade them? He whispered uncomfortably. Guy, no idea, my young gentleman. Menma, don't worry, there are Anbus apart from those two. Yuna, I'm glad you said it, I couldn't bear to lose you. Menma, hey, giving him a kiss on the forehead, nothing will happen to me, really. Naruto, what a handsome little brother. After filling out the paperwork, they headed to the Hokage's office, while the villagers threw hateful glances and whispered cruel words like demons, damn, and other hurtful things. Eden, why do you put up with these guys? Naruto, because among them there are people I appreciate and love, and when the time comes I will take them away from here. In the Hokage's office, Minato was laughing and kissing Kushina to stop signing the paperwork when someone knocked on his door. Minato, come in. Regaining his composure. Naruto, if they wanted to give me another younger brother, they could let me know and I would come another time. Blushing the couple. Minato, and son, you're back. Kushina, children, my babies are back. Menma and Naruto, we're not babies anymore. Blushing with embarrassment. Ryuho, and Kushina, Uncle Minato, both. Ryuho, it's good to see you. Naruto, I present to you Haruto, Knight of the Wolf. Haruto, it's a pleasure to meet you more closely than before. Minato, pleasure is our young man. Kushina, without a doubt. Naruto, already by my side. Eden of Orion. Eden, it's a pleasure, Mr. Minato. Kushina would just hug him. Kushina, it's already noticeable that you suffered a lot, let it go. Eden was crying a little while Kushina hugged him. Naruto, he is the son of Mars. His father was manipulated, and his mother repudiated him, he said through his cosmos to Minato's mind. Minato, Eden, seeing the affection Kushina had for him, would you like to join the family? Eden, yes, smiling a little. Menma, congratulations, Anai-san. Minato just filled out the paperwork and that was it. Eden was an Uzumaki Namikaze. Minato, who will be shinobis? Ryuho, Eden and Yuna would raise their hands. Okay, Anbu. Anbu, yes, Hokage-sama, appearing out of nowhere, astonishing Haruto. Minato, call Anko Midarashi. We will expand Team 7 as a special team. Sakura, my mother won't tell you anything. Minato, I am the Hokage, my word is law. At that moment the Anbu would arrive with the snake tamer, making the knights blush except Ryuho, Naruto and Menma, for their exhibitionism. Anko, he called me Hokage-sama. Minato, yes, you see, explaining to him that he would be sensei of Team 7 and his specialty. Anko, okay, I accept. At that moment a golden glow would appear and a girl with dots on her forehead would come out. Those who were outside the continent, Raki, if they are Jujiji. Minato, and who are you, young lady? Raki, I am Raki, apprentice of Knight Kiki of Ares. Naruto, and let you come, Raki. So then, playing with his fingers, I insisted until I tired him out to come with you for a while and learn about these lands. Kushina, look how beautiful the fur is. Raki, I'm glad you like it. Naruto, Raki, they are my parents. Raki, that's why you're a bit effeminate. Naruto, Raki, Angry, Naruto would start running after the girl in a comical way while Minato was with a depressive aura. Kushina, yeah. Raki, you're already tired seeing Naruto tired. Kushina, why don't you show them the village? So everyone would leave while Naruto looked at Raki with a bad face, starting a tour of the village, until they reached Ichiraku's ramen, where they proceeded to eat something. Boss, Menma, Konohamaru, I'm back. Konohamaru, boss, I've been practicing and have a fight with me. Menma, I can't. Yuna, so he's the kid you taught that stupid jutsu to, huh? Menma, si. Konohamaru, and who are you? Yuna, my name is Yuna, little one. Konohamaru, while boss, you got the boss surprised. Both, we're not boyfriends yet, blushing. Naruto, Konohamaru, your friends are hidden in square rocks, right? Konohamaru, yes, brother of the boss. Child, I'm Udan. Girl, I'm Mogue. Konohamaru, and together we are the three. Team Konohamaru. Eden, wow, they are interesting. Udan, who are you? Menma, I introduce you, this is Eden, our new brother. Konohamaru, wow, you're probably just as strong as the boss. Eden, see clear, uncomfortable. Minato and Kushina would arrive accompanied by Mito, Myth, and I-chan's hugging the three, since they told him about Eden. Naruto, we're already here getting serious, are they going to leave or what, raising their cosmos? Anbu ne. Uzumaki-san with 20 Anbus at his side, by order of Danzo-sama, you and your companions must follow us. Minato, and with what authority do you give that order, Anbu? The Anbus would draw their swords so as not to leave any witnesses, even if they were the Hokage, his wife and the Sandame's grandson with his friends. Naruto, feel the lion's roar, plasma lightning. Naruto would launch multiple beams from his fist, hitting 15 of them, while 5 barely dodged. Minato, but what? Konohamaru, Udan and Mogue, Suga. Naruto, Menma now. Menma, burning fire of lesser lion. The leader of the group was just trembling with fear now. Eden, you're not going to leave, bastard. Anbu, Ninpo drawing hand seals, to use genjutsu. Eden, Orion Devastator. The 20 NE Anbus were reduced to ashes and stardust while everyone, including the villagers, watched. Minato, children smiling. Kushina, guys smiling. Konohamaru, that was great with stars in his eyes. Udan, they teach us, yes. Mogue, we will learn everything, yes. Ryuho, I already have an apprentice smiling. Naruto, I have two, Eden, it won't be a bad idea to teach them standing in front of Udan. Menma, I think the same, standing looking at Konohamaru. Yuna, I'll teach you how to defend yourself looking at Mogue. Later that day, Namikaze's mansion. Naruto, Dad, do you have any room for first aid? Minato, yes. Eden, she's my sister. Naruto sealed her to bring her and help her recover. Kushina, how much is damaged? Naruto took the aforementioned out of the scroll, while she was asleep. Naruto, he had a mental breakdown. I must have used my strongest illusion to erase memories and leave the valid ones. Kushina, I'm afraid the one who will have to answer that must be your godmother Tsunade. Minato, but you'll have to look for her in a while since the Chunin exams are approaching. Naruto, okay. Eden, soon sister, I will bring you back safe and sound. End of the chapter. Chapter 26. The Chunin exams begin. After a reunion following a long fight, some stupid Danzo puppets found and eliminated, the teams decided to go to dinner. At the Namikaze house, they celebrated Eden's arrival to the family with ramen, while the aforementioned was in tears for finding the love and affection they gave. Elsewhere, Fugaku, after hearing about Sasuke, invited several of them to spend time in the village with the newcomers. Yuna mentioned her relationship with Menma to Kushina, who asked for grandchildren, while Mito celebrated having an older sister. Meanwhile, Ryuho prepared her bed in Naruto's room, since Menma and Eden would share hers. Of course, Yuna would go with Mito to avoid problems. Haruto and Raki spent their night at Sasuke's house, where they saw quite a few things about the Uchiha clan, including symbols, mentions of Jujutsu, and some stories about the clan told by Fugaku. The following morning, Special Team 7 held a team meeting to discuss the Chunin exams, as several of them wanted to participate. Yuna and Haruto decided to stay back, seeing no need to participate, and would instead support the others. Naruto, I'm in. I don't lose anything. Menma, if Anisen enters too, I'll also be able to fight him and see how much I improve. Sasuke, it won't be like facing the Golden Knights, but I'm in. Ryuho, count me in. Eden, and with me. Sakura, well, with me too. The group decided to go change clothes because they wanted to use other outfits. They estimated that at least one of the tests would be survival. Sakura put on her current burgundy outfit, while Ryuho would put on her everyday Chinese outfit. As for Naruto, Eden, Sasuke and Menma, they had decided to wear their shrine outfits, since before returning they had obtained some clothes thanks to Naruto. Meeting at noon where they agreed, Team 7 decided to go to the academy. The exam started in the afternoon. On the way to the academy, they could see Team Konohamaru following them on a square rock, which made Ryuho and Eden snicker, so after discovering them, Konohamaru went crashing into a cat-like boy. Boy, what a dwarf who doesn't know his place, taking Konohamaru by the head. Girl, enough Kankuro, you'll get us in trouble. Kankuro, I'm sorry Tamari, but I'll teach this kid some manners. He was going to punch him but someone stopped him. Naruto, hitting children without justification is completely stupid, and even less so if that child is the grandson of the Sandaime, which could trigger a war between two villages. That made both Suna Shinobi swallow hard. Kankuro, so what if it is? Acting brave. Naruto, to start, guys, get down from the tree. Team 7 would appear. You too, Ichibi no Jinchuriki. That made everyone tense up. Ichibi Jinchuriki, you found me out, you're interesting. Naruto, I introduce myself, Naruto of Leo. Ichibi Jinchuriki, Sabaka no Gaara, and they are my brothers. Kankuro, you're bringing shame on the village, stop it. At that, Gaara falls silent, looking at Naruto, who would emanate his golden cosmos, surprising the Sunanin. In Gaara's mind, Ichibi, Gaara, don't you dare face him for any reason. Gaara, why? Maybe I can kill him to prove my existence. Ichibi, no, on the contrary, you can ask him to. You'd better stop tormenting Gaara. Ichibi, so the Golden Saint enters people's minds. Naruto, I don't have to answer to you about my abilities, but I won't allow you to continue tormenting Gaara's mind any longer. Gaara was surprised. He barely knew him and he already cared for him. That made him feel something lost in a long time hope. Ichibi, and why would I do that? It's my container. I can do whatever I want as long as I'm free. Naruto, what if I told you that you could be free? Ichibi, as if they free me he dies. Naruto, not necessarily, just that if a deity is released, he wouldn't die. Ichibi, if your goddess frees me, I will accept the deal. Naruto, I'll ask him that personally. Until then, leave Gaara's mind intact. Ichibi, in fact it is not my problem, but the evil seal that contains me. I will stop talking to him, saving to advise him, but the seal destroys his mind. Naruto, I'll see my father about fixing it. After that, Naruto would vanish from Gaara's mind. Outside the boy's mind, only 3 seconds passed, so Gaara would start to cry, while repeating to Naruto many times, "Thank you." That surprised the Sunanin, who would take Gaara away. Naruto, we must continue. After those words, the group headed to the Shinobi Academy, where they were surprised by a genjutsu on the floor with 2 Chunin not letting anyone pass. Naruto, it's a genjutsu. Keep moving forward, he said through his cosmos to his team. Her team even followed the Sakura path, but there's always an idiot. Hey, take OFF the genjutsu now, said a brown-haired boy with the IWA bandana. Yes, that won't stop us, said another genin from IWA with great arrogance. Naruto, those idiots increased the competition, annoyed. IWA Nin 1, what did you say, Yondaime bastard? At those words Naruto stopped his walk, but Menma calmed him down, stating that they shouldn't fight now. If he wants to demonstrate his superiority, let it be in the exam. IWA Nin 2, the 2 sons of Yellow Lightning participate. IWA Nin 1, I look forward to the Chunin. What they did was stupid. Both, what did you say? Chunin 2, Chunin are qualified to lead teams, which means they carry the lives of others in their hands, so they must be tough and above all, they must not be arrogant. In the exam room, Naruto's group entered the hall while the genin teams that were already there sent out killing intent. When Naruto, Menma, Sasuke raised their cosmos, causing the sound of 2 felines roaring, while Ryuho did the same, causing a dragon roar, which made several aspirants leave the room. Shikamaru, so the 13 rookies here gathered, eh? Niji, it seems so. Kiba, no matter what comes, I fear nothing. Lee, YOSH, let's show our flames of youth. Gaara, what's wrong with him? With confusion, since for the first time it was him, and not the psychopath. They make a lot of noise, don't you think? Sakura, who are you? I am Kabuto Yakushi, and this is my 7th time taking the exam. Lee, is it that difficult? Kabuto, yes, but those 7 attempts served me to gather information taking out their cards. Sound Ninja, I want information about Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto and Uzumaki Menma. The scream was so loud that several covered their ears. Kabuto, they know their names. That takes away the mystery, but let's see. Sasuke Uchiha. Here it says that he is a member of Team 7. His missions are various, starting with 15 rank D, 6 rank C, 1 rank B and 2 rank A. His teammates are Iden Uzumaki, Menma, Uzumaki, Naruto Uzumaki, Yuna Future Uzumaki Blushing Menma Ryuho and Sakura Haruno. His taijutsu level is Jounin level, his ninjutsu Chunin, and his genjutsu is Genin. Uzumaki Menma, member of the same team, same missions and members, his taijutsu level is low Jounin, his ninjutsu is high Chunin, and his genjutsu is null. Uzumaki Naruto, same as above since they are brothers and teammates. Missions the same as Sasuke Uchiha and Uzumaki Menma. His taijutsu is incredulous Kage level nervous and surprised. His ninjutsu is said to be Sannin level fearing it as a threat. His genjutsu is Kage level, Kenjutsu at the same level. At that the cards break with a clean cut as Naruto points his arm. Kabuto, how, I feel the presence of something sharp on his arm. But he doesn't have a sword or kunai, he thought. I must tell Orochimaru-sama. Naruto, it's funny that a simple genin has information that is even owned by a Kage. Seriously. A bald man with scars on his face would come in. Okay worms, you better listen to me because I'm only going to say it once. I'll be your evaluator for this exam, so if you don't like it, there's the door. Whoever is found cheating is out. You have 5 chances to avoid being found. If you get caught 5 times you're out. By the way, I'm Ibiki Marino. So the other instructors would begin to distribute the exam sheets. So after Ibiki's approval everyone would begin to take the exam. Many in the first 10 minutes would begin to feel nervous, afraid, and above all they would begin to be discovered copying, while Team 7, 8, 10 and Suna, if they copied they were not caught, while the first at Naruto's suggestion studied everything. And Menma was also helped without them knowing by the strongest bijou because their containers should be powerful but not beings with pure muscle and no brain. With the decent combination of both qualities, he would give his respect and would minimally allow them to use their chakra, although the little tomato did not need it for his cosmos. Ibiki, more than 10 minutes have passed and many are already getting desperate to the point that they are discovered, he thought amusedly. Naruto, even if you have to copy on the exam, it's not honorable to do so. Thank goodness I made them study, he thought. 20 minutes later, several ninjas from small villages left the room because they were discovered, or because they gave in to the pressure being exerted. Ibiki, well, time has ended. Many would start to complain. Don't complain about my rules in this exam. You have answered 9 of the 10 questions, since the 10th is very important. Sakura, how important is that? Ibiki, if you fail, you and your team will never be able to repeat the Chunin exam in eternity. But calling attention if you decide not to do it, there is always another year. But I warn you, if one from a team withdraws, the rest will be the same. For 5 minutes, while Eden and Ryuho watched, who did not think of such an exam, they saw how several teams withdrew of their own free will, leaving a quarter of those who started the exam. Ibiki, I just have to tell you something generating intrigue and adding tension to the moment, you guys increasing the tension pass. Thus he would begin to give them an explanation about following the rules in moments of maximum tension, their consequences, and following their companions, while a Hexi Tokubetsu Jounin entered through the window. Several shinobi would blush at the suggestive clothing, among them Eden and Ryuho. Naruto simply imagined the girl who had kissed him before in those clothes, causing a blush on his cheek, since he looked at both girls, being noticed by the pearl-eyed girl, realizing that he was thinking turning into a tomato. Anko, you're losing the Ibiki touch, but hey, I want you in the Forest of Death in 15 minutes, worms. Chapter 27, The Forest of Death. We met Task Force 7 as they made their way to Training Camp 44, the Forest of Death. Eden, seriously, that's what it's called. Naruto, it has that name because of the beasts that live there, a pair of insects with unreal sizes. Ryuho, how big? Menma, you don't want to know. Sasuke, don't they smell like snakes? Sakura, I don't smell anything. But why do they smell it? Naruto, the Kusa ninja, looks at Sasuke like he's a psychotic pedophile. Menma, as if we left it to him. Sasuke, it's the knowledge, isn't it? Naruto, surely. But in the field we'll see how we do. In the forest of death. Enko, welcome to my playground. This will be the second area of the exam. Training camp number 44, or as we know it here, the forest of death. Kiba, ha, that doesn't scare me. Enko saw this and threw a kunai that grazed the dog boy's cheek, leaving a cut on it. So the snake tamer would take the bloody kunai and lick it. Enko, oh so sweet, hee. And even more so if she's a little scared. Ryuho, I won't go there, thought the innocent dragon. Eden, is she a pedophile? Thought the hunter. Enko, well, before entering, I must give you this, a letter of consent before the exam. All of you will have to read this form and then sign it. This will serve to not hold the village responsible for your death. IWA ninja, haha, as if that would happen. Enko, ignoring that. In this exam, the first thing you should know is that this exam will evaluate your survival instincts. First, I will give you an overview of the terrain. It has 44 closed access gates. There are forests and rivers inside. In the center there is a closed tower located 10 kilometers from each gate. It is in this confined area where you will experience the survival exam. The exam consists of a battle at any cost to get your hands on these two scrolls. You will fight to get both the Sky Scroll and the Earth Scroll. All together the teams will take part in this exam. So half of you will try to get the Sky Scroll and the other half the Earth Scroll. I will give a particular scroll to each team and that is what you will compete for. You can kill, but they are not recommended. And if you die, the letter of recommendation exempts us from problems. It is understood. All yes, hump whatever, I'll prove my existence. Enko, to pass the exam your entire team must bring both scrolls to the tower. One more thing, the exam has a time limit, you must finish it in 5 days, and the supplies, if you look around, there is plenty to hunt. Naruto, it's a real battle situation test. Enko, this exam will also measure your resistance against enemy lines. This exam is designed to be very demanding and I am sure that almost none of you are prepared to face the challenge. The ways in which you can be disqualified are: 1. That the 3 members of the team do not arrive at the tower with both scrolls after 5 days. 2. If a team loses a member, they are incapacitated or cannot continue. But most importantly, none of you, absolutely none of you, can see the contents of the scrolls until you reach the tower. Well, that's all. Each team take your consent letters and go exchange them for your scrolls. After that, each team choose a door where you will be allowed to enter. And I would like to warn you something else: do not die. So everyone would receive the scrolls, where Naruto told Menma to shout it out. Menma, we have the Heaven Scroll. Sakura, idiot, what are you doing? Sasuke, getting rid of potential enemies is pointless, smiling sideways, smart. Ryuho, that way. Eden, we would remove those who have the same scroll as us, ingenious. After positioning themselves at the doors. Enko, okay worms, this exam starts now. After those words, the groups would begin to enter while some teams began to shout for the pleasure of the snake charmer. With Team 7, all the members were feeling the presence of a team nearby, where a group of Maguekio ninjas would come out of some trees. Ninja aim, fire style phoenix flower jutsu. After tracing hand seals, everyone would begin to dodge thanks to their speed, while Naruto began to throw kunais at the aim shinobi team. Sasuke would send one flying with a bit of Cosmo, while he realized something when he activated his Sharingan. Sasuke, don't let your guard down. We don't know if he's alone. His companions could attack at any second. From the nearby trees, a sound team and a Takigakure team would come out to fight them. Eden, Orion Devastator. Cosmo's attack would impact against Taki Shinobi, leaving them on the ground injured and unconscious. Ninja Odo, what the hell was that? Ninja Odo 2, I don't know. Ryuho, Rising Dragon, Aim Ninja, Earth Style, Earth Dragon tracing hand seals. Ninja Oto 2, let's go. Ninjas Oto, yes. Menma, don't even believe it. Burning Fire of Leon Menor. The Oto shinobi were burned to a crisp without a trace. Ninja Aim, please have mercy. In return we'll give you our roll. Naruto, we took it. The team would take the scrolls as they left with Oto and Taki's scroll in their hands. Sasuke, well, we have 2 extras in case we need them. Naruto, well, we should go downtown. All yes. Sakura watched this. This was the shinobi life. They had no temptation to kill their enemies. And even though they were genins almost her same age, panic slowly took hold of her. Naruto, If you are not willing to have courage, you cannot be a shinobi. Sakura. Sakura. But is this the shinobi life? Naruto, you've lived through a fight against a god, and despite being afraid, you had courage. Do you really think you can be a shinobi? Your panic shows me that you prefer a life as an Amazon of Athena rather than as a shinobi. Sakura, I'll think about it, let's go. Both would catch up with the group as something approached. Menma, attention blocking a Katon Jutsu attack. Eden, who is it? Grass Ninja. Kukuku, looks like I have a genin team to steal your scroll. Naruto, your scent gives you away. Ninja, but who can assume that I am Kukuku? Sasuke, your unhinged pedophile laugh. Menma, the traitor Sanin, Orochimaru. The skin covering the traitor ninja fell off, revealing that he was someone else, a pale, black-haired ninja with snake eyes, while the knights present made signs of disgust. Orochimaru, Kukuku, it seems the boys did their homework. Sasuke, so what if that's what you want, traitor Sanin? Orochimaru, I love you Sasuke-kun, since I have been observing that the village has many secrets, even your parents, don't you wonder why the Uchiha massacre? Sasuke, I know who did it, but that's no reason for me to go around like an idiot emo avenger looking for answers. Orochimaru, oh I see, so my offer will be rejected. Starting to draw hand seals Kukios and Ojutsu. A cloud of white smoke appeared as Team 7 took up a fighting stance. Naruto, pay attention. A light blue snake could be seen from the smoke. The snake would attack the knights who dodged all of its attacks, while the Sannin looked with calculating eyes waiting for a moment to attack. But Sasuke, Link's arrow. A sphere of violet cosmos was fired at the snake, which upon impact would disappear in smoke. Orochimaru, what kind of jutsu was that? Naruto, something you don't need to know behind the Sannin. Orochimaru, when throwing a punch back so as not to feel anything, he is fast, but I don't detect a jutsu body flickering in him. Orochimaru had no time to react as he would receive a blow with considerable force in the face while Naruto was observed with his fist extended. Orochimaru, that hurt as much as if it had been a blow from Tsunade. Who are you, the Yandame's eldest son? Naruto, nobody, you're interested in Petakimaru. Orochimaru, it's Orochimaru, you stupid blonde, but let's put this aside, and let me get what I want. Orochimaru would stretch his neck towards Sasuke, but Sasuke, Link's claws covered in violet cosmos with flames of fire hit the Sannin, preventing him from placing the hiki on his prey, which forced the Sannin to shed his skin due to the damage received. Orochimaru, damn, first Suna realizes that I killed the Kazekage, and now they are stronger than what Danzo reported, he thought, annoyed. Naruto, his purpose is the Sharingan, be alert. Orochimaru, I fear undesirables are approaching. Seeing the Suna team arrive. Gaara, Naruto standing next to him, we felt something disgusting and we arrived. Ichibi says he was a pedophile. Shikamaru, Suna and Konoha teaming up against a troublesome Sannin with his team alongside the others. Orochimaru, Tisk, I'll make a strategic retreat, drawing hand seals Earth-style concealment like mole. Naruto, Tisk, he's gone. Eden, what a guy. Ryuho, disgusting. Naruto, anyway, we must go to the tower. He did not fulfill his objective, so we must arrive early, because of his outfit. Menma, all of Odo is going to fall on us. Sasuke, it seems so. Sakura, damn, let's go. Gaara, let's go together, we already have our thing. Shikamaru, we're missing the Sky Scroll, so we'll see you there. So the teams separated while Suna and Team 7 headed to the tower chatting about their adventures, while Gaara had a dream that his bijou strongly supported, to go out and live an adventure outside of the elemental nations. At the entrance of Konoha, 7 figures can be seen entering the village while filling out some paperwork when they see Izumo and Kotetsu asleep, as usual, ignoring that it is the strongest village in the world. Seiya, follow me, I will guide you to the Hokage Tower. Koga, Dad has been here before? Saori, yes. Arya, hee, the village is quiet. Harbinger, I only see people whose bones I can break, who only underestimate that because they are the strongest village they don't take into account the suffering, even of their own. Shiryu, it seems we will see them soon. No, Shunrei. Shunrei, yes, and I also received Ryuho's letter, so we're off. It's also good to get out once in a while. Chapter 28, Preliminaries. A reunion. We met at the gates of Konoha, where a group was arriving at the village. Seiya, it's this way. Shiryu, I haven't been around here in a while. Saori, it's a good place. Harbinger, interesting. Although I know this village must feel like someone breaks their bones, hee. Shunrei, Harbinger, don't say that. Koga, so Naruto comes from this place. Arya, it seems so. Seiya and the others would see two Chunin sleeping while guarding the village gates, so they decided to sign the entrance as Koga did, followed by Seiya. Elsewhere, Tanzaku. Black hair, Tsunade-sama, don't you think we should go back? Your godson must have returned. Tsunade, we will wait. Hiccup, it is still very hiccup early. Hiccup to return. Hiccup Shizen, said the drunk slug San, and we will go. Hiccup for the third phase of the Chunin exams. Hiccup, I have to do something. Hiccup. Shizen, not Tsunade-sama. Back in Konoha, Seiya and Koga would guide the others to the Hokage Tower where Minato was doing the day's paperwork accompanied by Hiruzen. Minato, Rodorio, I know I'll be going there soon. Secretary, Hogake-sama, a group of people are looking for him. The voice sounded through a kind of radio. Minato, Haslo's Pazer. Through the door, not in the subnormal way like Jiraiya who enters through the window, the group passed. It was a woman with pink hair accompanied by a young man she had not seen for a long time, along with another of the young men who visited them in the past. A black-haired woman with a gentle and simple appearance, a large one-eyed white-haired guy, and of course the Pegasus who had entered some time ago with an adorable girl. Seiya, time has passed. Minato, Seiya, Shiryu, I'm glad to see you. And Miss Athena, bowing to Hiruzen, it's an honor to have you in Konoha. Saori, thank you for the welcome, Lord Hokage. Koga, glad to be back. Minato, Harbinger, he's just as effeminate as Naruto. Ha 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 ha. Minato just went to a corner depressed to mutter things. Hiruzen, okay. Minato consoling his successor. Seiya, I forgot that Fugaka-san and Hayashi-san told you that. Minato, yes, but well, I'm glad you came back. But things have changed. Shiryu, what happened? Minato, let's talk at my house. 15-minute time skip at the Namikaze Uzumaki residence. Minato, make yourself at home. Seiya, thanks for the invitation. Kushina, Seiya, Shiryu sorprendida. Shiryu, Kushina, it's a pleasure to see you. Meet my wife Shunrei. Shunrei, it's a pleasure. Kushina, so delicate, you are beautiful. Shiryu, where is Ryuho? Minato would comment on Naruto's proposal to those who arrived plus the adoption of Eden, which surprised Koga but made him happy. Seiya, you said things have changed. Seriously, what happened? Minato, I lost a lot of support from the people. Most likely they will take away my position as Kage. Shiryu, oh wow. Harbinger, but how? You're supposed to be the leader. Koga, is it because of Naruto and Menma? Seiya, what's wrong with them? Kushina, someone leaked that he is a Jinchuriki, and you have seen when Naruto was a child here how they have treated him. Seiya, I see. Kushina, if that happens, we'll talk about it. We're leaving Konoha. Naruchan told us about a town near the sanctuary. Harbinger, Rodorio? It's a good place, ha ha ha. Koga, and Sonia? Kushina, in the guest room, unconscious since we still haven't managed to wake her from the coma she was in. Arya, good. At that point, a blonde-haired girl would appear, accompanied by Yuna, where Kushina would introduce her to the others, where she would get along well with Arya, while the others settled in, being taken by Kushina to the Uzumaki clan district, where the redhead got along quite well with the black-haired girl. This would pass for 5 days, the same length as the survival test. In the Forest of Death, Naruto and Gaara's team arrived 3 days before the end of the test, opening their scrolls where Iruka would appear and congratulate the team. In the remaining time, Naruto took charge of correcting the psychopathic redhead's seal, which caused him to begin sleeping well and without being traumatized by Shikaku. Also with Menma, Sasuke, Ryuho and Eden, Naruto decided to meditate a little to keep the cosmos calm as they sensed Athena's arrival to the village. Minato, good. Hiruzen, let me do it better. Everyone who managed to pass was attentive to what the Sandaime would say. Those who passed were Team Naruto, 7, 8, 9 and 10 from Konoha, Team Sabaku from Suna, 2 sound teams and 1 from IWA. Hiruzen, first of all congratulations for passing. It's hard to believe that there are still so many left after the second exam and many of them are rookies, that's why they tried so hard to recommend them. Before explaining about the third exam, I would like to explain something about the exam itself. Listen carefully, it is something you need to understand. I am going to tell you, so listen carefully. I am going to tell you the true objective of these exams. Why do you think our country does these exams in conjunction with our allies and other villages? to increase the skill of the shinobi and promote friendship between the allied nations. These exams are the representation of the battle between the allied nations. You will see if you analyze our history, you will see that the allied nations were neighboring nations that continually fought with each other, with the objective of not losing forces in senseless battles. Those nations chose champions to fight in a neutral place selected by mutual agreement. This was how the Chunin selection exams originally began. Ryoho, it's a good speech, he whispered to Eden. Eden, without a doubt. Hiruzen, part of this exam is to select shinobi worthy of becoming Chunin. These exams allow shinobi to carry the pride of their nation on their backs and fight against other ninja for their own lives. Many leaders and prominent people from various countries will be summoned to attend these exams as guests with the option of hiring shinobi to work with them. This exam can determine the course of your work as a ninja from here on out, and most importantly, those rulers will see and take note of the strengths that each ninja and each nation are developing. If there is a power vacuum, strong nations are filled with job applications for their ninjas. Instead, applications from weak countries are rejected. Therefore, the strength of our nation is to have a better position when it comes to negotiations with neighboring countries. So it is important to demonstrate how much military strength our village has. Minato, the strength of the country is the strength of the village. The strength of the village is the shinobi, and the true strength of the shinobi is only reached when it is taken to its limits. As in a battle of life or death, this exam is the opportunity for each country to expose the strength of its shinobi and also the strength of the nation itself. This is the meaning of why in this exam lives are risked. It is for this reason and for the strength of the nation that their predecessors fought in this exam in a dream come true. This is a custom because the balance is maintained by fighting and dying. The third exam is a fight for his life with the pride of his village and his own dreams in danger. Menma, well, he convinced me. Kiba, any test is fine, just tell me the details of this exam. I can handle any challenge you put in front of me. Naruto, we've been through a lot in a short time, so let's give it our all. Team 7, yes. Minato, these guys, he thought. Hiruzen, very well, listen then, I will tell you exactly what you will do in the third exam. Lord Sandaime, before that, let me speak first. I am Hate Gecko, designated as the censor for the third part of the exam. Hiruzen, continue. Hate, it's a pleasure to meet you all. There is something I want everyone to do before the third exam. We must do a pre-elimination exam before continuing with the real one. Naruto and his group noticed while the others were making a fuss among themselves. Hate, well, you see, the first and second exams were perhaps too easy. The fact is that we never expected so many students to continue here. According to the rules of the Chunin exams, a preliminary round can be helpful at any stage in order to reduce the number of remaining candidates. Ino, it's unfair. Temari, the girl is right. Iwa Nin 1, it's unfair. Tsuchikage-sama wouldn't approve of this. Hate, it's just that at this stage we must speed things up a bit. As Lord Hokage said, many important guests will be watching. We can't waste their time. They will come to see only the best, so if one of you doesn't feel in excellent physical condition at the time of leaving, of those present, Kabuto would withdraw under the excuse of lack of chakra, which made Naruto look cautiously at the shinobi. Naruto, something's wrong with him. Ryoho, what's up? Naruto, his chakra level is close to a jounin. It's hard for someone like him to feel like he can't participate. Ryoho would frown. Hate, the winners will be determined by one-on-one combat. Eden, interesting, smiling. Ryoho, like the galactic tournament. Hate, well then we will begin with the preliminary round. This round will consist of one-on-one fights with full intensity. It is not an exercise. There are several of you left, which means we will need 10 matches. The surviving candidates to the matches will advance to the third exam. As for the rules, there are no, they will fight until the other dies or gives up or is physically unable to continue the test. Naturally, whoever sees that they are losing and wants to avoid the fatal blow may give up. Also, as a censor, I have a certain free will when judging the matches. Occasionally I can intervene if I see that a match looks lost to avoid losing as many lives as possible. Now is the time to reveal what fate awaits you. Several Chunins would give them a paper stating who would be fighting. Hate, the names of each couple are chosen randomly. Before each match the names will appear on the screen behind me. Since there is nothing else to add, let's begin. Pantala, Uchiha Sasuke vs Yora Ikado. Hate, they were chosen for the first match. Yora Ikado and Sasuke Uchiha have any objections? Either would say anything. Well, clear the arena, and we will begin. The contestants would leave the field and a fight would begin in which the guy would not match Sasuke, who fought under a fighting style as if he had claws in his arms, which is how it was seen by Cosmos users. Yoroi maldito. Sasuke, are you going to give up? Yoroi. Dies drawing hand seals ground style ground stakes. Sasuke, Link's arrow. Sasuke's attack would win over Yoroi's, leaving the aforementioned unconscious. Hate, cough 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 winner cough cough Sasuke Uchiha. Now, the second cough, cough, cough Zaku Abumi vs Ryuho fight. They would both stand in the area while Ryuho adopted a kung fu pose. Zaku, I will beat you, he said arrogantly. Ryuho, now I will prove that I trained in secret by unsheathing the katana. Hate, let's begin. Zaku would use his sonic weapon, but Ryuho would calmly wait for him until Ryuho, Uzumaki sword style, current dance using chakra sway causing an impression. Zaku, what the buck receiving slashes and stabs multiple times from different sides at high speed. Zaku would fall to the ground, shaken and losing blood. Ryuho, give up, I don't want to kill you. Zaku, tisk sor I give up. Hate, winner Ryuho. Next fight, Eden Uzumaki Namikaze catching everyone's attention except those who knew versus Sabaka no Kankuro. The fight, was humiliating to the puppeteer, because with the devastating Orion, Eden destroyed all the puppets, including Karasu, which forced the Suna to surrender. Hate, winner Eden. Ino Yamanaka and Harino Sakura, next to fight. The aforementioned went down to the arena and well, they put up a decent fight, more so than in the original anime, which made the Banshee's mother curse for being a brute and not a delicate lady, since Sakura slightly copied some of Afiyuka's Shina's combat moves. Hate, Tai seeing both on the ground Naro Shikamaru and Kimtsuchi come cough, 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 to the arena please. Shikamaru defeated her with pure strategy, so I don't need to explain further. Shikamaru, what a nuisance. Hate, winners Shikamaru Nara. Next fight the names are called on the screen. Hyuga Niji vs Hyuga Hinata. The winner was Niji, without leaving Hinata on the verge of death, but he carried her on his back with Naruto, who would cure her with Cosmos. Hinata, so warm, she stammered. Naruto, I won't let them hurt you, my Byakugan princess. Ino, we have the ship armed shaking Sakura. Sakura, yeah, you see. This is how the rest of the participants began to pass by. Menma vs IWA Nin 1. Ganada Menma. Haruto vs IWA Nin 4. If Iwa's team had 4 members. 10-10 vs Temari. Temari won, and at the end she extended her hand to the defeated while Guy said the flames of youth. Rock Lee vs Gaara. Gaara wins so that Lee is taken with Guy to the Redheads arena. IWA Nin 2 vs Sound Ninja. Winner, IWA Nin 2. Shino Abirame vs IWA Nin 3. Ganada Shino. Hate. Next to pass Namikaze Uzumaki Naruto vs Inuzuka Kiba. Kiba, come on Akamaru, we can handle this. If we beat him, remember the fight with Mars and Absa, he'll probably hold back. Akamaru, arf arf. Kiba, if we give him a fight, let's prove we're on par with a Gold Knight, he said to his canine friend. No one except those who were and those who knew understood that. Naruto, I hope you prove your worth, Kiba. Hate, start. Kiba, Beastman clone Jutsu Akamaru would become another Kiba Gutsuga. Naruto, let's see what you think while ice formed in his hand diamond dust. Kiba, how cold shivering as the Jutsu stopped. Naruto, are you going next? Kiba, yes, channeling lightning chakra into his hand, I worked hard to obtain this affinity. Naruto, surprise me. Kiba, Shiden. A purple lightning bolt shot out at Naruto, but before contact the lightning vanished into ice. Naruto, not bad. But if you master the cold, you stop the movement of the atoms of the attacks they launch. It is the power of those who can use absolute zero. Kiba would give Akamaru a pill and they would fuse into a 2-headed wolf while Naruto waited for the attack. Naruto, you surprised me, my friend, but a winner will emerge from this. Kiki, sorry if I stole a technique from you. Stardust Revolution. The attack would hit Kiba, leaving both of them charred and unconscious. Hate. The winner is Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. Okay, now we'll see the order for the third stage fights. Next, everyone will take a ball from this box. Ryuho 1, Niji 2, Naruto 3, Menma 4, Eden 5, Temari 6, Haruto 7, IWA Nin 8, Gaara 9, Sasuke 10, Shino 11. Hate, the winner of the first fight will repeat the fight. Everyone can retire, since they will have this month to train. Chapter 29. Feelings. A strong truth is revealed. Tanzaku. We can see Tsunade and Shizen leaving the casino village. Shizen, Lady Tsunade who passes. Tsunade, we're going back to Konoha. I have a bad feeling. Shizen, what kind? Tsunade, something that will shake our entire world but specifically Konoha. So both of them would leave for the village. The bad feeling was hovering in their heads. It was not something they should take lightly. It was something serious. Konoha. After the preliminaries and the distribution of the fights, the Namikaze looked at each other with defiance. Many could swear that between them there were two lions about to fight for their territory and dominion over the title of king. Ryuho, let it be a good blind fight. Niji, I hope so. Little dragon mockingly, let's see if you have teeth. Ryuho only saw him with rivalry while Niji reciprocated. Temari, at least I didn't get hit by the sloth. Eden, maybe looks at Shikamaru with a wink. I could give up for being too troublesome. Shikamaru gave her a thumbs up while Temari seemed to have a fire behind her from her fury. Iwa Nin, I will defeat you and make Namikaze see that I am better than Konoha with arrogance. Haruto, we'll see. You're a puppy who just wants to bite. I hope you know that you're going up against a direct wolf and I will show my fangs. Iwa Nin, TSCH. Gaara, you better fight with everything or I'll bury you in my sand. Sasuke, I accept the challenge. Thus each group would leave with their senseis and family, where Team 7 would retreat to the Uzumaki compound where upon arrival they met the newcomers, where Naruto hugged Seiya because Naruto always showed affection to Seiya considering him his older brother. Seiya, I see that it went well for you. I saw the results and, Shiryu, I'll take care of the training with Ryuho by his side. Naruto, I have mine. Seiya, I guess helping little Menma won't hurt. Saori, I'm glad to see you're already happy again. Eden, thank you. Kakashi, oh yes, it's you and Miss Athena putting away his little book. Saori, it's good to see you again Kakashi-san. Kushina, if you keep reading that crap, I'll show myself as they call me in all the bingo books of these lands in bloody Havana mode. Seiya, I forgot that she is scarier than Angry Marin, trembling with fear. Naruto, Mom T calm down he said nervously while Minato, Menma and Mito hid behind the blonde. Saori and Shunrei, what a character, I love her, they thought proudly. Shiryu and Ryuho, why I think Mom will learn from Kushina-san / Aunt Kushina. Koga, oh Mom, Naruto's mother is scary, he thought terrified. Harbinger, she's quite scary, she earns my respect, he thought admiring Kushina. After that and Sasuke retiring to his home because he may be proud as a knight and not like the typical Uchiha, but Kushina is scary because of her. Seiya and Naruto talked about what they would do in the future, where Minato told both of them that he had a bad feeling, in addition to seeing the Konohamaru team enter along with Hiruzen and the Uchiha family, as well as Hinata Hyuga with Niji and her sister, which made Seiya open his eyes, because his pupil was in love. Seiya, so you like pearly eyes? Naruto, yes, sighing, since he can't lie to his teacher since he's the one who knows him best, but I don't want to involve our life more than it already is. She deserves someone better than me. Seiya, I suppose you won't give yourself that opportunity either. This was heard by the pearly-eyed girl. Naruto, Seiya, we are Golden Knights. We are the ones who are closest to death. She deserves a person who loves her more than I love her, who can return home without a comrade arriving and telling her, I'm sorry to inform you that your partner died in the line of duty. My condolences. Seiya, the dilemmas of the heart are the most complicated to understand, but they are always the ones that are most correct. You love her, right? Naruto, even though I don't deal with her, the few times I did talk to her, I felt like I could do so without holding anything back, without pretending that everything is okay, but rather that I can be myself around her. Seiya, there you have your answer. Placing his hand on her shoulder, get changed, and we'll see each other at the exit your mother will take to show us the village. When Seiya left the room he saw the pearl-eyed girl, smiling at him to leave them alone, while Naruto changed his clothes. But despite the pearl-eyed girl wanting to continue watching, Naruto would open the door and bump into the Hyuga who would fall on him in a scene that would make him misinterpret the situation. Hinata, I'm sorry, blushing. Naruto, and it's not my fault, blushing, you heard something. Hinata, yes, and I'm surprised that the all-proud golden lion of Konoha has a sensitive side, laughing a little. Naruto, well then you will understand that. Hinata, of course that makes it nice of you, and I know we don't know each other very well, but everything we've experienced, and what you said about when we were together, well. Naruto, I see. Hinata, I know we don't know each other very well, but I still like you. You have something that the others in the village don't have, and I'm not talking about your power, but about your character, your charisma. You are someone unique. Naruto, if I had a girl I would be very lucky, but I'm afraid that because of my duty. Hinata, I wouldn't mind if you said that out of duty you wouldn't be there, but your bravery and devotion is what attracts me to you. Even when Amor wanted to kill Menma, you cared for him, since you love your loved ones, being willing to give your life for each one. Naruto, I guess it's something that every girl would love, and at the same time, Hinata, I'm not like the others. Naruto, I guess I could try to get to know you better and let the future decide. Would you join me on an outing? Hinata, yes. At that they both looked into each other's eyes, letting themselves be carried away by the moment they joined their lips in a peck. The two quickly separated and agreed to meet the next day, while blushing as they left. They both wanted more from each other, but decided to get to know each other better in order to proceed carefully. After that scene, Naruto would join his guests on the tour of the village, where they would end up at Ichiraku Ramen, where at the end they retired to their respective homes. The next day Naruto walked through the village while Seiya and Menma retired to a training camp. Shiryu and Ryuho trained on their side. Harbinger decided to take the Konohamaru team and surprisingly Kiba and Izuka as apprentices. In the case of Eden, he decided to take his training on his own with Sasuke, but that is not the important thing. Naruto walked wandering in his thoughts while ignoring the hateful looks of the village, until he heard perverted laughter near a hot spring where women entered. Naruto, so he's here looking closely at a white-haired man taking notes. Naruto decided to go near the pervert, while hiding his presence. Jiraiya, yes, ha, keep going. Jijoho, more please. Naruto would put an arm on her shoulder as his cosmos cloak lit up. Jiraiya, I'm busy later. Naruto, hearing that, had enough and set his cosmos burning with fury, especially when he saw a pearly-eyed woman he knew very well in the hot springs. A simple roar alerted Hinata, who made all the women in the area leave while the white-haired man went to complain, but saw a blonde man with cheeks that resembled fox whiskers with a face that expressed true pain and suffering. Jiraiya, seeing that face and the aura that emanated from it, turned pale with fear while Naruto launched a lightning plasma at the Sannin for being a pervert, and, above all, without anyone knowing, for messing with his pearl-eyed princess. Jiraiya, who are you? In pain. Naruto, I'm surprised my supposed godfather doesn't recognize me. I correct myself, ex-godfather. Jiraiya, so you're Minato's eldest son. Naruto, so what? Don't tell me you want to train me mockingly. Jiraiya, of course, if you bring me a mature woman with curves. Naruto, I'm surprised you're still a hopeless pervert. I see that Gigi always saw that Tsunade and Orochimaru were more talented. Jiraiya, be very careful what you say, brat. You don't know who I am. Seriously, Naruto, a serial prophecy manipulator? That froze Jiraiya. Do you think I don't know what you're doing? You wanted to find me for a prophecy. Without it, you'd be nothing. Jiraiya, at least with Danzo you would be more loyal to Konoha. Naruto, at least I'm free and I don't serve a mummy with a complex that I'm the village for being the war hawk and a veteran who doesn't know how to retire when he should. Jiraiya at that moment released chakra to intimidate Naruto, but the blonde emanated cosmos, while they looked at each other firmly, until a voice took them out. Naruto, stop please. Naruto, that voice. Jiraiya, Tsunade Heim. Tsunade, shut up, annoyed. I heard everything you do and believe me, I would like not to believe it, but I will not let you touch a hair of my godson, Shizen. Naruto, let's go. Shizen, I'm coming. Tsunade-sama. Naruto, I'm going. Auntie and Erosenin, stay away from my family. The trio left the area, leaving Jiraiya feeling upset. Along the way, Naruto updated the two on his life, while also finding Kushina, Minato, Menma, and Seiya, who helped the two women head to the Senju district, an area abandoned due to the lack of people living there, nothing a couple of hours of cleaning couldn't fix. Naruto helped leave both of their luggage, while Kushina drank tea with Shizen, and surprisingly Tsunade, by mere chance, moved a picture of Hashirama and Tobirama, which gave way to a kind of hidden safe, without a key. Its content was a book. Tsunade, what could this be? Minato and Naruto, what's going on? Kushina, what is that? Tsunade, the black book of the Senju clan. Seiya, I have a bad feeling. Tsunade would open it, and the first thing she read made her drop the book to be picked up by Kushina, while Tsunade collapsed in tears. Seiya, It's okay, Naruto. The oracle at the shrine didn't lie looking through a few pages of the book with his mother. Seiya, what do you mean? Naruto, it's the book of atrocities of the Senju clan. Kushina, I read these words. I will protect my village, no matter what. I still believe that protecting the village is the best way to defend the people, the ninjas, the children. I will not allow anyone to turn against the village, even if they are my friends, my brothers. If any of them represent a threat to the village, I will kill them just as I have done with my own son Kazuhiro Senju and his wife Amaya, Tsunade's parents. Minato, it can't be true. The files say they died on a mission. Menma, the first one was a genocidal. Seiya, what else does it say? Naruto would take the book. Naruto, he sold out the Uzumaki clan? Upset. Kushina, what? This is how they would read all the atrocities in the book, especially one that directly mentioned Athena that none of the three knights would let pass by raising their cosmos in a very aggressive way. Elsewhere, Orochimaru, Kakuku, are you ready, Anoki? Anoki, I don't have my two Jinchurikis because Han escaped, but I don't need them to get revenge on Minato, he said with a dark touch. Orochimaru then. Both, we will invade Konoha in the final phase of the exams. Chapter 30. End of phase. The invasion begins. Konoha. After leaving the Senju compound, they had read everything, and if I say everything, it is absolutely everything. Among all the material was written the true reason for Tobirama's hatred for the Uchiha. In the book he quoted an Uchiha, a simple civilian. In the quote he said, "Everything is for the good of Konoha. The clans should not mix. Even if I have to take away my brother's happiness, the Senju lineage cannot be tainted by Madara's lineage. He may be my friend, but the village I founded is more important than even my friendships. That is why I ordered Akiko to be killed while my Anbus disguised themselves as the only Uchiha who did not approve of my decisions, Izuna Uchiha, Madara's brother. So thanks to that deception my brother hates the clan and Madara." Left the village. Everyone who knew the story of Tobirama and Madara knew that they hated each other to death. But this revelation was very clear. Hashirama pushed Tobirama to the path of hatred, and that had repercussions on Madara after Izuna's death at the hands of Tobirama, all manipulated by the Shodaime Hokage. The disgust they felt in the village made some sense. From its roots, they were more than rotten. Its civilians of low intelligence, the announced rivalry between clans, a whole plan that ensured that Konoha would stagnate and delay its evolution. Upon leaving the compound, Naruto guided Tsunade, Saori and Seiya to where the Scorpio Amazon was resting, currently in a coma. So after explaining the situation with Athena's cosmos and Tsunade's mystical palm, they were able to wake the Amazon, who, disoriented, was informed, while Eden entered the room and hugged Sonia. Saori knew that Sonia would no longer be an Amazon, so she would accept her decision, on the condition that she train a successor. The pink-haired woman walked through the village while people looked at her in surprise, but at the same time with indifference. She only stopped at a training field, where she saw a redhead using her sand, so after seeing him, she decided to train him. With Naruto, after awakening Sonia, he decided to leave with Seiya, Menma, Koga and surprisingly Konohamaru. The purpose of Naruto and Seiya was to look for information in what remained of Uzumaki no Sato. Koga and Konohamaru would train with Naruto along the way while Menma was Seiya, while in Konoha Harbinger took care of the training of the others. Upon arriving in Uzu, the strongest revelation was the fact that the Uzumakis for generations served Athena, Shirjima Uzumaki, also called Shirjima of Virgo the Silent, belonging to the generation prior to his direct ancestor Ioria, but after the generation of Regulus, and comrade-in-arms of Kaiser of Leo. Other information was the salvation of Uzumaki children and pregnant women along with some elders of the clan, at the hands of Shirjima himself, before the fall of Uzu at the hands of the 5 elemental villages in the Second Great Shinobi War. Thus the 2 weeks would pass where the Konoha Stadium was full. Feudal lords and nobles were present while Saori escorted by Seiya, Koga and Harbinger. Minato received Inoki, with bandages and casts, along with the old woman Chio Osuna, and the Sound Kage, which was Orochimaru in disguise. Kushina was with the senseis of the teams, where surprisingly Kakashi Hatake was, because although the council would demand that she train Sasuke Uchiha to seduce him and get him to her side, it would not work, so she trained Sakura while Harbinger took care of Sasuke. Minato, Your attention please. I thank you for coming to this third phase of the Chunin exams. Honestly, I know that everyone is here to see the fights, so Genma, go ahead please. Genma, thank you, Lord Hokage. I am Genma Shiranui, and I will be the censor for this stage of the exams. The rules will be the same as for the preliminaries, so Niji, Hyuga, and Ryuho will stay in the arena while the rest of you go up to wait your turn. The genin would go up to the corresponding stands while Niji and Ryuho stayed in the arena. Genma, ready? Both would nod, placing themselves in their combat poses. Begin. Niji, here I go, starting an assault with the soft fist. In the stands, Hayashi Hyuga, accompanied by his youngest daughter and several clan elders, smiled with arrogance and annoyance, with the exception of Hanabi, because in her eyes the Juken was unsurpassable. Even the Uchiha style was weak against her style. In the field, Ryuho dodged and counterattacked the Hyuga style with Kung Fu, astonishing the stands and enraging the Hyuga high command. Ryuho, not bad, starting to trace hand seals Suetun, Sukudan no Jutsu. A giant shark would form like a powerful jutsu, while in the stands they compared the boy's Suetun elemental affinity with that of the Nidaime Hokage Tobirama. Niji, Hakusho Kaiten performing a defense. The shark on contact made both jutsus cancel each other out while Niji looked tired. Niji, curse, falling to one knee. In the stands, Hayashi, useless, serious, old man, dies, activating the seal. In the arena, Niji would begin to scream in pain as he removed his bandana and revealed the caged bird seal, causing a worried Ryuho to approach to calm him down, while Kushina appeared to remove that seal, thanks to Naruto and Seiya, who found the original key to it in Yuzu. Kushina, Fuinjutsu, seal removal, cage opening. Touching Niji's forehead, the seal was removed as the Hyuga jumped into the arena. Hayashi, Kushina, what have you done? Kushina, destroy an aberration and a blatant manipulation of a seal given by my clan. The elders, apart from being upset, were nervous about what had happened because their manipulations were coming to light. Hayashi, this won't end like this. Kushina withdrawing annoyed when he saw that Ryuho protected Niji, and several of the genin of the leaf were preparing to enter the arena, along with the jounins. Niji, censor, I give up, I can't continue. This has considerably lowered my chakra. Genma, yeah, winner Ryu. Ryuho, I'm giving up too, there's no point in continuing. Genma, okay, sighing Tai, with the Kages. Chio, so his honor was tarnished, huh? Anoki, Jum, in the shinobi world honor is worthless. It is a reasonable loss for our lifestyle. For honor there are samurai. Orochimaru, Tsuchikage is right. Minato, I agree with Chio-san. In the arena, Genma, Sabaka no Temari and Eden Uzumaki Namikaze to the arena. Uzumaki Namikaze Naruto and Uzumaki Namikaze Menma, by orders of the Fire Daimyo, will become the next match. Everyone was silent, because a daimyo ordered this, not a kage, although in the eyes of Hamura, Danzo, Koharu and surprisingly Jiraiya, this would serve to remove him from office and give the Hokage mantle to Danzo, without knowing that the entire Uzumaki family, Uchiha and some friends would leave Konoha forever, leaving the daimyo more than enough reasons to close the village as such. The participants calmly descended while the Suna ninja looked at them with a noticeable blush. Temari, fight well, pretty face. Eden, fight well and don't hold back. Genma, begin. Eden would launch himself against her using a teaching of Minato. Eden, Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, appearing 4 Edens beside him. Temari would smile as she took out her fan. Temari, first moon, releasing a powerful blast of air that blew away 2 clones. Eden, incredible, but emanating a violet aura, it's not enough against me. Temari, second moon, opening her fan wider and preparing. Eden, thunder beast. In the stands, Danzo, interesting, he emanated a powerful aura and launched an unknown attack without seals. This will serve for Konoha and my route, he thought seriously. Hamura, this brat will be put in the Ciari whether Minato wants it or not, he thought with an arrogant smile. Baki, Temari, Gaara, sister, Kankuro, don't lose. In the arena, Temari would narrowly dodge the attack while Eden, that's not enough. Both would start a fight with pure hand-to-hand combat, taijutsu, while Eden, due to her resistance, withstood the blows. Temari would not let herself be hit until Eden would accidentally touch Temari's breast. Temari, pervert. The blonde would begin an assault against Eden, who felt a little afraid but fought well. In the Kage room, Kushina had appeared in front of everyone and was taking Minato to the fear of all the men. Kushina, Minakuin, you better hope Eden hasn't touched those orange-covered Erosen in books. Minato, I swear I never introduced it or showed it to him. By Diego, by every known deity I swear to you. Kushina, you better be. Chio, Ojijoho shows who's boss getting everyone's attention. Men, old devils. In the arena, Temari would tire of throwing punches like an annoying woman until she would punch Eden in the abdominal area, which surprisingly hurt. Eden, I'm sorry. Temari, whatever, I'll get my revenge. Next time I'll hit you in the marbles. Eden, yes, with a slight blush. Do you want to continue? Temari, of course, opening her fan wider. Third moon. Eden, in that case, emanating cosmos, prepare yourself. Fulminating lightning. Temari would throw a blow with her fan, while Eden dodged the attack and lightly hit Temari, leaving her on the floor in pain. Genma, desert contestant. Temari cannot continue. Eden, Namikaze wins. Eden just walked over and carried Temari to the infirmary. Eden, what is this I feel? She thought with a blush. Temari, he's carrying me. The cute boy is carrying me. Kaya, she thought, blushing, hiding the blush in Eden's chest, blushing the Orion night more. In the stands, Baki, wow, it seems that the princess of the desert found her hunter. Who knows, maybe they both have a brother-in-law. Gara, growling, we'll see about that. Kankuro, I'll make him try my makeup, realizing war paint. Yes, war paint. In the arena, Genma, next to participate are Uzumaki Namikaze Naruto and Uzumaki Namikaze Menma. They would both pass by looking at each other defiantly. Menma, don't even think about holding back, brother. Naruto, come with everything. Genma, ready? Naruto and Menma, yes. Genma, begin. Both emanated cosmos, one golden and the other orange, emanating heat, while some swore they heard the roar of two lions about to fight. Menma, let's see if this works. Taking out a katana. Naruto, mom's katana, huh? Taking out his own. In that case, I'll go too, seriously. Menma, Uzumaki sword style, lightning sword. Naruto, interesting pose and thinking, combines his chakra element like Ryuho. Both are amazing. Menma would launch himself, throwing cuts and stabs at speed while the people saw what rays came out with each attack of the red-headed Uzumaki. Naruto, Uzumaki sword style, waltz. Both brothers would begin a hard exchange of swords and stabs while the flash of the metal clashes was felt until both of them dropped their weapons upon impact as they flew away. Menma, not bad. And Isan. Naruto, you surprise me more and more, little brother. Both would emanate cosmos again when explosions began to sound throughout the village and the arena began to be invaded by sound ninjas, minor villages, some Kusa shinobi and IWA shinobi. Orochimaru, Kakuku attack. Anoki, 4 IWA. Naruto, Bronze Knights, defend Athena. Koga, Ryuho, Menma, Sasuke, Eden, Yuna, Hai. Harbinger, very well, damn it, I'll delight in the sound of your broken bones. Chapter 31. Before I begin, I want to ask something. I know I warned you that I would use Narahina, but I find myself needing to add a second wife for Naruto, so I can make Kawaki his blood son. That's why I'm asking for suggestions for Naruto's second wife. Please leave them in the comments below. Credits to Hashirama's idea to Georgica72. Now let's go with the cap. Chapter 31. Invasion. The true face of Hashirama Senju. Following the orders of Orochimaru and Inoki, a large crowd of shinobi from Iwagakure, Otogakure, Kusagakure and some smaller villages launched themselves against Konoha. Fortunately for Konoha, the invasion that was initially going to contain Suna due to its Jinchuriki did not count on the arena, since it became aware of the murder of the Kazakage at the hands of Orochimaru. Chio, Minato, Suna supports you this time. Orochimaru, Kukukuku, what greater pleasure can I give than to eliminate the current leaders of the villages that turn their backs on me, and wipe the village I hate the most off the face of the earth. Besides, it wasn't too difficult to convince Inoki, was it? Inoki, I hate Konoha but I hate Yellow Flash more, so I'll kill two birds with one stone. Tsunade, both of them are alone arriving with Shizen. It's not something that was smart of you, Orochimaru. Inoki, do you really think that the pedophile and I were surrounded? Orochimaru, Kakuku, haven't you realized that you're the ones who are completely finished? Snapping his fingers as a signal for 4 of his ninjas to quickly appear at the 4 corners of the stadium to raise a barrier. Sound 4. Formation of the 4 violet flames. They said at the same time to create a powerful barrier around them. Kushina, Tayuya-chan? Surprised to see her niece. What have you done to her, damn pedophile? Orochimaru, Nothing a small memory seal and a genjutsu can't improve. Kukukuku. Tsunade pedophile. Orochimaru, old woman. Tsunade zombie. Orochimaru, Mari macho. Tsunade snake. Orochimaru, aloe. Jiraiya. Me appearing in the midst of chaos by being hidden in the box. Orochimaru. Now that everything is ready, what do you think if we start with your deaths? Kukukukukuku. In the arena, several ninjas were against the Uzumaki Namikaze brothers, but a giant one-eyed man would fall on them, applying a suplex, breaking their bones. The Knights of Athena are forbidden to kill if they do not threaten the earth. Gato, Danzo, Obito, Zetsu were among those who could kill, and some of their subordinates, simple shinobi who only follow the orders of their kages, were not killed by them, although it does not mean that it did not leave a mark on them. Harbinger. Alright, you bastards, I'm going to revel in the sound of your bones breaking, cracking your knuckles. Saori. Eden, Ryoho, Seiya, Haruto y una defendian a la diosa endio a volar a los shinobis invasores. Eden. Temari-chan, he said without knowing the affectionate suffix, seeing the girl surrounded by Oto shinobi. Temari just blushed, letting her guard down, but Eden, Orion Devastator. At least 15 shinobi fell unconscious in the fight, while a blushing Temari approached Eden. Temari. So Temari-chan a playful. Eden, well Temari would only kiss Eden on the cheek. Temari. Survive and invite me on a date so we can get to know each other. Eden only managed to say HAI in a silly way because of his blush, and not being mentally prepared for this. Seiya. Meteors of Pegasus. Seiya's signature attack for years, one of the few that Naruto could never copy, was even launched against several shinobis from Kusa and IWA to send them flying or unconscious. Saori. Seiya falling as a purple bracelet appeared on his arm and began to drain his cosmos. Seiya, Saori taking her. Koga. Mother noticing a couple of shinobi approaching, they won't do it. Pegasus meteors. Saori, Koga. Seiya, well done. Koga. He. The three would hug each other while those who knew Koga saw him very calm. Ryuho. I didn't think I'd see him like this. Yuna. And blushing. Koga saw his friends inside and wanted to kill them for embarrassing him, saving Eden, who was still looking very stupid, who was saved from being killed by Gaara. Naruto. Menma hitting 30 IWA shinobi with lightning plasma. Menma. Tell me, throwing his fire and a pair of Otama Rasengan. Naruto. Let's go with the Kages. Menma, see. Sasuke, I'll go with you. In the Kage box, the Kages with Chio were fighting while Tsunade and Kushina looked for how to open the barrier and remove Taiya's illusion to recover another Uzumaki from the clutches of the pedophile snake. Anoki, don't you think you should call for reinforcements now? Orochimaru? Orochimaru. Oh, I completely agree with you, Anoki-sama, said the Sannin as he began to trace hand seals at a rather slow pace, as if he was mocking his opponents. Hiruzen. Those hand seals are hurry, don't let Orochimaru finish the sequence of seals, shouted the Sandame as his hands flew at high speed in his own hand seals. Hearing the Sandame's shout, all the Leaf Shinobis made seals at high speed to attack the renegade Sannin. Hiruzen/Jiraiya. Fire style. Great fireball jutsu, they both said at the same time. Kushina. Water style. Water missile dragon jutsu. Minato. Lightning style. Lightning missile dragon jutsu, launching a lightning dragon that shot out in the direction of the Sannin. Chio. Wind style. Great gale. The jutsus traveled at high speed until they hit Orochimaru and Otsutsuki, creating a huge explosion, but the result was in vain, because Orochimaru was being protected by a barrier of chakra chains, a wooden shield and a water barrier, all at the same time creating a powerful protective barrier. At the same time, 3 hooded figures emerged from the shadows. Tsunade, but what? Orochimaru. They shouldn't be surprised. After all, we were already prepared for this moment. Now why don't I show them our allies who will help us destroy the leaf? Snapping his fingers as an order for the hooded figures to show themselves. Hiruzen, Orochimaru, how dare you desecrate the eternal rest of the dead? Do you have no respect for death? The Sandame scolded his former student. Minato. First he gritted his teeth furiously. Kushina, damn tree hugger. Hiruzen looked at the Shodame seriously. Tobirama, Sarutobi? You've gotten old. Hiruzen, time comes to us all, sensei. Myth, Tsunachan, look how big you are. Anoki, yes, everything is very nice and everything, but, Orochimaru, we brought them here to destroy Konoha, Hashirama, and this jutsu. Tobirama, the one you asked me to create, tree-hugging moron. Hashirama only saw Tobirama seriously because a couple of things upon arriving in the other world found each other beginning to break the brotherhood of the Senju. They were going to start fighting, but from outside the barrier they heard Menma, bombing of Leon Minor. Menma launched an all-out attack, breaking the barrier, surprising everyone because for a genin he was quite strong. But everyone was surprised, and Hashirama was above all else when he saw the boy in armor. Hashirama, brat, are you a knight of the goddess? Orochimaru, is it okay? Anoki, what goddess? Hashirama, Athena, goddess of war and wisdom, protector of the earth. Menma, I told you I would recognize the Nisen armor. A figure wearing golden armor appeared, displaying an imposing look on his face directed at the Shodaime. Hashirama, gold saint, and see the Hittite you are from. Naruto, don't mention this damned Shodaime village, especially after what you've done, the lies you've told, and the deaths you've caused. Hashirama, how? Orochimaru, we'll let them talk, he said to Anoki. Anoki would just nod. Maybe this will destroy Konoha. Chio, oh, better than watching a soap opera, thought the old lady. Tobirama, what are you talking about, kids? Naruto, from what was written by the handwriting of the monster you have as a brother that made the Nidaime raise an eyebrow, I thought your stupidity was only because of the Jinchurikis, but… Hashirama, shut up, tracing hand seals Mokutan, Jubaku Iso. A multitude of branches went against Naruto and Menma only to be torn apart by another knight who arrived on the battlefield. Sasuke, claws of darkness. Tobirama, Uchiha. Sasuke, I am Sasuke, knight of Athena under the constellation of the Lynx. Tobirama, to whom does your loyalty lie, since I don't see in your eyes that cursed characteristic of your clan? Sasuke, my loyalty is to the goddess Athena, and my family and friends. Hashirama, your loyalty must be to the village, brat. Tracing hand seals Mokutan, Mokusei no Ryu. A wooden dragon was launched, but… Naruto, voltage flash. Both attacks collided, but Naruto would break Hashirama's dragon. Menma, it's time to tie up loose ends, Kushina, and reveal the truths of this kind. Tsunade, grandma, I think you're going to want to kill him, just like you, uncle. Hashirama, so you read that book? Tobirama, what book are you talking about? Naruto, talks about the Black Book of the Senju clan. Tobirama, what? Does that book exist? Myth, what book? Anoki, so don't tell me it has something to do with that getting an idea. Orochimaru, what are you talking about? Jiraiya, no way, sweating profusely, being noticed by Minato. Naruto, tell me, Hashirama Senju, how you could sleep so peacefully at night knowing that you were responsible for the death of your own family and clan. Hashirama, what are you talking about? Tsunade, don't act like that, you know perfectly well what you're being talked about, giving him a powerful right hook that sent the older Senju crashing into a pillar. Naruto, thanks to the Oracle of Athena, I was able to locate and fully read the Senju clan's Black Book, just like them, pointing to his own. Hashirama, how could you do it, Naruto? As I told you before, it was thanks to Athena, and on one of its pages I read this. I will protect my village, no matter what. I still believe that protecting the village is the best way to defend the people, the ninjas, the children. I will not allow anyone to turn against the village, even if they are my friends, my brothers. If any of them represent a threat to the village, I will kill them, just as I have done with my own son Kazuhiro Senju and his wife. Amaya, Tsunade's parents. Mito was stunned, as was Tsunade, to hear it again, knowing that it was Hashirama himself who had killed his own son and wife, Tsunade's parents. Hashirama, I had to do it. They were the first to challenge me. That's why I sent them on a Class B mission, but in reality it was an S-Class mission. I knew they were not going to return alive. Myth, how could you, Hashirama? He was your son. Pulling chains from his back in fury. Hashirama, yes, he was my son, but he did not want to continue with my ideal. He wanted to leave Konoha, and I was not going to allow that. So I proposed that he do one last mission before leaving Konoha, along with my daughter-in-law, and he accepted. The rest you already know. I did not get rid of you, since I needed someone to take care of Tsunade, but since you want the truth, I will tell you. Mito Uzumaki, I never loved you. The only reason why I married you was because my father Butsuma Senju forced me. The truth is you were destined to marry my brother Itama, an older Senju that Tobirama did not know. Only Madara knew about him, but with his sudden death, my father practically forced me to marry you. But you want to know something? I was always unfaithful to you. Another reason why I decided to continue with that farce of a marriage was because of your older brother Shirjima Uzumaki. Thanks to him I learned of the existence of Athena, and I wanted that knowledge to make Konoha the most powerful village, but your brother denied me that knowledge. But in the end I took revenge, because I want you to know that I planned the downfall of your clan, after the battle against Madara, sealing the Kyuubi in you. For that same reason, I did not eliminate you, because of your special chakra, because you were the daughter of Ashina Uzumaki, since your chakra could contain the power of the fox. You do not know the torment I suffered, pretending to love you. To me you were just a damn woman, with horrible red hair and addicted to ramen, but even married to you I could never get you to tell me where the scrolls that contain the secrets of your clan are, in order to reborn the Uzumaki clan here in Konoha. Tobirama, damn disgusted. Orochimaru. So the downfall of Yuzushiogakure was planned by you Kukukaku. Anoki, damn tree hugger. Remembering that battle, Mito was surprised and angry. Then she knew that Hashirama never loved her. She always heard rumors that Hashirama was unfaithful to her, but she assumed it was just that, rumors. But now she confirmed that he never loved her. Menma. I can't believe what I heard. I expected more from Hashirama Senju, especially who was recognized as the shinobi no kami, but what can you expect from an arrogant fool who sacrificed his entire clan and family for a village full of hypocritical, power-hungry fools who are currently fighting each other solely to be the biggest fool who rules over the rest of the fools in the council and the village? Hashirama. It was all for the good of Konoha, for the good of its people and their families. Hiruzen, where have I heard this before? Chio. Danzo, she whispered in surprise. Everything revealed was like saying it, complete shit. This guy considered a shinobi god was a genocidal maniac. Tsunade, you better tell Uncle Naruto. Tobirama, tell me what? Hashirama, nothing. Naruto, what? You're telling me that killing a young woman from the Uchiha clan who was your brother Tobirama's fiancée was nothing? He said with fury in his voice. Tobirama, what are you saying? That my brother killed my beloved Akiko? Menma, yes, old Tobirama. The day she was murdered, Akiko was going to your house to tell you that she was pregnant. Naruto, he also used one of his umbus with a henge, making you believe that Azuna was responsible, and you know how it ended. Now Tobirama was angry. Tobirama, Hashirama, how could you do that to me? Hashirama, please brother, that woman wasn't worth it. It was just a moment of pleasure and nothing more than that. I was in charge of getting her off your back. That's why I had to order her to be killed. I wasn't going to allow that bastard clan to have children with the Senju bloodline of my own bloodline, just like the Uzumaki clan. Tobirama, a moment of pleasure. That's what you thought. I loved Akiko. She was the only woman who made me feel true love, even though she was an Uchiha. Because of you, I lost the love of my life. Everyone was stopping the fights listening to this. All shinobi of the Leaf, Suna, Odo, Iwa, Kusa, minor villages, Knight of Athena, civilians, children, the Leaf Civilian Council, and even to everyone's laughter, the daimyos themselves. Minato, one more reason to leave Konoha. Most of the clans agreed, and the civilians who managed to hear the yondaime could only manage to quietly call him traitor. With this the Civilian Council, Danzo, Hamura and Koharu had a scapegoat to get him out, so Danzo would send his roots to get everything out of the mansion and residence of the Uzumaki clan and the Namikaze mansion, without knowing that 4 Naruto clones had placed the crystal wall for security. Hashirama, damn brat, you must use that power to protect the village and its people, the same power I wish to have for the good of the village and its people. Naruto, why was this power given to me by my master and the goddess Athena to protect the world from evil, not to protect a town full of corrupt people with a complex of we deserve to rule the world because we are chosen by Kami? Hashirama, I sacrificed everything, do you listen to me? Everything, my family, my clan, my brother, and only to be able to obtain the power that you possess, that power that the soldiers of Athena, Hades, Poseidon, Asgard possess. It should have been mine, and only to be able to protect the people from their enemies, to protect the people that I founded. He spat with fury in his voice. Naruto, I know, you wanted the power of the Knights of Athena. I also know that the sailors of Poseidon, the warrior gods of Asgard, or the specters of Hades wanted to know the power. You only wanted the power for the people of the leaves, They wanted to teach their shinobi how to use the power of the cosmos to always be at the top of the shinobi villages with Konoha at the top. I also found out that they also thought about kidnapping the next reincarnation of Athena, when she was born, and moderate her at will. Koga, what did they want to do? Naruto, that was a few years after the death of Shirjima of Virgo, the Silent One. Anoki, the Uzumaki monster. Kushina and Mito, we were a peaceful village. We didn't bother anyone and they attacked us. Anoki, their power was insane. They can't judge me on anything. Hashirama, Konoha is the strongest village in the world. We were the first to found a shinobi village. It is our right as founders of shinobi villages to always be at the top of the ninja villages. Not Kumo, not Iwa, not Kiri or Suna, and not even Yuzu. Konoha is the superior village by birthright. Naruto, and that is the reason why Shirjima never took you to the sanctuary. Because you did not deserve to be a knight, not even a bronze one. Hashirama, Athena, thanks to Shirjima she knew that you had no loyalty to your companions, much less to the one who would have been your god. All you wanted was power for yourselves. That was applied to Lord Poseidon and Lady Hilda of Asgard. Hashirama, power is everything in the shinobi world. Not even the 9 bijus compare to that power. The power of the cosmos makes the 9 bijus practically obsolete. That's why I left secret instructions to my only faithful student, Danzo Shimura. He does carry my ideals in his blood. That's why I left instructions that after my death, Danzo would be the next Hokage. But apparently it didn't happen. I knew that life would not last me by the time Athena returned to the human world. That's why I used the technique that was originally created by Tobirama, so that I would be brought back to life through the Edo Tensei, so that I could go to his sanctuary and bring Athena to Konoha, so that I could mold her as I please and take advantage of her power and be the most powerful village in the world, and if necessary, that Konoha would become the cradle of the true gods of the shinobi world. And from what I see it is in this village, Menma and Naruto stood on guard to defend and stop, while the civilian council was already planning to make Danzo Hokage. Unfortunately, after this, the daimyo present in the area had already defined the final destiny of the village, Naruto. And for that you will pay for all your actions in life. In the 8th prison, Cocytus is where souls are punished for blasphemy and conspiracy against the gods. It is a great desert of ice where souls are sunk into the ground, leaving only their faces uncovered, where a strong blizzard circulates that lashes their faces for all eternity. Hashirama, you'll regret this. I swear you and all of you will pay dearly. Naruto, what could you expect from a man who saw his wife's face and was the cause of the fall of the Uzumaki clan? Hashirama, TSK. Myth, what are you saying? That it was Hashirama who caused the fall of my clan? Naruto, that's right, Mito. Everything you heard is the tip of the iceberg. Mito turned to Hashirama, slapped him and yelled at him why he did that. Hashirama, very simple. It was out of revenge because I knew that the Uzumaki received Athena's blessing. I saw that the power of the cosmos was superior to that of chakra. I knew that the power of the cosmos makes the 9 bijus practically obsolete. That's why I left secret instructions to my only faithful student, Danzo Shimura, who carries my ideals in his blood. That's why I left instructions that after my death, Danzo would be the next Hokage. Hiruzen, so we confirm what you said about Danzo's sensei, Tobirama. At least I don't regret not putting him as a successor. Danzo, the power of the Hokage is mine by right. Sensei annoyed entering the scene. Tobirama, I discovered that document. Hashirama, but I saw that Danzo, despite being a good ninja, never enjoyed the affection of the people. I noticed that. For that reason, I destroyed that document and named Hiruzen as Hokage. Besides, he was never loved by the people, only by those civilian scumbags that surround him. Hashirama, you're a damn Tobirama. Naruto, nobody knew, because it was the best secret you kept, Hashirama, that you were cheating on Mito with your secretary Delia Shimura, the daughter of Wadaro and Nana Shimura. From that relationship they had a son. That son was the product of Hashirama Senju's infidelity with Delia Shimura. In other words, Danzo Shimura is your son. Nobody in the room had ever thought that the great Hashirama Senju, the first Hokage, was unfaithful to his wife. Danzo smiled quietly as the blood further affirmed his power in the village. Myth, you cheated on me with that damn Delia, your own secretary, and on top of that, you had a child with her. Hashirama, shut up. Delia was better than you. She had a calmer character, unlike you who would explode at the drop of a hat. She was the only woman who captivated my heart, something you never did while we were married. I'll confess something to you. When Delia told me she was pregnant, that same day, I was going to ask you for a divorce, but you told me you were pregnant with Kazuhiro's baby. That's why I didn't ask for a divorce. As fate would have it, Kazuhiro and Danzo were born on the same day. Unfortunately, Delia died in childbirth. Unlike Yumito, I had to swallow my pride and stay with you, but I never had the courage to tell her that I was her father, Naruto. But you were one of his teachers and you turned him into what he is today, a damned ruthless, cold and amoral leader of Root, an organization that he secretly founded, which according to him protects and defends the Hidden Leaf Village with underground techniques, whose mission was to protect Konoha from the shadows, and in the process, act for its benefit. Hashirama. So the Root organization that you founded still exists. Everyone was shocked. They just discovered that Danzo was not the founder of the Root Umbus, but Hashirama Senju himself. Tobarama. So it was you who founded that nefarious organization. Hiruzen. But I gave the order for that branch to be closed. Minato. Well, apparently, Hiruzen, Danzo didn't do it and is wreaking havoc throughout the shinobi continent. Danzo. You have no proof. Yellow Lightning. Menma. I'll kill you if you touch even a hair on him emanating his cosmos. Hashirama. Since Konoha was founded, I founded the Root Umbus, to protect it from the shadows. It was also to get information or the location of the sanctuary of the goddess Athena. After Shurjima refused to take me to the sanctuary of Athena, I planned my revenge, but I knew that perhaps I would not live to see the fall of the Uzumaki. That is why I left orders to destroy the Uzumaki clan had been given and left by my son Danzo Shimura Senju, who fully complied with my orders. Anoki, and many dead shinobi. Naruto, you are completely wrong, Hashirama, if you thought the Uzumaki clan was exterminated during the Second Great Shinobi War. Anoki and Hashirama, what are you saying that the Uzumaki clan is alive? Orochimaru, Kakukuke Interesanti. Naruto, of course, the Uzumaki clan is still alive. Hashirama, where the hell is the Uzumaki clan right now? The Senju demanded angrily. Danzo, looks like some loose ends. Jiraiya, it seems so without realizing that he submerged himself in quicksand. Naruto, Shurjima sensed that something was going to happen to the Uzumaki clan, so with Athena's permission, the clan was moved near the Athena sanctuary, in the village of Rodorio, at least the women, pregnant women, children and the elderly. Now all the Uzumaki and other inhabitants are living quiet lives and above all far from the conflictive shinobi villages and their endless senseless wars in various countries scattered throughout the world outside the shinobi. Anoki, that explains why there were no civilians that time. Surprised. Hiruzen, how did they survive the invasion of 4 major shinobi villages? Naruto, you mean 5 main villages? Hiruzen, because it was Danzo along with the other 3 mummies you have as advisors and your useless and perverted student who provided all the information and the deactivation of our barrier seals so that they could attack us and exterminate the Uzumaki clan, while you tried to steal all the knowledge and wealth of Uzumaki. Kushina and Tsunade, you did what? Looking at Jiraiya. Hashirama, it was all for the good and balance of the shinobi world. Shijima's existence was only a warning to all of us that the Uzumaki clan had to be exterminated before more Uzumaki like him were born and broke the delicate balance of power that exists between the 5 main shinobi villages. Chio, that's a lie. Only you were afraid and you were young at that time. Suna didn't participate there voluntarily. The Kazekage of that time was put in a genjutsu and manipulated, only to be released after the fall of Yuzu. Minato, that's what the Reikage told me in a meeting after the war. Orochimaru, Kakuku, this is interesting, but there is a village to destroy. Seiya and Naruto, you can count on us. Saori, free yourselves, appearing with her staff and freeing Tobarama and Mito from her control. Now things were beginning to turn around. Chapter 32. Season Finale. After the female cry of "Free yourselves," the arrival of a woman showed what Hashirama wanted to do. Hashirama, Danzo, this is Athena, control her and you will have the power that is rightfully yours. Naruto, Harbinger and Seiya stood in front of the bronze saints while Danzo began to remove the bandages from his eye and arm. Tobarama, seeing this, began to get angry, although he still hated the Uchiha family. Some, like his ex-fiancée Akiko, and his brother Takuma Uchiha and his wife Koori, Shursui Uchiha's grandparents. Now he wondered what happened to his offspring. Minato, it's Shursui's Mangekyo, don't look into his eyes. Danzo, Koto Amatsukami, Naruto and Seiya managed to close their eyes, but Shiryu, dragon rising from Rosen. A green dragon would hit Danzo, sending him a few meters back, while Tobirama launched 2 water dragons at Hashirama and Mito activated her chains against him. Inoki, it would be better to attack. Kushina, that won't happen, locking the Smurf with his chains. Orochimaru, too bad, but it's time for a strategic retreat, dodging a 3-pronged kunai. You failed Yondaime. Minato, Rasengan, stabbing his jutsu into the back. Orochimaru would crash to the ground by the force of the impact, while several of his organs were pulverized, forcing him to shed his skin. Mr. Amigakure, a masked man, was playing the fool when he suddenly started to shake. Deidara, what's wrong, Toby? Toby felt like someone went through the same thing as Toby. Toby is a good boy. Deidara, TSK Komosi, in Konoha. Orochimaru, I will destroy Konoha and no one will stop me. Naruto, are you sure? Appearing behind the Sannin. Orochimaru, Maldi, Naruto, if you want to be immortal so much, you will truly be immortal, striking a pose that is rare for shinobi. Seiya, Shiryu, perhaps he. Shiryu, I would like to see Hyoga's face right now. His cosmos is getting colder and colder. In Siberia, Hyoga was walking through the icy steppes until he stops. Hyoga, so you've managed to make your cosmos cold, giving a half smile, well done. In Konoha, Orochimaru, Inoki, where does this cold come from? Danzo, does he use Hayaton? Hamura, we must put him in the CRA. From minute 1.05, Naruto, it's the world below 0 degrees. If you freeze something, it stays in the ice forever. So sure are you that you want to be immortal, Orochimaru? Orochimaru, Kui, Hashirama, oh no. On that myth would put a stamp on it. Myth, if Edo Tensei breaks, you won't leave until you see the consequences of your actions, you filthy pig. Hashirama, damn tomato bitch. Tsunade would hit Hashirama, driving him against the wall. Naruto, Aurora execution. Orochimaru would start to be frozen as he tried to break the ice. Orochimaru, but why can't I break it? Naruto, it's the power of the ice coffin. With this form you will never be able to break it. Orochimaru, impossible. Orochimaru would be frozen in a 3-meter block with him inside. Naruto, become immortal in this coffin. The Edo Tensei would begin to fade away, saved by Hashirama, who remained like that. Tobirama, be free. Myth, don't depend on this village. Danzo, curse, feeling a cut on his arm when Ryuho with katana in hand was behind him, while a chain crossed his eye. Kushina, this doesn't belong to you, taking the Sharingan Mikoto. Fugaku, thanks seriously. Danzo, you'll regret this. Naruto, and who will stop us? Appearing behind and placing a chakra restriction seal. Danzo, realizing that he could not commit suicide, just stayed still and was captured by some samurai. Jiraiya, seeing this, began a strategic retreat, while an annoyed Tsunade, along with Seiya and Harbinger, appeared behind him. Tsunade, you're not leaving this place. Jiraiya hitting the Sannin. Harbinger, what a force for a beautiful lady! Tsunade blushed at the compliment, while Jiraiya fumed with jealousy. But like Danzo, he was captured by samurai. The daimyos present, the fire and the rock, made an appearance. Inoki, Daimyo-sama. Daimyo of Earth, enough Inoki. This stupid resentment after a war that you caused must end now, he said with authority. On behalf of the country of Earth, I apologize. Minato, don't worry, Daimyo-sama. Daimyo of the Earth. Once I have arrived in Iwagakure, you will be deposed from your position, Inoki. I will not tolerate any more stupidity and desires for revenge. All of Iwa will hear my voice, or I will liquidate the village. At that I would scream, as Daimyo of the Earth, I order the immediate surrender of the forces of Iwagakure and Osato. Whoever ignores my call will be executed and his family dishonored. At this the Iwa shinobi would drop their weapons, while those of sound, seeing this, would flee in terror, while with Minato's nod, the daimyo of the Earth would retreat, while an elderly man approached. Minato, Lord Iroh. Iroh, I'm glad to see you, Minato. And young Naruto, I'm glad to see you after so many years. My nephew would like to see you. Naruto, it's a pleasure to see you, Iroh. Shinobi Konoha 1, what is Daimyo Iroh Fujimori doing here? He whispered. Iroh, I would like to call upon the entire Konoha Council, and I would like Goddess Athena to be present. Bowing. Saori, please don't need those formalities. so everyone would retreat to clean themselves and their clothes in the face of the situation. 2-hour time skip. Konoha Council. All the civilian and clan representatives of the village could be seen, the Hokage, the Knights of Athena, the important Genin, Chunin and Jounin, the fire daimyo Iroh Fujimori, along with the councilors Hamura and Kohara detained by the daimyo's samurai, accompanying Danzo, Jiraiya and Hashirama. Everyone wondered why they were here, except those who were on the roof of the Chunin exams. Minato, I would like to invite the Honorable Fire Daimyo, Iroh Fujimori, leader of our nation, who has come to give us an announcement. Mabuki, what is the reason for Iroh-sama's visit? Surely he will decide what to do with the demons, pointing to the Uzumaki brothers, while Sakura looked at her with utmost disappointment. Iroh, oh, I'm glad you asked, Councilman Haruno. I didn't come because of the young Uzumakis. Quite the contrary, they didn't do anything. Civil councilman, they are demons, that's enough to blame them, just like the mother of demons, pointing at Kushina. Iroh, you can pass Satoshi. A man with several scrolls would enter the room while everyone stared at him. Shikaku, what are those papers, Iroh-sama? Iroh, you'll see, Leader Nara. Meanwhile, with the knights, they watched without saying anything while receiving glances, while also looking with a murderous aura at the greedy civilians of the council. Iroh, the evidence that everyone can see there are the crimes, each and every one, that have been committed in this village, from embezzlement of funds behind the Kage's backs by the civilian side, added to the loss of political and military power of the same, in favor of the civilians, attempts to kidnap Kekkei Genkai carriers from clans outside the village, ordered by Danzo Shimura, Hamura Mitokado and Jiraiya of the Sannin, assassination attempts against the Namikaze Uzumaki family, ordered by the members of the civilian council, the advisors of the Hokage, and the leader of the Hyuga clan with their elders. Hayashi, that's a lie, he protested angrily while earning a serious look from the daimyo, Hinata and her sister Hanabi and Niji. Danzo, it was all for the good of Konoha, he muttered weakly. Iroh, oh, but let's go to something serious in addition to this, coming from the Hyuga clan, financing the attempted kidnapping of Hinata and the subsequent one of Hanabi Hyuga that made Hayashi pale, while Hinata hid in Naruto's chest hiding her tears, the death of Hana Hyuga, at the hands of the Council of Elders by mercury poisoning during the pregnancy of the young Hanabi. The death of Hisashi Hyuga, brother of Hayashi Hyuga, with the kidnapping of Hinata Hyuga. Hanabi, you told me that I killed her dad, why? Hayashi, she would make them weak, I guess I went soft on both of them. Iroh, and the most serious of his clan, Lord Hayashi, slavery and modification of a seal owned by the Uzumaki clan. I placed the original contract of the same before those present, from the main branch to the secondary, and from the main branch to the heiress and youngest daughter of the clan leader. This is enough for the Hyuga clan to lose its status as a noble clan in the Fire Nation. Hayashi and the elders sat back in surprise, under the gaze of everyone reflecting disgust, repulsion and anger. Iroh, it is for such crimes that the Hyuga clan elders and their leader are sentenced to death by hanging. The elders would begin to draw seals to kill the secondary branch, but it was enough with the movement of Athena's Nike staff for the seal of the caged bird to vanish from the entire Hyuga secondary branch, while Hayashi remained static. Iroh, young Niji, Miss Hinata has convinced me to give you the leadership of the clan. Niji just looked at Hinata, who smiled at him. Niji, I accept. Iroh, from the Kurama clan, the exile and disownment of Yakumo Kurama, daughter of the clan leader, simply for being born with a weak body for a shinobi. They will be stripped as noble clans as punishment. Unkai, I accept, he said with shame. Iroh, now we will talk about the elephant in the room. Looking at Hashirama, your list of crimes is extensive, but among others it includes being the mastermind of the Yuzushiogakyu no Sato massacre, the murder of 2 members of the Senju clan, the murder of Akiko Uchiha, the start of the clan war, the deception of Madara Uchiha, and the last but the most serious of all, the ordering of the assassination of the fire daimyo Roku Fujimori. Hashirama, he was going to take away Konoha's shinobi village status. He responded upset. That made the civilians shout in support of the Shodaime. Iroh, add to that the extensive list of crimes against the sanctuary in Greece. Hashirama was silenced with a seal while uttering curses. Iroh, Danzo Shimura, sorry, Danzo Senju Shimura, your list of crimes is almost as extensive as his, which include bloodline kidnappings, kidnapping Konoha's children for the root, with the complicity of the caretakers, who were in the room terrified. Dissemination of classified information that only higher-ups could know, including the location of Kushina Uzumaki's birth on 2 occasions. Kidnapping children from other villages for the root, affiliation with a rogue shinobi like Orochimaru. Coupled with participation in human experimentation, the enslavement of your root members, which is currently being assaulted, the Anbu present being removed from their tongue seals, and the children freed, being a necessary participant in the fall of Yuzushiogakure no Sato, preventing Konoha from reinforcing an ally, give the order for the Uchiha massacre to take place. Following the murder at your hands of Takuma Uchiha's grandson, Shursui Uchiha, so after this meeting Uchiha Itachi will be removed from the bingo book. There are other crimes such as grave desecration, extortion and theft of village coffers in favor of your organization. Danzo, it was all for the good of Konoha. Seiya, for the good? Look how much good you've done. Iroh, you will be executed alongside your accomplices Koharu Udatane and Hamura Mitokado. The aforementioned erupted in protests but were silenced. Iroh, Jiraiya of the Sannin, you are accused of the murder of 3 young men from the Rain village, one of them a pure-blood Uzumaki, manipulation of prophecies in your favor, sexual abuse of women from other villages who were not working as prostitutes, being responsible for the fall of the Yuzushiogakure no Sato barrier, and your latest crime is an attempt on the life of my nephew and heir, Zuko Fujimori, who only came away with a scar on his eye from the attack, in addition to cooperation with the cat magnate, Jiraiya. It was because of the prophecy. Iroh, for these crimes you will be sent for the rest of your life to Hozukiju, the blood prison that, thanks to the goddess Athena, Mui has been removed from his position. Jiraiya just rolled his eyes. Iroh, well, sighing, the following are the civil counselors of the Leaf Village. Your crimes include overpricing, smuggling, embezzlement, money laundering, collecting taxes in the name of the land of fire that do not exist, false accusations, abuse of authority, tax appropriation, evading payment to the Uzumaki lands, kidnapping, and selling secrets of your village. For this, each and every one of your assets will be confiscated. The civilians were terrified. Iroh, all of the above would be added to Mabuki Haruno's sale of information to other villages, which led to the kidnapping of Kushina Uzumaki before the Third Shinobi War. For your crimes, you will be taken to Hozukiju, and you will spend about 15 years in said prison. Mabuki, you can't do that. We are the Honorable Council of the Leaf. Iroh, and I am your daimyo and to whom this village owes obedience. Take them, pointing at Mabuki and Jiraiya, to be taken to prison. Naruto just put his hand on Sakura, who was crying in fury at her mother. Minato, with that said, my family and I are leaving Konoha. Hiruzen, and seeing Konohamaru nodding at him with my grandson, we will also leave the village. The civilians who were still in shock heard this and burst into shouts of, traitors, bastards, demon worshippers. Iroh, and that's not the only thing that will happen, because thanks to all those crimes I have made a decision. Konoha from this day forward will no longer be a shinobi village, becoming just another village in the land of fire that generated a deep silence. The clans will be welcome if they want to found another village near the capital. With that said, I say goodbye. At that moment Hashirama began to fade away and angrily shouted, Hashirama, you can't do that, you can't, I curse you, each and every one. No Konoha, you can't disappear now. When Hashirama fainted, everyone decided to go out and pack their bags. Naruto, I hope you freeze in Cocytus, bastard. After that everyone left the council room. Many were blank. That was a goodbye to their way of life. The shinobi dropped their bands with the leaf insignia to the ground. Those sentenced to hang were taken in prison carts to the capital to be executed. Everyone packed what they had. Hinata and Hanabi joined the Uzumaki Namikaze family, and the Sandame to leave for their new life. They would settle in the Pacific town of Rodorio, and Iroh introduced them to a girl adorable to many, Fu, who was rescued from Takigakure due to her mistreatment for being a Jinchuriki. Fugaku and Mikoto, while waiting for Itachi, who after all the truth came out and there was no point in continuing in Akatsuki, decided to settle in Maratia, Italy, accompanied by the Akimichi, Kisame Hashigaki, who wanted to see what lies beyond the elemental nations. The Inuzukas left for the capital, saving Tsum, Kiba and Hana, who decided to settle in Pompeii, heading for a new life. Konan and Nagato, upon learning of what had happened in Konoha, went out to meet the Uzumaki, because, thanks to the daimyo, several of Orochimaru's bases were liberated where Karen Uzumaki and Taiya Uzumaki went with the clan matriarch. After all, she was their aunt. Kushina. Nagato hugging a surprised Nagato. My dear cousin, you are alive. Nagato. Cousin Kushina dropping a couple of tears. Konan, being paired with Itachi, decided to go to Maratia with her in-laws, as a new life away from the war didn't bother them. This was the split of Akatsuki, which bothered Tobi, or rather Obito Uchiha, but he decided to seek new recruits for the organization. The Sabaka brothers, along with Sonia and Grandma Chio, would settle in Rodorio with Team Guy and Yakumo Kurama. Temari, however, wouldn't let her hunter go there alone, since Eden had struck her down, and she'd be keeping him. In IWA after the uproar, Anoki was deposed and another Kage was installed, while they let go of that hatred against the former village because when they found out many celebrated as if karma had reached their enemies.
Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.